Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here, the final round of the 2026 season of the Endurance Edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and we're going to take you guys all through 6 hours of racing here today.
Yeah, I can't wait for that, isn't it? 6 hours and a lot is at stake. Championships are still going to be settled with all three classes still pretty much wide open. So can't wait to see how this one goes, Vic. It's a bit of a pleasing circularity because we began almost 6 years ago at Silverstone, and 6 years later, out of pure happenstance, or maybe it was planned out, we're gonna finish at Silverstone as well.
Yep, I'm back. It's going to be like a perfect circle, isn't it, here at eRGP? But nevertheless, it's going to be exciting to see how this championship is going to turn out. We have already run 3 previous rounds in this season, and this time we're going to go ahead and cap it all off here at Silverstone, UK. So here are the previous rounds we did. We started off in Watkins Glen, then we went to the Red Bull Ring, and then we went to the Nürburgring GP circuit, and now finally here at the classic Silverstone itself.
Indeed, and it's just a grand slam of all the best circuits in the world of motorsports, all into one calendar, and what a way to finish it off here, isn't it? The fast and flowing Silverstone circuit, first opened all the way back in the 1940s, late 1940s, hosted the first ever World Championship race for Formula 1, but years later it has evolved to a circuit that has been used for multiple championships and races, and this one is a bit of a confusing one for those who are really follow Formula 1, but actually we use the layout that MotoGP currently uses. So Cops is turn 1, not Abbey.
Yeah, it's going to be at the old pit straights, as they used to call it there. So yeah, it's going to be a bit different if you've only played this in the F1 games, that's for sure. But this is, of course, a GT3 competition here. So we're going to be using the GT3 start, as it were. So that's going to be it for our track here. Let's go ahead and talk a bit about our race format for today. We're going to be running the usual race championship points, 25 points for first place. There's not going to be any points given for qualifying here. We got the fastest lap bonus points as well. And of course, if the race is halted for 75% of the total race time there, then therefore we're only going to be awarding, if it ends before that, we only give them half points if you are able to get past that, and we're going to be able to give them all the full points. So we're going to be taking all the points scored from every single round. That's right, all of the rounds that we did this season, all will count towards the final tally in the championship.
Yep, no drop points here, so all the races have to count. That's why the pressure is imminent for all the teams to just get it right from the word go. And for some teams, they did it better than others, and especially given the fact that at least 3 teams in every single class have a chance of at least mathematically still do a championship run all the way to the end.
Exactly. So, that's going to be it for race format. I think we should be having a look right now at what happens in our previous round here at the eRGP Endurance Edition. So go ahead and enjoy the show. Across the line, it's go, go, go. Look at the way Iman actually kind of jumped it.
Here he comes already outside. Championship contenders going through the chicane together, and Moreno has drawn a short straw. And Iman's team, but he is looking for it. Here he goes. He was on the outside last time out. He's on the inside this time, but no way through. But Iman actually got compromised because he had to go narrow, and that's the opening that Pratama was looking for. Side by side they go. Iman, is his defense still up to the challenge? They can still go at it here side by side across the line.
Moreno Pratama couldn't quite close the door at him, so they will still remain side by side. Now Aaron Ryan now just barely keeping his nose ahead. He's back in the lead ahead of Moreno Pratama.
Look at the racecraft between all 3 of them. That's
Trying to get around the outside of Ryan through this next chicane here. This could be crucial now for the lead as Pratama breaks as late as possible, trying to snatch the second chicane. He does get ahead of Emma Ryan through the chicane into the final turn now. He needs to be able to close the door. He has to go wide though, unfortunately, and Emma Ryan's able to fight back, still stays side by side with him into the main straight.
And they're still going at it side by side for the Mercedes Arena, but I think Moreno might have gotten it this time.
I think so, but he still hasn't closed the door yet on Iman Ryan. Another turn is coming up here. Moreno still has advantage though, but Iman Ryan is trying his very best to stay hit. Couldn't quite do it. The door is finally closed, and Moreno Pratama finally gets himself back into the lead. Whoa, no, Jusby is actually fighting back with the Kyrodin itself, so that's not going to help him at all.
Well.
Getting alongside and into the inside and passes Kyrodin round the final chicane.
Well, oh, it might be an opportunity now.
Oh boy, yeah, indeed, there's a big hit onto the curbs there on the outside for Iman Ryan, and around the outside, Wilhelm will try to fight it, and he will fight it with every inch of track available to him. Gets ahead of Iman Ryan through the chicane, and he's now finally in second place.
One of the fastest one is again, and
oh no!
It has turned ugly because both of them have collided. This might be personal,
Ooh.
and in fact, it's getting very personal. Elbows out.
Very much elbows out here. Genevieve, oh, we put the tab, gets a slide, though unfortunately it's Fadil continues to sail on into the distance. Here we have Sharanya Mendez. Oh, she actually gets a spin onto Fadil as well. I think that one around the outside, Fadil will be able to get past as well. That's going to be for position, and Fadil just needs to close the door in the next turn.
Oh!
Gets into contact with Daewon.
Actually,
He's
whoa!
Oh boy.
Oh no!
Oh, whoa. Oh my goodness, having to do that while you have your bird literally hanging on your glasses there. It's kind of in the way though, and that prevents him from being able to close the door fully. Just almost right over the car.
Oh no!
Goes completely wide together in Michael, while Jet Lim continues to sail on through the racing line and gets ahead of Podka 4.
Well, that was
Contact with Daewon spins him around. To be able to outbrake him.
Whoa.
No, but Thiago Pereira finds a way to slip past. Still is not giving up any quarters though, still trying to remain side by side, but Youngjae closes the door right going into turn number 2. Really helping things right now. Chuhan's Ferrari here. It's kind of splitting here between, but the car is actually spun out on the outside.
Oh.
Chuhan had to get way off the track there. It's Kane, and it looks like he may be able to do it. Rides over the curb, loses a bit of control, but still is able to take away the position from Jeremy Yao. Asuka gets a good smooth move, gets around the outside.
Oh!
Bit of contact as he turns into Asuka's car and gets completely spun around. Done through the first sector, the only place where he has the advantage. He tries to slip onto the inside here, gets up alongside, a bit of a tap as well, but Aidan still is keeping the racing line going here. Forces Junction to take onto the outside. Amiro 9 now comes into the mix.
Fighting for the podiums in their class.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. No! They touch each other. They have actually spun around.
That could actually offer an opportunity.
Oh!
Red of losing 4 position. Oh, what the heck just happened there? I think he got nudged someone out of the way there.
Oh!
What the heck? Victory lane here for car number 21, LOR Racing, Enzo Ison, Michael Vincent Velasquez, and Moreno Pratama will take the checkered flag here in round number 3 of the Endurance Edition for the Pro Class and overall. Celebrations abound. And there we have it. Now let's have a look now at the championship winners for our previous seasons here. We started this off, it was Stratus Motorsport, then Great House, GMX Phantom, Alchemy Eagles Racing Team, Legions of Racers, and then Stratos took it back again last year. But this year, it's going to be a different winner, and I can't wait to see who exactly that is going to be.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toss-up, isn't it, between two teams, LOR or Apex Racing Brunei. We'll wait and see how that turns out after 6 hours. It is quite interesting how that championship fight has ebbed and flowed, but we can't even pick out a clear favorite as we look at the championship leaders for this year, and it proves the point, doesn't it, that a good team that has come from a long way out back then. They just started out back around the early 2021, but they have come leaps and bounds since then and are in a potential shout of a title. That will be well deserved because last year this Triple 3 team really came good towards the end, just missed out on the top 3. Likewise, Hobby Culture Racing Evo, which is basically an evolution of Team Uncle, have two of their drivers definitely serving up an absolute treat in terms of how they've been racing lately. Keep an eye out if they can actually mix with the pros. And of course, LOR's other team, the Ascent team, doing real good as well. This is definitely one team that has improved leaps and bounds as well year on year.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and have see what the standings are like. Very nice points there for Apex Racing Brunei, 69 points, but then again, it's only a single point ahead of LOR Racing as of now. GSR Esports GP2 Engine is quite far off there at 35 points, but they are certainly going to be in a head-to-head together with GSR Static Dynamic and Ali Mutuchang in 5th place. Then we have a look at the Silver Championship here. Hobby Culture Racing Evo, 36 points, also a single point lead ahead of Bigo Racing Division XY Lab. Balapan Random Motorsports sitting a little bit further down at 47 points, but they're quite clear of Pepega's Jingle Tingle team by 6 points.
A bit of an error in the points table there, but we can skip past that. It is actually a close fight if we look at the where we post the championship standings. And now the AM class, it's a bit of a distance from LOR Sen number 18 to Entropy, 19 points, but you never know in this final round what might happen, especially given the fact that what we can tell you is, similar to the weather almost 6 years ago, it is looking a little bit on the wet side, as is Britain normally, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been wet even in Malaysia over here, mind you, but even in the UK, you know, the rain will continue to pour, and pour it does as we enter our qualifying session. We got 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here. Iman Ryan currently holds the top spot with 2 minutes and 1 second .587, so that's a pretty high bar up there. Russell Reyes is inching closer, but it's still a 1/10 of a second off from that time there. Aiden Tan sitting another 1/10 of a second away from Russell Reyes, 2/10 of a second away from Iman Ryan himself. So let's go ahead and see whether or not these guys will continue to improve on their times. Currently, they're just sitting pretty in the pits, so most of the top 8, in fact, are doing that here. Aman Shamim is currently sitting in 9th position here. He's still out on track, and as you can see, it is rather damp out there. Not really giving a lot of puddles on the track, as you can see, but Aman Shamim decides to call it for now. So 9th place is going to be the best he could do so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, we cannot bring the times right now, but what we can tell you is it is pretty close between the top 3, actually. Iman Ryan, about 10th ahead of Russell Reyes in a brand new team because it's a collaboration between an old company, Amone Racing, and CNC Motorsport, with Aiden Tan in the Hobby Culture Racing car 388, a further 5 thousandths behind Russell. So that is pretty much the cream of the crop right now in terms of times, but maybe the damp conditions, as it is going away, we might see the times come back a little bit.
Well, you see go away. I'm looking at the forecast. It says it is going to not only continue raining, but it may even get a bit heavier towards the end of this qualifying itself. So I doubt they're going to be finding much improvements, actually. So, well, I think for the drivers who managed to get the times in early, they may be a bit lucky in that regard, but there are still other drivers who are fighting out there. Zeth Yuan decided to come out. He's currently the 7th fastest right now. At 2 minutes 2 seconds .582, and fortunately a bit held up by traffic though, as he's gonna have to negotiate past his driver here, but maybe we will use a bit of slipstream as he comes down to Hamilton Straight. Let's see whether or not he'll get improvements. I think at the moment he's still on an out lap, so we'll have to wait to see whether or not the Delta would be better for him. Oh my god, Sefian unfortunately having to take off of the track there in order to avoid that bit of traffic. So, who else is also going to be on a run out here? Rajamil Shaukat is also still out on the track. He's switched over to a Ferrari this time for Ali Chang. So let's see whether or not they'll also find improvements across the board. I think most of these guys are still out on out laps at the moment. Rahadian as well is still out on track, as is Ian Wong. Then we got Savin Prapachop. Oh, sorry, I think it's Sukan Pino who's driving the car right now. So yeah, it's also still out on track, still trying to fight for some times out here. That well, given that a lot of like the top drivers here, the top times have decided to rest inside the pits, that's going to be a bit of a respite for some of these drivers because that gives them a lot more open space here to free run. There you can see just Sevyuan just behind Sukan Pino here, and both of them looking to try to improve on their time. Zefyan has already gone across the lines, and now he is going to be on a run. Already got 2 cars to have to deal with in front of him, though, so that might not bode well. One driver in the BMW will move past to allow Zefyan through, but I think Scampino at the same time is also on a run out himself, so Zefyan is probably just going to have to keep it nice and tidy throughout his flying lap here.
And we don't see any more improvements right now as of the top 10 because the first 6 cars on that leaderboard are in pit lane right now, so Zeph's the only car that we're focusing because it's among the fastest, but judging by how it's going, I don't think it's really going to be an improvement, isn't it?
No, 1.4 seconds in the red for his Delta. I saw Rajamil Shaukat get a bit of gains, but he just lost it immediately though, as coming out of the S's, so unfortunately he's going to be down half a second as well. Radian looks like he may be getting a bit of gain, but lost a little bit actually as he still comes through the chapel. So yeah, I think that's looking to be a tough one to actually negotiate, especially under these damp conditions. And it is still continuing to pour out here. Again, not heavy enough to get puddles on the track, although I'm already seeing some puddles coming out out on the straights here, so maybe that might be why these drivers are struggling in some of these corners to gain the time that they need. The conditions just not really conducive for them to be able to improve on their laps previously.
Yeah, in fact, as you did point out about earlier, the rain is still coming. Yeah, I thought it was probably going away for a second because it was heavier before when we started the session, but now I think in about 15 minutes time, which is obviously going to be after the end of qualifying, it is going to be much, much heavier, and let's see whether or not that's going to be a factor during the race itself.
Yep. So let's go ahead and see who else is going to be able to get any gains in qualifying, but again, very doubtful that's going to happen. We only got 1.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. The rain is still continuing to pour, and it's continuing to make life really difficult for the remaining drivers out here to find improvements. There's an improvement I see on Seth Martin. He's already half a second up in his previous, but now as he comes into a bit of a twisty corner, lost a lot of time through there. He's in fact gone from the green into the red in his Delta. I think that's going to be the pattern for a lot of these drivers. They're still out here fighting, so I guess for Iman, for Reyes, for Aiden Tan, for Pratama, they've already done their job pretty much early on in this qualifying session, so they remain in first, second, third, and fourth, respectively.
Yeah, in fact, for the championship stakes, this is good for Iman Ryan and the rest of the Apex Racing Brunei team because they're out in front and they got themselves a bit of a buffer between the triple tree and the number 21. That's important because remember, championship coming into this, 1 point separating both crews. So if they have an early head start, of course, endurance racing, they say that where you start doesn't really matter. It can be a bit of a lie sometimes because if it's a competitive field, it's not easy to pass, especially given the fact that you have to get through drivers with normal slipstreaming, no DRS in these cars. You just have to really make it work. So a bit of a buffer between themselves and the car behind is definitely an advantage, even from the early doors.
Yeah, I mean, Silverstone is a very fast track, but I think these GT3 cars may not necessarily be the easiest to get overtakes during the race. You really have to have your full focus and also full bravery sometimes to be able to make those passes happen. So I think that's going to be something to look to look out for and be excited about in the 6 hours of running that we'll be having here at Silverstone. The final round, as it were, here at the Endurance Edition. Checker flag is already out for qualifying here. Is anyone going to be able to get improvements on the board? I think Zeph not going to be able to get that. Rahadian is almost a second down on his best time, so I doubt that's going to happen here. Sutho is in the green, but no, not really much of an improvement. He's still just teeter-tottering around that 0, still barely keeping it in the green, but I don't think as soon as he finishes that lap, I don't think we're going to be able to find the improvements that he needs. Though as I say that, it's already 3/10 of a second up, so Sutho...
No,
oh, he's already gotten past the checker flag, so
yeah,
he will not improve on his time here.
Yes.
Stays in P21.
Overall, of course, but among the classes, he is in the top 10 in that one. As we see the lap times now on the board, that's what we mentioned earlier. Look at that top 3, within a 10th of a second of each other, just about, you know, within arm's reach of this particular battle, and can't wait to see how that will turn out when the race starts between all 3 crews, because those are really fast drivers, mind you, starting these cars. And for Russell, well, it's only a shame that he got it in the end to join this season, but not going to be a factor in the championship. So hopefully he's not going to interfere. If he wants to go for the win, to not interfere with those who are still batting for the championship in this particular season.
Yeah, we already got some supporters in the chat right now for Apex Racing Brunei. Philip Crooks is in the chat here saying, go Apex. He's certainly excited to see that Eamon Ryan is up on top of the board. And for... QCK TBO, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Says, come on, number 23, you're better than 14, he says. That's Zeth McKenna, I believe,
yes,
who is in the Aston Martin. Couldn't really get himself in the top 10, but again, a very tough qualifying session here given the damp conditions, so I don't exactly blame him too much. I think his best bet right now is to try to make up some of those places once we get to the actual rolling start.
Yep, and Philip Cruz, I will hazard the guess, is father of Philip Crooks is the father of Henry Crooks, who is also one of the competitors inside the Apex Racing stable. Car number 334, and I'm mistaken, for today. So let's see then how he will get along with the weather conditions. Looks as though he has actually done a good job here in P9. So that's a bit of attention here before the race. And shout out to, of course, the teams that actually run very symmetrical liveries in different cars. And Apex Racing Brunei is one of them. They have a Porsche and a Ferrari, and at one point a Mercedes running in different cars, but in the same stable, same colors. So shout out to them. It's keeping the corporate brand on point.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 6 hours for this final round of the season. It's going to be 6 hours of non-stop racing for all 30-odd drivers that are going to be out here on track. It's going to be a championship on the line here. They're going to have a quick look at the conditions on track. Ooh, it's going to be so wet. Look at the weather forecast. It's drizzling a bit. Well, I say drizzle is actually more of a downpour at the moment. This puddles already starting to appear here at the old pit straight. But after this, like another 10 minutes, it's going to get wetter. And then 30 minutes, it's going to be absolutely raining cats and dogs. So this is going to be a very tough start, I think, for the final round of the season.
For sure, yeah. And the fact that you might want to get one of your best wet weather drivers out on track in this point to see how he can handle the conditions. Or she, because we have some female drivers in here. But... I thought for a second actually hearing weather on our side, because it is looking a bit damp here today in Malaysia as well. So hopefully, wherever you are, you're actually getting settled in for the championship battle that's going to be on hand here. And that front row, it's quite a blockbuster, isn't it? Imarayan, Russell Reyes. And remember, these two have history already this year alone in that Global Edition battle that went all the way to the last corner in the gold class between the two of them. And Iman snatched it in the best possible way. Last corner, last lap of the last race of the entire season to just win it by a handful of points in front of Reyes. And I do think that Reyes might not be thinking about that too much, but he'll probably want a bit of a semblance of, not revenge, but just to get back at Iman and say, look, I'm still one of the OGs here. I don't want to get my crown taken away, but Iman definitely is building up his repertoire there.
Yeah, I mean, even this season alone, we already saw plenty of in-betweens between these two drivers here, so I expect it's still going to be sparks flying literally in this damp weather out here in Silverstone. We also got Aiden Tan, Marina Pratama in that second row there. They are in different classes, I believe. So,
yes.
yeah. So,
M class, yep.
pretty much Pratama is pretty much going to try to catch up to Iman and Reyes, but Aiden has that buffer really to his nearest competitor, Jangjit, running in the AM class as well as Jaden Liao, who is going to be on that on a similar row actually, together with Jangjit.
Yep, Tanatike Jangjit, one of the Team I-10 drivers. This is a view, of course, we like to play this little game of how it looks like from some perspectives. Well, this is at the front of the grid. We saw Iman just now. This will be his view at the start of the race. A clear run all the way to Cops, and hopefully no one on the inside to knock him out into the barriers on the outside here. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
What happened back in 2021. As this is the view from the front of the grid. This is the view all the way to the back. And for Zulfikri Wajdi, well, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, isn't it? Especially with the wet weather conditions that's going to come and play. And somewhere in the middle here, we look at Ian Wong's view. Pretty much the same as well, except he's just further up the road. So at least he can console himself that he is somewhere in the mid-pack, but he really wants to get up to the back of, say, Ferdi Ramadan, because that's the championship contender as well in the silver class here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough that Silverstone is so big of a track. The open straight is still long enough that all 43 drivers are able to stay on the same part of the straight, really. So here we go. Driver's going to be going out to explore the conditions. It's actually gone from a drizzle to a downpour now, as the drivers are been flagged off now for their formation lap, and they can already see the mist being thrown up by Eamon Ryan to raise his car. Eamon Ryan, oh, just brake checking over there, just really trying to test how the wet condition is like as they come into the S's.
Well, luckily for him, it's not like in other games, especially pick up a point of note. Le Mans Ultimate or R Factor 2, you're actually solid the moment that you're on the grid and even in the pit lane. So that is going to be something to point out if we were going to be jumping over to that game in the future. But for these drivers, they have to get used to the fact that maybe have some practice of try not to rear-end somebody even while you're on the formation lap. Even though you have the knowledge of the cars themselves, you can go through them during the formation laps.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I'm seeing like how exactly wetter it's getting out of the track right now. I wonder whether by the time they come back into this part of the track again, when the green flag is up, is the conditions still going to remain the same? I think they're just really trying to test like where and how they're going to be able to find a grip at some of these braking points. So that's why you can see Eamon Ryan constantly slowing down here. I mean, one is also helping to collect the other cars, but again, the cars will go through each other, so there's no really risk of collisions during this formation lap here. But it's interesting to see that Iman is just really trying to gather as much information as he can, you know, before starting off his first lap here. He really wants to be able to make sure that his first lap is going to be picture perfect, because again, a single point separates himself and his rivals at the moment to be able to clinch this championship. So he wants everything to be picture perfect for the start.
Yep, indeed. And likewise for Marina Pratama, he would want to actually clear those two drivers in front of him so that he can get toe-to-toe with Eamon Ryan right now. But again, it's Aiden Tyne and Russell Reyes. They've proven to be quite tough cookies. And especially for Russell, we know that he is a known quantity, especially that he is an SRO champion as well. So really then, Pratama has it all to lose here, especially with the point separating his crew and the Triple Tree car for the championship. It is really that knife's edge, isn't it? And he has to be measured here as well, because the conditions are not pretty much ideal. So he'll have to be very, very careful tonight. First, end up behind one of the spray of the other drivers that he might rear-end somebody. And second, not end up in a spin that would be detrimental for him, because he has to do all that overtaking afterwards if he were to be taken out.
That's the thing, you know, with the conditions getting wetter like this, you don't want you don't want to spin out in that first lap, otherwise you're going to make things very tough for your team to catch up with the rest of the pack. So we're now coming up to the Hangar Straight.
It's gonna Wellington.
Oh, sorry, the Wellington Straight.
Yes.
My bad. Just coming up there. So there's going to be a few more corners to go before we'll get to that rolling line. Oh boy.
Yes. We're not driving right now, but definitely you can feel the tension between the drivers who are in that championship fight, especially Triple Tree and 21. We know how close they are. And then the number 351 car, how close they are with their rivals too. So really then, it's all to play for here in the very final round, and potentially the last ever race on ACC for us.
Here we go. I think they're starting to pull a little bit now as they are rounding around the final corner, or rather the penultimate corner. There's still one more corner to go. I think Ryan was trying to make sure he keeps his car slightly ahead, but Reyes is also just racing him a little bit into this. They cannot really pass quite yet. They're going to get into formation now before they get through the control line. Ryan's just taking his sweet time right now to get around the apex, and again, no overtaking until the race officially starts. It's going to be a final round. 6 hours to go here in Silverstone as Emma, Ryan, and Reyes come crawling to the line here.
Green light.
And green light. Go, go, go. Ryan is still doing quite well to be able to stay ahead. He does keep ahead of Reyes as they go through into the line. As right now all the other cars are jostling for position. Aidan is going to face a challenge from Batama around the outside of the next corner here as the other cars continue to go in 2 wide, 3 wide in some points of this. So far, so good. No major collisions yet, although I do see a few cars that's actually got stuck out in the corner of cops. I think must be some collisions happening right at the back of the pack here. That's with Rana now returning back to try to join up the rest of the grid, while you can see all 30-odd cars still streaming their way through as they come out of Chapel.
And on to Stowe here, Cops here, Stowe here, yeah, Stowe. The corner that Michael Schumacher went off in 1999. Reyes had a bit of a dink, but he couldn't go through. And Pratama, though, he actually got the better of Aidan Time. That's the start that he wanted. Now he can go toe-to-toe with his fellow class members here. But how difficult would it be to try and overtake drivers like Iman Ryan and Russell Reyes? We know that Iman is actually good defensively. We saw how he did it last time out at the Nürburgring. He held on for dear life for so long, but the Porsche wasn't up to snuff that day. Now, with the conditions pretty much equalized, let's see then how he can do it wet here.
Exactly. It's a good move there from Marino Pratama. Now he can fully focus and try to chase up to Reyes and eventually Iman Ryan, who's still remaining at the very front of the pack. Braking hard right now to try to make sure that they don't spin too hard through this really tricky part of the Silverstone circuit, a rather newer part of it. If you're familiar with the layout history of this, this is like the new infield section came out in the mid to late 2000s. Sorry, 2010s, I think. 2010s, yeah, sorry.
What they call the arena section to replace the run-through bridge. That it's still there, by the way. The part they didn't demolish that part of the racetrack, but it's now used as a parking facility. So pretty much is if you want to run classic Silverstone, it's still there, but it's closed off nowadays mostly because it's to cater to the arena section. But look at that. That start by Pratama has really put him up into a really, really good position to try and challenge both Reyes and Ryan. But it's still early doors. We're only just about 2.5 minutes into this race, and it's 6 hours long. Anything can still happen. You never know what the conditions might throw up and other drivers around you if they're not really being careful.
Inantando, he's still in the lead right now for the AM class, but now he has Jaden Liao right in his rearview mirrors here, so he's going to have to think a lot more about how to defend against this LOR Asset Racer, who right now, as it stands here, Aiden is going to be denying Jaden Liao that all-important win in the AM class, and Jaden is going to be trying to chase him down for just that as well. Ferdi Ramadan currently leading in the silver class. It's currently separated from Ramdani by Raja Mir Shaukat, who's a little bit lagging behind with the rest of the pro class drivers, but we'll see how this will turn out as the conditions continue to get wetter and wetter out here. Can these guys still continue to hang on to the track positions here?
Yep, and meanwhile, that's the AM class. We normally go through class by class, Pro, Silver, and AM, but because the AM cars are in front of the Silver class gets highlighted the latest. But regardless of that, Ferdi Ramadan is doing the bare minimum that he needs to do right now to try and wrestle the championship lead away from the number 23 car. In fact, the Hobby Culture Racing Evo number 23 is only just in P13 right now, so not the best of days for McKenna and for Hammond at this current juncture.
Yeah, I mean, again, the qualifying that got was just not in a good position at all, so they really have to run with this handicap right now, and they got so many cars between them before they can finally get to Kanzani Ramdani. You got Radian, you got Aprilino, and Seth Yeran as well to deal with before he can finally bring the fight to another silver class driver. He's now trying to have a peek here on the Radian, but still no opportunity yet to pass. It's very treacherous out here with the wet conditions, so again, he's just walking a fine line right now, trying to stay on that racing line, stay where the grip is at.
Indeed. Now we have to go back to the battle to the front because look at Pratama then up to the back of Reyes' rear wing, but couldn't get through that time as a couple of spinners further behind. So Vicky Wisely has ended up into the wall and damaged that front of the BMW. Likewise, just now a yellow flag had been taken up for, well, no surprise, Umanandin Jayaratnam. He has been in the wars this whole year. We saw just now the number 3 waving the yellow flag, but probably just a spin on his own. Luckily, no too much histrionics right there. So, back then to the battle to the front. Look at that. The top 3 are streaking away ever so slightly, bit by bit, whereas Aiden Tan and Jenny Liao are going to be engaged in their own little fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle here. You can see Reyes is constantly poking in there and still trying to keep Pratama at bay at the same time. So he's literally sandwiched right now between 2 of his competitors in the championship. So we have to see how this will turn out as the laps continue to progress on. Eamon Ryan has done a good job so far to stay in front of the pack consistently, but now with 2 contenders also running up against him here, can he hold on under the pressure in the wet?
Yeah, that's another thing altogether, isn't it? We know that the Porsche during the dry in the Nürburgring last time out, it was almost a sitting duck against the Ferraris. But then again, you have to remember that they carry balance. Oh! Reyes goes through! Reyes with a big dive! Can he get it done? No, he runs it wide. And Iman was probably well averse to that one because he couldn't get it stopped in time. And remember, wet weather conditions, the braking distances are much longer. So Reyes was trying his luck there. Even with the wet weather tires, he couldn't get by. Now Pratama then, that presents him an opportunity to get toe-to-toe with 2 of the fast boys. And this particular case, if he takes off Reyes, he can go straight at Iman Ryan.
Did Reyes fire it too prematurely there? Let's hope he's going to be able to hang on there. But Pratama says this is an opportunity now as they come a little bit close there under braking. Iman Ryan causing a bit of concertina there, causing Reyes to be pushed closer and closer to Pratama as he comes through into the old pit straight now. Coming into Cox is going to be really tight here. Let's hope they're going to be able to hang on again, but Reyes is already trying to fire off that first shot. Didn't quite land the hit though, but I think Eamon Ryan certainly is still like just keeping a keen eye out to see whether or not Reyes will be pulling those kind of tricks again.
Yep, the first silo has been launched and it was a miss. But you never know that more and more of those will be fired today. I guarantee you that, especially with such a hot competition up in the front between these 3. I can't wait to see how this goes as here comes Reyes now onto the inside. And he ducks it in on the outside, just gonna get through there.
Yeah. Still trying his very best to keep out. Oh, bit of a slide, I think, from Eamon Ryan. He opens the door a little bit, allowing Russell Reyes to get alongside him. Now Ryan will have the inside going into the next turn here, so can he actually keep the fence going on here? Russell Reyes is going to round around the outside. He's going to try to pull ahead here, but Eamon Ryan is still hanging on for dear life, still keeping it wheel to wheel. Pratama is looking like he wants to get into the action as the contact comes in between Eamon Ryan and Russell Reyes, forcing them to go off track, and Ryan unfortunately loses positions one after another here. Pratama in the lead? No, it's going to be Russell Reyes still able to stay alongside, still trying to get back on track, but by the time he does, Pratama has already pulled ahead.
And here comes Aloris' Ascent car going onto the inside of Aiden Tan. It's all kicking off between the 2 classes, Pro and M coming in together, but Aiden Tan nearly took advantage of that as here comes Jungjin on the inside.
Contact!
There is contact! Aiden Tan goes nearly off, and here comes Eamon Ryan to come back at him.
Oh my goodness! We were expecting that the conditions were going to be very rough, but again, the racing is just as tough out here. Eamon Ryan lost out the lead. He rejoins in 6th position. He's able to get past Aiden Tan after having spun out slightly. Now he's going to have to fight against Jungjin and Liao. Liao right now in the lead of the amateur class, and he wants to stay there.
And the implications for the championship is massive, because Pratama sneaked in through the whole thing and is now in the lead of this race. But for how long can he keep that? Because we know Russell Reyes, he's quite a fighter. He's not going to give that up. A blockbuster front 2. Well, it was a 3 at one point. Eamon Ryan would definitely be miffed by that. Apex Racing Brunei would be apoplectic by the fact that Eamon just got muscles his way out of there.
And the rain is going to get heavier and heavier from this point on. Oh boy, this is going to be very tricky here for everyone. But Pratama is certainly going to be smiling his way in the lead right now, knowing that he's now pulled a massive coup right now. As the 2 leaders were fighting amongst each other, he is the one who ends up benefiting out of all of that.
And he benefited a lot from it because 1.5 seconds the difference now between himself and Reyes. Let's see if Reyes can actually put the fight back on. Here's Pratama. You say he might be smiling right now, but I don't think he'll be celebrating too prematurely because he knows full well that that's one job done. He had the start he needed. Despite being 3 cars behind Iman Ryan, he is now in the lead by virtue of the fact that he had some canny driving to get by and then some. But credit to where it's due, he kept it clean and he could thank Russell for being the one that tried to pry the door open, but instead he let the deluge through.
And what a deluge it was here. So, wow. Things already kicking off, but yo, you're right. It is still going to be a very long race. We're only in the first 10 minutes of racing, and there's still plenty more strategies to be played out here on Silverstone itself. So you can see Pratama just constantly communicating with his team. They know they're now in a prime position to control the race, but they need to be able to hang on to this advantage they have now for the rest of these 6 hours here. So we'll just have to wish them all the best right now, as Iman Ryan is also seeking to try to regain some lost time here. He's got Jungjit and Jaden Liao, who are still fighting for the M-Class lead in front of him. Jungjit going a little bit wide through this corner here. So Iman Ryan tries to slowly but surely inch himself forward and try to close in on them, hopeful to be able to get the slipstream of these cars.
You can see the look on his face is pensive right now. Yeah, he's shaking the head because he knows full well that what happened there was just pretty much he drew the short straw basically. He just really got punted out of the way. Oh, big slide right on the AstroTurf. You wouldn't want to do that, especially that is in wet weather conditions. He can afford a bit of a smile right now. He was lucky to get away with this. Oh, where's Jungjit? Jungjit
flashing in. Oh, that's so close there. Ryan was just smiling as he was able to brake just in time to avoid Jungjit there. But yeah, flashed it in and out due to some net code. But Jungjit is still in front of Iman Ryan right now, and luckily the two of them didn't end up coming together.
Imagine that would have been such a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? You've been fighting throughout the whole season, only to get your car knocked out by the fact that it's a factor out of your control, isn't it? So Jungjit then, will he play ball or will he try to fight it out? Let's see then if that would be the case. But for now though, Iman, he probably thinks that, yeah, a bit of afters from the Global Edition fight that he had with Reyes there, wasn't it? Reyes tried to look at the inside, knocked out of the way, and Pratama just sneaked in between the pair of them and just took the lead there and then.
Oh my goodness, the championship implications is it's just going to make me so excited to see how this will turn out. But Iman Ryan will continue to fight on, and again, Jungjit has no reason really to let him pass that easily, though. He is still locked in the battle with Jaden Liao, still trying to close the gap to him at the moment, but all that is just making life a bit difficult for Iman Ryan. But he's going to keep his head down. He's going to try to keep focused here. There's still opportunities in the next 5 hours and 47 minutes. Jungjit now tries to have a peek on the inside of Jaden Liao. That didn't quite seem to be the move quite yet, as Jaden Liao is still able to peel ahead and stay in the lead. But a 5-second penalty has been caught here by Jaden Liao. This could be the upset right now for the AMP class.
And remember, because he has to actually do that penalty while he does his pit stop. So 5 seconds on the track is worth quite a lot, even in GT3 cars. So let's see then if he's going to do the team strategy. I was about to mention this point, because we got the main LOR team in front, and JD Liao is doing his bit, trying to win his own championship. Is he gonna try to just block Iman Ryan here? That will be. It's controversial opinion, but it could be on the back of everybody's minds here and say, yeah, that could be possible because he just became the staller to the fight here.
I think as long as he continues to stay in his current track position, P3, I think that's where both of these goals do align, right? As long as he maintains the lead in his AMP class and still keeps Jungjit behind him, that's still going to make life difficult for Iman Ryan, and that's going to allow his sister teammate there in Pratama to continue to pull ahead in the lead, and what a lead he has at the moment. But certainly, they are also running in their own race right now, and that 5-second penalty hanging over the head is definitely not going to be a comfortable feeling to have right now for Jaden.
And on top of the fact that there's also drive-throughs possible if he were to get this. Oh, Jungjit! Jungjit nearly lost it on throttle here, and this is a chance for Iman to get back into the championship fight as he goes onto the inside of Tanake Jungjit and gets him right on the dot. Porsche versus Porsche, but one of the other Porsches was faster than the other by virtue of the fact that he had a better run out of the Club corner and onto the Sir Hamilton straight.
Yeah, nice one there for Ryan. So that's one car down. Another 2 more to go. Jaden Liao is ahead of him. That's still that 5-second penalty, but that's not going to be served until they come in for their scheduled pit stops here. So Eamon Ryan now can just focus on trying to close that gap. And Zhang Jin unfortunately lost out a lot of time because of that. So, he's going to dive it right inside. He tries to go around, but goes way too wide. So, well, Eamon Ryan still is able to reclaim the place. And, well, that was an attempt, wasn't it?
An attempt was made, and what a scare. In just 50 minutes alone, he saw his entire championship chances nearly went out the window twice. And I would hazard to guess, he might have had his young life flash before his eyes as well.
Just flashbacks after flashbacks, but nope, still kept it clean, still kept it cool, still got the position held in his hands right now. And oh boy, the championship hopes as well is on the line here for Eamon Ryan in Apex Racing Brunei.
And for our producer, he wouldn't want to be reminded about somebody being dive bombed there. And he remembers that one quite well, doesn't he? But yeah, for Eamon, he got away with that one. He dodged 2 bullets in successive instances, and luckily for him, he didn't end up getting the worst of it for both instances as well.
Yep, settling down a little bit. The rain continuing to pour on. Another 10 minutes, and the rain is going to absolutely pour all over the track here. It's going to make a lot of puddles come out on this track. So this is another factor that's going to play in this race right now, where the grip is just going to get less and less as time goes on. So you want to be able to try to make those get those moves done while the track is still in relatively good condition. But soon the mist is going to start to be thrown up by these cars. It's going to make visibility a lot more difficult for them, and a lot less grip to go around as well. Aiden Tan currently still trying to chase Zhang Jin here. He has an opportunity. Zhang Jin went a little bit wide through the corner, so Aiden Tan is now closing that gap rapidly as he goes through the arena section. Zhang Jin is struggling to try to keep his Porsche in control there. But looks like he is still able to keep the momentum going here, still staying ahead of Aiden Tan.
Yeah, Zhang Jin really driving the wheels on that car. He is not in the championship fight whatsoever, but he really wants to have that win in class just to prove Team Iton's credentials and probably get a trophy for themselves for good measure. But right now, though, because of that overdriving that Zhang Jin is showing, it allows Aiden to get back up, but just not enough. It looks as though that Porsche has the legs up through the corners, but on the straights, Aiden is probably flying out to the back of that Porsche by a ray of knots.
Some Martin power, as it were, here for Hobby Culture Racing Nova. Aiden Tan still just keeping a keen eye out to see whether or not Zhang Jin can handle the same kind of conditions here out on the track. Still continue to get wetter and wetter. I can already see puddles starting to form, but the racing line itself is still pretty clean, and Aiden's using as much of that as he can right now through the S's. Still trying to creep up to Zhang Jin, who still remains about a second away from him. About half a second away from him at this point. So he's having a very nice view of how Zhang Jin is handling that Porsche. He's already flashing the lights right now. He's already giving the warning shot, as it were, here to Zhang Jin. His position is going to be under threat as it comes through the corner stove. Yeah.
Up the Vale and through the club chicane right after this as Zhang Jin. Then I thought for a second that Aiden might have had an opportunity to sniff one on the inside, but not there just yet. As Eamon, I think, was just within earshot of trying to overtake Jaden Liao. This is where the theory will come into play. Will Jaden defend for all his life, despite being different classes, and in the lead, the M class, defend for all he's worth against Eamon Ryan, or will he just let him go easy?
Again, when it came to the driver's briefing, Alex did tell the drivers here the best way to allow the other driver to pass is just stay on the racing line. So I think Dayton's is pretty much going to take advantage of that. Just stay on his normal racing route here. Just leave it to Eamon Ryan to figure out how to get past here. But again, the longer he stays behind him, the further and further away both Reyes and Pratama will get away from him. So he's got to be able to figure out a way to get past the current M class leader.
And of course, every single driver's briefing we have is the point of note, team play. We're always mentioning that. You never know if one driver wants to help their teammate out for the advantage of the championship. And this might just be the best possible round to have that point, isn't it? Because look, Jaden then, he's doing his damnedest to just keep Iman behind, but he's not actually defending that hard, so at least it's fair play for now. But if the elbows were to come out, we'd be the first to see it.
But again, just as long as he stays on that racing line, like Iman is going to have to find a creative way to get past. Although I think that if he does get past, Jaden probably would not be able, rather will not choose to defend too hard against that. But as long as he can just successfully keep Iman Ryan by virtue of just driving his normal way, then all the better it is actually for the LR team overall.
It is, and the fact that it is helpful for his chances, but it is detrimental to Iman's. And if Jaden were to just back him up a bit, back to Jungjit and Aiden Tan, this might just be an opportunity for him to just say, okay, it was just natural causes. It's not me doing anything tactical. I'm just giving ideas right now, but the thing is, you never know what goes on in the thought process of teams as they happen.
Aiden's having a look on the inside of Jungjit now, challenging him for second place in the AMP class, and still sticks it around the outside here. Jungjit now under threat, keeps it just under braking though to keep Aiden Tan behind, but just barely so. Aiden will still have another opportunity as a run up through the Hamilton Straight. Another corner coming up. It's rather fast right-hand turn, but Aiden Tan still not able to close it enough now to Jungjit yet.
Or is he? He might think about it. He's gonna do it. Aiden Tan's gonna go on the inside here, and does he make it stick? No, Jungjit hangs around the outside, and they go door handle to door handle. Almost touring car racing here. Jungjit has his elbows out and keeps the position.
Keeps it just barely, and just wow, just really had to struggle and wrestle to get over Aiden Tan to be able to get to the apex first, and still stick it in there and still stay in P5. Ferdy Ramadan is starting to catch up.
Oh, Iman, he's got it. I think Iman's got it through there for a second. Yes, he's in front. He went for the inside. We just missed that. We only caught a bit of it while on board Ferdy Ramadan.
No, he still is.
He still is on the inside, side by side, and he pries the door open, gets up to the overall podium, and now he only has Reyes and Pratama to catch, but Jaden's not going to give up.
Yeah, Jaden Liao is not going to fight that too hard. He's done well so far in order to be able to keep that track position, and Iman Ryan has done very well indeed to be able to find a way past. But oh, wait again, Liao is still going to try to run around the outside of Iman Ryan, but I don't think he's going to be able to find a grip around there. Iman Ryan will still be able to continue to sail on in that third position. So finally he does get past Jaden Liao, but by the time he has done so, 7 seconds now stands between him and Russell Reyes.
Iman loses on the curb. Iman's lost it on the curb. Now they're going to go side by side onto the hangar straight. But, oh, wow. After all of that, Jaden's back up in front.
How the tables turn indeed here. Iman Ryan thought he had it, but a little dip on the grass there did not do him any favors. He still continued to go a little bit wide here, trying to chase the position back from Jaden Liao. And oh boy, he's going to go, whoa, he tried to dive into it there, but Jaden Liao just continued turning in there, did not leave that gap open for too long, and Iman Ryan unfortunately had to react to that, and now he's pushed back onto trying to get Jungjit. Oh no, my goodness, he thought he had it there, he thought he was going to be able to focus on the run up, but now he's back to square one.
And it was a mistake of his own, isn't it? Yes, he was under pressure for a bit, but it's unfortunate that the nerves are just really showing right now, especially given the fact that he's been flustered a bit. And Jungjit again with a dive, and he made it this time.
He made it, but Ryan's going to have an opportunity to fight around the outside here, but will not have it under braking. So Jungjit takes a position back here for Iman Ryan, pushing him further and further away from the front runners here in the pro class.
Oh, you got to feel for Iman, don't you? Because out of all the things that have happened, this is probably one of the worst outcomes. Because he is where Moreno Pratama basically was at the start of this race. The tables turned completely, and it's all because of the fact that other drivers around him were fighting just equally hard, even though they have no right to be as. Oh, Jungjit! This time I think he might have been out. Oh wait, no, he's back.
No, he's back. He was actually side by side with Iman Ryan through that corner there, and well, thankfully was still in the running for this race here. But that was another close call for Iman Ryan. Still looking for an opportunity, still hasn't quite found it as they turn around into Cops. Now they're headed to the S's.
Wow. And after all of that, we didn't get to see even what happened to Aiden Tan, why he fell behind Ferdy Ramadan. Ramadan now actually has another position in hand against the other drivers, and that is also crucial in his championship fight against Zed McKenna and Will Hammond.
Yeah, Bigo team right now still just running in a race off their own here, and Freddy just gaining a track position above Aiden Don. Could be a mistake or something. We can't quite tell because we're coming a little bit too late into this battle here. But regardless, Aiden Don, who was at one moment fighting Junjik for position, has now found himself 2 cars behind him. As Ryan is going to have another look here, tries to swing around, but unfortunately, Jungjit still stayed the course, still stayed the lane, and Emma Ryan's forced to tuck in behind here. Still cannot quite find a way past this other Porsche that's on the track.
Like I say in advance, we can only apologize to the drivers who are further behind. We didn't get very much screen time because of the fact that there's so much has been happening, especially with regards to the championship context up in front, that we have not been able to show some of the incidents happening for the behind. But we can tell you that the gap between the drivers in front are closest. Ooh! Speaking of close, there is another one there for Iman Ryan. He is really on a knife's edge.
Breaking loose as well. I think that's really a solid indicator of how much more treacherous conditions are in track. He's backed off completely there, trying to keep the car recovered and still back in the running. But yeah, it's starting to get very, very tricky to do these kind of moves that normally would be nary a second thought, you know, in the dry, but in the wet, you have to be mindful about where exactly the grip is and how it's constantly shifting lap after lap. So that's just adding right now to the challenge here, indeed, for Apex Racing Brunei, should they want to be able to get the championship.
And all is not lost at the moment. If you had to consider this, in between the AM cars, there's that other pro car of Russell Reyes and his teammate Enzo Ison. Incidentally, Enzo, who's not in that number 21 car for this round, he is actually driving in this particular instance. But the thing is, that also you can put an asterisk on it. Is that number 31 car actually a brand new team, or is Enzo actually driving that one just so he could help out Pratama and the Yellow Wall guys? It's a bit of a conspiracy theory here, mind you, but it does become a bit, it can come to a head here when you realize, wait, why is he driving for another team? He should be driving for that other car.
Oh, I mean, personally, like, if you're going to be driving for a team, you have the team's own best interests in mind. So let's hope that is going to be the case there for Enzo. But in any case, I'm still waiting to see how this story will continue to unfold. We're already hitting close to the half-an-hour mark for the first part. So much action has already transpired throughout all of this. Right now, we're going to have a look right now at how things are going for Zed McKenna. Has already made up several positions now. Already got him past both Jeremy Yao as well as Aprilino. Now he's got Rahadian in his sights here and still continue to try to fight it out. He's already got now down to 2 more cars before he can catch up to Randani. So this is a good sign of the progress that Zed McKenna has been able to do.
Yep, and it's also very close in the Silver Class Championship because that number 23 car, again, we're beating a dead horse at this point, mentioning the fact that they could have actually attended that first round of the season all the way back a few months ago, had it not been for a bit of a snafu with the fact that the FIA, the ASN in Australia, CAMS, didn't award their super licenses in time to race. So that's why they had 1 round less, but they still somehow managed to be in championship fighting contention, 3 points ahead of the number 351 car in this round.
Yep, Zed McKenna still keeping out with the entry motorsport car in front, trying to get the toe. Coming to the straight, will not be able to find much improvements through the braking though. And it's absolute downpour right now. Puddles already building up all around the track here. The racing line still has a relative dryness, but as soon as you step off of that line, you got lots and lots of puddles that will, well, it will cool down your tires, but it will also give you very little grip to play around with, and that's another tricky part of trying to make moves around here. It's like as soon as you step offline, the grip just drops dramatically, and it makes it so hard.
Conversely, it does have that kind of advantage when you go offline, actually. But the way that ACC models the wet weather conditions is you still basically use the dry racing line, but it's just reduced grip. In other racing games, especially iRacing's really good wet weather model, if you go offline, you pick up a bit of rubber, you find grip. That's the way you drive in the wet. Versus that some other games just say, okay, we'll let you drive in much slippery conditions, but you still have to be on the dry line.
Oh, having a peek on the inside now is Zed McKenna, but still, as they come around Stowe, The Entropy Motorsport car is still barely able to keep ahead there, but the gap is now a lot closer between these two cars. McKenna's going to look for another opportunity around the club corner, but no, Rahadian still is able to stay in front of him throughout that solid defense there for the driver of the Entropy Motorsport car. But Zed McKenna, he's going to try again here. He's still close enough to try to make another battle as they go through the Sir Hamilton Straight. Still getting that toe. Another corner is coming up, but Rahadian still is able to stream on ahead.
Rahadian then putting out not, too much of a staunch defense. He's just using the pace advantage that the Ferrari has through the corners. But when it comes to the straights, that's when the Aston really comes alive here. And McKenna knows full well he is going to try and just use a bit of that extra grunt from the British V8 that he has on his bonnet to try and come through. And this is where it might be an advantage.
Yeah, here we go. He's going to be reeling him in now. Taking the slipstream slowly and slowly. Now he's going to have to look on the inside here. Tries to brake hard, but right at the end still braked a lot harder. Still gave the space in the inside. McKenna's going to try to take advantage of that for that corner, but will lose it out on the next corner though as Radian keeps the door firmly closed on him. Still staying on that racing line. McKenna having another opportunity ahead here. Long right-hand bend. But still, Rahadian is able to stay ahead. Barely, though. McKenna finally finds a way to stay alongside on the old pit straight, and finally he gets through.
Lovely bit of driving there from McKenna. We thought that the opportunity was lost because when Rahadian went a little bit offline to try and block off McKenna, we might just consider that done deal because Rahadian just had enough of an advantage. But the grunt that the Aston showed and the fact that McKenna had a bit of a dry run through the dry line all the way to the start-finish straight, manages to get through into Cops. And now he sets his sights on Raja Mirashakat, and that's not going to be an easy one because remember that Raja Mirashakat has had a bit of history with a number 23 car, especially what happened in Red Bull Ring this year.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, again, lots of history between those drivers there, but for as of right now, McKenna is through and has finally made his way into the top 10 in the race. Still has a long way to go before he can finally bring the fight to Ramdani. He's got Raja Mirashaka to catch up to with a gap of 5.4 seconds. Iman Ryan at the same time still fighting with Jungjit here to try to get past him. And looks like he has another peek on the inside. Jungjit left him plenty of space, but Iman still cannot find the grip nor the speed to be able to catch him in the arena area.
Yep, and onto the Wellington Straight. This is where the Porsche power might actually be negated. But at the same time, Jungjit did run wide onto Wellington Straight from Aintree and gives him the free pass. So Jungjit thought better of it and tried not to.
Oh, slide again here from Ryan, but still kept it though. Still kept the track position. Jungjit was not able to punish him for that. So Ryan just barely surviving that on skipping his teeth. Jungjit even going a little bit loose there. He exited that last corner there, but still keeps it together long enough for Iman Ryan to continue streaming ahead in 4th position.
Wow, we seat of your pants stuff, isn't it? How on earth would you, in a championship fight, try to drive as if the track is going to be compliant with you? It's so wet right now that you may not want to do anything too crazy.
Yeah, wow. Lovely bit of drifting action there from Iman Ryan. Lovely control as well, and he's certainly it's not very easy to do so in these GT3 cars. I mean, yeah, they do have all the technology in the world when it comes to tires and brakes, and it's lovingly represented here in this sim. But still, when the car comes loose like that, you know, you just have to just grip that steering wheel tight, make sure you get the slip angle just okay, and save it right there. Has Iman Ryan. So there's still a lot of time lost, unfortunately, throughout all that, because Pratama and Reyes have been inching further and further away from Jaden Liao, who's now 12 seconds, up almost 13 seconds behind the two frontrunners in the pro class. Iman Ryan has another 2 seconds to catch up to Jaden Liao quite yet, as right now on board Ferdy Ramadan, he's sensing an opportunity right now to pressure Jungjit for his track position.
Jungjit, I don't know whether or not he is going to comply here, because we know how much he drives the wheels on that thing right now in this stint. And dare I say it, a bit of a loose cannon sometimes. Really, it is impressive to watch, but if I was teammates with him, I would just tell him to not knock it off that bit. Don't try to do anything crazy. You're in such a good position right now.
Yeah, just have a bucket of ice water ready next to his cockpit and just immediately douse him the moment he tries to get a bit too hot-headed with his moves.
Are we going back to ALS now? that ice bucket challenge is so 2014.
Yeah, I'm just really showing my age at the moment. So.
Anyway, first of the back markers are coming through. Yes, well, I think we know that Pratama might have dealt with that one, but there it is. And it's Ruga Prayon in the other I-10 car. And he's actually done a huge favor for Iman Ryan here because Jaden got held up so much. And here they come now through Maggots and Beckets. But Ruga Prayon actually didn't play ball with Jungjin. Ironically, Jungjin gets bonked a bit.
Iman Ryan has an opportunity now. He's already caught all the way up to Jaden Liao. It was 2 seconds before that, but the traffic has unfortunately befallen Jaden here. He's able to just recover coming out of Chapel here, so Iman Ryan has quite a long gap to be able to catch up to. Can he do it under braking though as he goes through Stowe? You can see how much slip angle there is on that Ferrari in front there, but Iman Ryan already has experienced what the slip can do here. Still is able to keep that car firmly under control. Coming to the club chicane. Still keeping it very nice and tidy there. Jaden Liao still hanging on for his track position here. Still has that 5-second penalty to worry about, mind you, but at the moment he's racing against a driver who is in the pro class, and as we have mentioned before, when they were in this position, Jaden can still just stay on that racing line. It is his full right, you know, being in the position that he is in. So Iman Ryan has to find a creative way to get past. Almost had the opportunity earlier on, but now he's going to have to do it the hard way.
He had the opportunity earlier to overtake, and he did get the better of Jaden, only for him to just dump the wheel onto the AstroTurf, nearly going off completely before hanging straight, and that allowed both Liao and then Jungjin to get past him afterwards. So he just climbed the mountain, fell off it, and climbed back up again.
It's almost a Sophian, isn't it, here for Iman Ryan? But, you know, he still has an opportunity for to clinch this championship. So he's just going to have to fight his way through it. Oh, very tricky. True, that corner there is a very long one indeed. And Jaden Liao pulls further and further ahead out of that mistake there for Iman Ryan.
Yeah, through left field, it seemed as though both cars were just right on the edge, trying to get every little bit of grip they can from the wet weather tires on this slippery surface. And it's not going to get any better because look at the weather condition prediction right up there. In half an hour's time, more and more increased wet weather. So we're not going to see a dry day here today, that's for sure. It is as typical British weather as it gets.
As typical as it gets indeed. So you can already start to see a lot of spray coming out from Jaden Liao car as time goes on. Goes a little bit on the AstroTurf. That's slowing him down a little bit here. Can Iman Ryan actually capitalize on this? I don't see a lot of momentum on his end though, as he's also struggling under these conditions. But he does reel him in slightly. Gets even closer under braking. Jaden Liao under threat, under attack now from Iman Ryan.
And Iman no doubt be a bit fired up and very miffed by the fact that almost a quarter of a minute lost from just battles alone. Oh, that's another one. He could have actually had his championship up in flames there and then.
Oh, so close there. You have to react so quickly, and unfortunately he had to back out of that, and that's cost him a bit of time. Jungjin is now back in the hunt here for Iman Ryan's track position. It just feels like, again, the same story over and over again for Iman Ryan. When he tries to get close, Jaden Liao loses. He's not able to get past, loses out the time, gets pushed back to Jungjin, having to tussle with him as well. But now it's going to be firmly sandwiched between both of these drivers who are battling for the AM class lead.
Yeah, and he feels like this is not his shindig. He should be somewhere high up there as opposed to just being in the battle here. But for now, though, it looks as though it's just settling a bit, but the edginess is still there. And we know for a fact that Ryan might want to try one again.
Yeah, so, oh boy, still very tense between these drivers right now. The timings are still looking good at the moment for Iman Ryan as well as Jaden Liao, and further up in front, wow, I mean, Pratama and Reyes is still just pulling further and further away here. The longer Iman Ryan stays here, the worse off he's going to be. More traffic up ahead. I think that's Thiago Pereira, I believe, who's in front of the two drivers there.
Oh, no, sorry. It's Weiracun. But look at that. Iman takes advantage and he does get him. He does get Jaden because once again, that very same corner coming up through Cops, turn 1 on the GT layout. has actually bugged him, and Iman could have not wished for a much more easier overtake.
Nice one there, Emma Ryan. So finally he gets past. He's only got a bit of traffic in front of him, but Jaden Liao is nowhere close enough here to give him too much pressure as he head towards Stowe this time around. So finally, after so much battling going on here for Imran Ryan, he's finally found a way past Jaden Liao. So now he can try to focus in on catching up to Russell Reyes, but 17 seconds, practically eons, lie between himself and second place here in the pro class.
And yet another bad marker, and that's Zulfikri YD. Is Zulfikri going to play ball? Yes, and luckily a driver of his age knows what to.
Yeah, and a bit unfortunate for Zulfikri as well. Like, definitely did not get the first lap that he wanted here. Now having to concede positions here to the front runners of both the AMP and the pro class here. Imran Ryan still continuing to stay ahead of Jaden Liao throughout. Jaden, though, is starting to catch him a little bit coming through the arena. Let's hope that this doesn't end up in tears for both of these drivers.
Yeah, again, he cannot escape the accusations after this. If they were to be in a collision, you might say that it sounds almost orchestrated, isn't it? I'm not saying the most ill of things for LOR. They are not that type of team. But when it comes to the punch, circumstances can make it look like you're doing it.
Well, let's hope they put their best hats on, or the best helmets on for this race. Although I just say that we're in a sim race here, so they're just only having headphones on at the moment, keeping the communications going, their team. Certainly going to be strategy in play soon. We're about 20 minutes away from the first hour of racing here. So far, so good for Moreno Pratama, who has led this race after having taken it from a three-way battle between himself with Imran Ryan, with Russell Reyes just hounding each other. He just managed to streak right through. Jaden Liao, though, is catching Imran Ryan in the slipstream as he enters Maggots and Beckett's. Still trying to keep it close, still trying to actually gain on him. He does.
Yeah, that Porsche really is not feeling it in this race. And the fact that he is carrying the heaviest of the ballast, so that's why it's become a bit of a factor. But then again, that didn't really show up that much because in qualifying, he was the fastest a lot, but maybe over race distance, he is not being able to show his best hand. On top of the fact that maybe he's carrying a bit of damage from that collision between himself and Reyes early in the race.
Yeah, it could be another factor as well, but you're right, like the actual weight. Oh, it's a bit of a dive right now for Jaden Liao again, just threatening Imran Ryan's position when Imran is able to get it back right on him, but has that move here left him exposed against Jungjit right now because Jungjit is trying to hook his wheel onto the inside of Jaden Liao, who has to take onto the curbs here, slowing him down, allowing Jungjit now to be side by side with him as he come out of the Hamilton straight. Jungjit is ahead of Jaden Liao by the time to get through the corner.
And a sigh of relief from Iman to see that both of those guys are battling. In fact, make it 3 as well. It will give him the best opportunity to make a beeline for it. Oh! Jungjit and Liao hit. Ramadan goes through onto the inside. And he's now going to be on the outside between 4 drivers.
Oh, more contact!
They've hit again. They eventually hit again. Jungjit got hit by Liao. And there goes Aiden Tan through.
Aiden Tan in the lead here while Jungjit and Liao just struggle with each other here. They left the door wide open. Ferdy Ramadan is true, but he's still in the lead for the silver class. Jaden Liao now trying to get a position back from Jungjit from the outside, but he has lost it there. Oh my goodness, that was an over-eager, opportunistic move there for Jaden, and unfortunately, he has lost it all.
Well, not lost it all yet because the win's still right at his doorstep. But can you imagine? It all occurred because he tried to go through the veil chicane on the inside. The move was not even successful by any means, and that allowed 4 cars to come through on him, and he missed out on completely. He is the biggest loser of the lot at this current juncture, and now Hobby Culture actually have a car in the lead. This will do them much bigger favors than just this championship battle between the pro class alone. This has implication for both the silver class and indeed the AMP class as well.
Oh my goodness. And he still has that 5-second penalty to serve, mind you, so he'll still be further back from where Aiden Tan and Jungjit is. And Aiden just got to be feeling such a lucky boy right now for just capitalizing on that completely. Jaden just a stone face right now as he's still on the chase here to try to catch track position back from Jungjit, trying to gain up back onto Aiden Tan once more. But man, he had the lead, he had it all. And just an opportunity move has just caused such a set of dominoes to fall down.
Yes, And that very corner was the one that is the reason why he lost 4 positions in just that one lap alone. How insane wasn't it that one bad move is enough to actually set off a chain reaction that led up to this current moment?
16 minutes still remain to the end of the first hour. Already lots of moving around going on, but the race leader Pratama still stays on top. Ooh, Ajin Liao having to take around the outside there as he actually caught up a little bit faster to Jungjit than probably either of them expected here. Aiden Dan just actually being a bit of a thorn on Jungjit's side right now as he was trying to negotiate his way through those 2 quarters, but Aiden is in the lead right now for that AM class, and in the lead he might stay for long until Jungjit finds a way through. He had another peek on the inside, still not able to get past the hobby culture car.
And you want to know what more bad news can JD be thrown at? That 5-second penalty has become a 15-second penalty, and that was because of collisions elsewhere. So really then, he was doing a number for his sister team, the number 21 car, but he ended up being shafted the most.
15 seconds. Yeah, I mean he had back-to-back collisions with Jungjit, wasn't it? Like when the two of them were battling, and that I mean, again, that's just when it rains, it really pours here. And for Jaden Liao, he's just gonna have to take it on the chin, unfortunately.
Indeed, and really then, it's just body glue after body glue, isn't it? On top of the fact that he was in such a promising position at one point, now he has it all to do here. Plus, 15 seconds later, because he has to go into the pit lane after this and serve it, that's a huge number of positions lost.
Might even end up behind Zen McKenna, who, by the way, like while we were all focusing on these battles going on here, he's moved up a place, finally got past Raja Emil Shaukat, and is now trying to chase after Kanzani Ramdani for position. He's only 1.4 seconds. Jungjit tries again to get under the inside of Aiden Dan. In the meantime, though, couldn't quite find it again as the Hobby Culture car is still a little bit too fast there for the Porsche to catch in time.
You never know what's can happen with Jungjit here. He's such an exciting driver to watch in this race. We've never seen the best of him before. We never got to see the best of him today. And certainly, he is thriving in these conditions in that Porsche.
Well,
he's doing it! He's doing it on the inside!
In contact again, Jungjit slides a little bit. Liao is going to be able to have an opportunity to also get some pickings out here. But Jungjit is able to recover just in time to stay ahead of Jaden Liao. He tried one more time here. Oh my goodness, we can't really keep our eyes off the screen here because these 3 drivers just constantly are getting into contact, getting into positions here. And oh boy, how is this going to turn out?
Well, you have to remember this is a battle between the top 3 in the AM class as well. So podium positions up for grabs, and they're battling as if this is the last race they're ever going to do in their entire lives.
Oh boy, he's there now. He's turning it from a 2-way battle into a 3-way here. Jaden now successfully catching up to 2 of them. Mind you, he still has 15 seconds of penalty time to serve here, so he's just really still in the outside shot, but at least getting track position will be conducive for Jaden Liao and his team's race here. So he's still going to try to attempt just allow these 2 guys in front to continue battling it out each other and just try to pick up the scraps that comes out after that.
Well, for Rafi Rahadian, he'll be praying to high heaven that these 3 just wipe each other out all in a single row. And that would be an opportunity for the Entropy team to get their first win in the Endurance Edition. That would be quite a turn up for the books, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, wow, they're still going at it.
Still going at it. I think Jiangxi is falling behind Aiden Dan right now as they come through towards Stowe. And Jaden Liao is now in a prime opportunity to finally try to regain that track position. He's gained quite a lot here as he comes up towards the club corner. He's going to have a peek on the inside here. Fortunately, Jiangxi is going to have to keep it a little bit open, but closes it up as it comes through the chicane. Jaden Liao still stuck behind, but he's still going to be hounding him as they enter the Sir Hamilton Straight.
And it will not be an opportunity for him to overtake because Jiangxi got a better drive out of it and maintains his position for now. But really then, you can't take your eyes off the top 10. They've been providing the best of the action. Yes, further behind there might have been some overtakes that we sadly have missed. We don't have the split screen view that we have in Global Edition. As Jaden then tries again on the inside, just couldn't get through. Jungjit is brave on the brakes this time.
Very brave indeed. I think another battle is happening just behind. This is going to be for position in the silver class. Zed McKenna has done well to catch up to Ramdani, who is right now holding on to second place here in the silver class. But Zed McKenna has tried to make the climb. He qualified in 14th. He's now up to 9th, and now he's threatening to take on P8.
Yes, and this also is second place for the silver class. This is crucial because if McKenna can get by Ramdani and just keep himself out of harm's way in terms of damage, that's an opportunity for him to go toe-to-toe with Fudi Ramadan in the number 351 bigger wide lap car. That is for the championship fight, mind you. So really then McKenna then has it all to do. He just needs to be careful here trying to overtake Ramdani. Fellow countrymen to Ramadan, by the way. Different teams, but you never know. We always say team orders, maybe executive orders for countries.
Executive orders. Well, we'll see. Zed McKenna still has Ramdani to deal with right now. He has gotten close in the last 3 corners. Actually lost a bit of time now, but to get into Maggots and Beckett's now can actually gain a bit more time here as Ramdani has a fight with the brakes here to keep the car under control through these back-to-back slippery corners here. Still maintains a decent gap though, but half a second still lies between Ramdani and McKenna.
And unfortunately, this battle might have gone off the boiler a bit because it looks as though it's evenly matched because both are front-engine rear-wheel drive cars, but it looks as though the Lexus has a bit of a grunt on the Astons, and they're both fast on the straights, but the Aston is just not having enough legs on the Lexus for now, at least. As we got a couple of other comments coming through. I think someone says Technobus on top, and that is one of the teammates to Psycho Kaiser driving right now. In fact, we can jump onto Psycho where he is right now. There he is in the Technobus Racing AMR car. And a brand new livery for this one. Not literally a brand new livery in the sense, but it's just a refresh of what they had earlier. Previously they had a mascot on the side of the car that was their own character. Now it's one of an Uma Musume named Aston Martin, incidentally. And yes, if you want to know why it's called Aston Martin, because the owner of the horse, the real horse, just love Aston Martins and James Bond.
Of course.
So that's why he just named her Aston, and Marchan's the name of the place where she's born in. But sadly though, the real horse died because of being overtrained. And because of that, being remembered in Uma Musume, people say remember her because she didn't really live up to her full potential in real life. Well, now we get to see her here trying to actually make the most of it in the AM class, but I think the competitive nature of the classes, especially given the fact that AM class has the most number of entries, it's a bit difficult to try and get a peek in. But if they were so to be lucky and then they're going to stay out of trouble for the most part, maybe, just maybe, the number 253 car can score points and just maintain their position as the best Malaysian team in the M class.
Yeah. I mean, we're banging on and on about how treacherous conditions are. You can only imagine how much tougher it is to drive under these conditions when you only got a controller in hand here for Psycho Kaiser. So, kudos to him, you know, being able to stay competitive amongst a field of really both veteran as well as amateur racers inside of the ERGP, and still able to run it with the best right now. As let's have a look right now what happened here with Aiden Tan. I think Aiden Tan's gotten past Ferdy Ramadan.
Yes, he has.
So he's got that buffer going on. Reyes is actually caught up right now to Moreno Bertama. What's happened for this battle for the lead here? He's actually getting very tantalizingly close here.
And you have to remember, this is just a brand new team. Russell is not racing for the championship. He's just here for one-off entry for the CNC Motorsport and Monet Racing team. But his co-driver is, interestingly, Enzo Isan. And Enzo was the driver that crossed the line first in that number 21 car last time out at the Nürburgring. So this is going to bring a level of complexity that is beyond comprehension right now. Why that the driver that is in the championship hunt for one car is driving for a one-off entry in this particular instance, chasing after the same car that he's supposed to be winning in.
It's still Russell Reyes behind the wheel right now. He's actually gaining here as we enter Cops now. Moreno Bertama has had a comfortable ride in the front for quite a long time, but now Russell Reyes is all over him. Bit of traffic is coming up ahead of them as they enter Maggots and Beckett, so that's something to watch out for these two drivers who are battling right now for the lead in the pro class. Championship implications already been done here for Bertama, but Russell Reyes might just be a bit of a spoiler in this fight, isn't it?
Yeah, and the spoiler is coming in the form of a one-off entry. last round of the entire season, and last round of maybe potentially on ACC. And it's a car that's not even racing with the championship fight. So let's see that. Russell may just play ball nicely with Pratama. Pratama, on the other hand, might not want to defend too hard, because if he gets into devastating collision, the championship implications there will be back onto the court of the Triple Tree car. That's what they want.
Well, I think the only good news he has for his end is that eRacing is 20 seconds behind, so there's still a bit of time there for him to recover if he doesn't get into a serious scrap here. Russell, he's going to try and dispatch one of the cars. We'll be able to do so without too much drama. Another one is coming up ahead, but Russell Reyes is still closing in onto the other Ferrari at the same time. There's the two cars now. I've already caught up here to Jiva, who's driving in one of the bigger cars. So right now, let's hope that the car being lapped right now will be able to stay out of the way of this battle. But Russell Reyes is now nose to tail with Pratama. He's going to have a little bit of a peek here. He's already sensing an opportunity to try to make a pass here. Does Russell Reyes. Comes in, brakes very late indeed, gets himself wheel to wheel together with Moreno Pratama. He's snatched the apex. Can he snatch the position? No, Moreno comes back very hard in the next corner and gives him a little bit of a love tap as well for good measure.
Wow, what a great bit of drive for both of them. And for Trama, that's a championship on the line right there. He didn't want to give Russell a position at all. He didn't think about losing it right there. He wants that to get on with the action.
And still closing in here is Russell Reyes, still keeping the pressure cooker firmly on Moreno Pratama. Another corner coming up. Is Russell going to go for it? Not quite. Still tucks it behind. Gets a little bit of a tap from behind as well here, trying to force Pratama to go a little bit faster than he wanted to as they get through Maggots and Beckett's, and now going towards Chapel. Jiva getting closer and closer now to Pratama. I think Pratama should be able to find a way to slip past him on the straight. But can Russell Reyes follow along as well? He's going to use a bit of slipstream from Jiva's car, but comes up, still stuck behind Pratama.
And one of the very few instances that we get to see the rest of the field driving here. They're not field fillers by any means, but it's interesting to see how that entire top 10 have been providing the best of the action. And what can we? It's more than we can wish for, because this is pretty much the finale of all finales, isn't it? We come full circle, racing at Silverstone again in the wet and trying to see who will become the next champion here in all three classes. And it's provided us with an absolutely barnstorming race so far.
Still a race between the two front runners here overall. Pratama still hanging on to his lead. Russell Reyes almost having an opportunity early on, but still having to tuck in behind as they continue to follow the conditions as McNeil spins around in front, but both of these cars manage to get through unscathed.
Imagine there and then a back marker comes and pries the door open between the both of them and becomes an open racer after this again.
And that was a very touch and go there, but that's unfortunately widened up the gap between Russell and Pratama, though, as they had to react to that unexpected spin coming out from the car in front of them. So that's put this battle on a bit of a cooler. 3 minutes still remain in this first hour. We're going to be likely seeing some of these guys start to take their scheduled pit stops soon, and it's still another 5 hours of racing to go after this, so still plenty to play for. It's Aiden Tan now challenging Ferdy Ramadan for track position. Different classes, but certainly Aiden will want to try to stay as far away from Jungjit as he can. So if he can somehow get past Ferdy Ramadan, they will give him a nice clear track in front of him to continue to pull away.
Indeed, and Ferdy, right, finally, after all that scuffling, has actually made it up to the cusp of the top three, but crucially, leading the silver class by a handsome margin over Kanzani Ramdani and Zed McKenna. McKenna still stuck behind Ramdani, by the way, so not much progress has been made there, so it's stifled a bit. Though, having said that, 5 hours left to go, and we saw already what could have happened to a championship contender, and I hazard to guess, many things can still happen to any one of these guys batting for the championship.
Oh, it's Jungjit phasing in and out here as he was trying to go around the outside Aiden Tan, and Aiden just really completely did not react to that at all, just stayed on the racing line throughout all of that as it's his right. So Jungjit unfortunately will not be able to make the pass then and there. So Aiden unfortunately not going to be able to challenge Ferdy for positions. He's now going to have to defend against Jungjit here for the lead in the AM class.
Indeed, and still the three of them, well, sadly will be the two of them after this, once Jaden serves his penalty in the pits. Well, it remains to be seen whether or not the battle can be kept up for the next 5 hours. We know how the traffic can play its factor, and pit stops tend to just make the gaps ease up a little bit.
Yeah, so it's going to be still strategic battles. Lee Russell is finally caught up again to Moreno Pratama, so here we go. Round 2, as it were, here in this battle for the lead between Russell and Moreno Pratama. On the straight, can't quite reel him yet. Still has to close the gap a little bit more, but another opportunity might present itself when you get into the old pit straight. Still a couple more cars ahead of the two of them there that might catch them up by the time to get past Cobbs, so that's going to be something to watch out for. Okay, one of the cars is diving into the pits right now, so already it's almost on cue. Some of these drivers are going to be taking the strategic battles that's going to unfold over this race here. Russell Reyes still trying to keep close to Pratama to come through Cobbs. Still no opportunity yet here for Russell Reyes.
Yeah, we just want to get a bit of a breather, isn't it? It's been just all action throughout this entire hour. You might think that it's just another normal 4-hour race, but it is extended by another couple of hours here. So you never know what might turn up in the next intervening 5 hours after this, from here all the way up to the finish.
Yep. About to pass Magnussen. Beckett's traffic is building up ahead of Moreno Pratama as both of these race leaders now are closing in on each other. Russell Reyes getting a lot closer than he was before here while they break into this long corner that is Stowe. Coming up to a club corner soon, but Russell Reyes tried to make the move here. He's going to have a peek there as Moreno Pratama goes wide. Still not going to be able to get through, but the traffic is getting closer and closer between the two of them. Moreno Pratama has got to play this right. Has got Russell Reyes ready to pounce on him if he does make a mistake here trying to get past Zohaib Hussain, who's just ahead of him. Streaming through. Coming out of Hamilton Straight, it's already right up against the back of Hossein. Hossein's going to come out away. Russell takes his opportunity to come onto the inside, snatches the apex away from Pratama. Can he keep the door closed? Not quite. Pratama still on the inside in the next part of the arena. And Russell Reyes is still desperately trying to keep his car slightly ahead. He's going to pull further and further, but Pratama gets him back on the next corner. They're side by side now down Wellington.
Oh, we're getting, door handle to door handle again. We thought we were going to go into a break, but we have to see how this battle transpires first, and then we can probably go for a break.
Yeah, we will have to keep on these two guys here because I think they know that this is going to be a time, the time is already due for them to make their pit stop, so they're going to go all out right now to try to challenge for track position here before they have to take their inevitable pit stop. Russell Reyes almost had an opportunity there, almost caught Pratama, but Pratama is still able to keep the car side by side and finally back up ahead of Russell Reyes.
Should we go to the break now, or what?
I don't know, man, I don't know. I think we'll wait until they come around another lap here to see, but if Russell Reyes can just constantly keep Pratama under pressure, then perhaps we may have to continue to witness this battle going on here. Still very close between the two of them though, so who knows?
Yeah, really, we can't say for sure, but I think maybe, just maybe, it's safe enough to just go into a break now, Vic.
Yeah, I think it might be. So here we go. Moreno Pratama still in the run of his life here to try to stay ahead of Russell Reyes. He's actually managed to gain a second here. So looks like we could put this battle on a cooler. Eamon Ryan has now recovered up into third place, but got a whole lot of ground to cover before he's going to be able to join the front runners. Ferdy Ramadan leading the silver class in that fourth position. Aiden Tan still keeping himself ahead of Jaden Liao right now for the AMP class. So don't go away. We'll be right back after these messages.
Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and look at that. Zed McKenna now up against Kanzani Ramdani. We left the break just after seeing Russell Reyes' attempt on Marina Pratama for the lead, but it seems like that's on the cooler for now. But this is going to be a battle to witness here. Zed McKenna had climbed the ranks, tried to make his way up from 14th place, now up into 8th place as another driver has already gone to the pits. But Kanzani Ramdani is now firmly in his sights, and can he actually find a way past the BMW in front of him?
The Lexus, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Lexus.
Yes. But the thing is, it's not been the easiest of things to do because Zed is, of course, just like Iman Ryan, carrying the heaviest of all the battles because championship leader in the silver class. So he does have a bit of weight to play with, plus the fact that the car may not be compliant to the usual moves. So here is why qualifying for them has not been one of the best, as we see a bit of an incident on the start finish straight. In fact, it is Sabin Propachop, and I don't know how on he went up there. He's actually at the final corner to the start finish straight.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. He's going to be able to recover, but he's lost 2 places as a result, maybe even the 3rd as well. There's another car seems to have streamed past him there. Yep. I think I also saw that, I think Russell Reyes also got close to Pratama earlier on, but still is stuck behind him for the lead of the race so far. Zed McKenna continues to try to chase up to Ramdani. Is now very, very close here to Ramdani as we go back onto them on camera right now as they come through the club corner. McKenna is really literally nose to tail right now, tries to have a look on the inside. Ramdani's not leaving the quarter there.
Whoa!
In the back, and that's going to be forcing him to react to that as well, as McKenna's going to stream around the outside. But no, Ramdani still is able to keep the position.
Well, we thought that he was going to boot him off, bump and run style there for Mind J. Look at the NASCAR for a second, or, you know, where he's from, V8 supercar style. But McKenna then was really skirting around the legality of whether or not he could try to make that move done. But Ramdani, to his credit, kept the foot in, even in these wet conditions, and just held that car for dear life, and still hangs on to 2nd place in the silver class. But he's doing a huge favor, even though they're not part of the same team, to Ferdy Ramadan up in front right now.
Yeah, Russell Reyes in the pits now. He's finally called it quits after having a long, protracted battle with Marino Pratama. Iman Ryan will be able to inherit 2nd place now on the track, but still has a long way to go before he can catch up to Pratama's lead. Who else is also going to be in the pits? It's going to be Jaden Liao, finally coming in to serve that 15-second penalty. He's going to be in there for quite a long time.
And that will take him really out of contention for the M-Class fight, unless, of course, Aiden and the other car that was involved in that particular battle, Jung Jin, will get penalties as well, as will be held up as well by the fact that they've done their pit stops.
Yeah, McKenna's also jumped into the pits just as Russell Reyes pulls out of his pit box. He's going to be rejoining the race in 6th position. just behind Ramdani, just ahead of Rahadian, I believe. We'll see once he gets past control line there to see where he's going to be ending up. Chi Xiang is also coming out of the pits as well. Will end up just behind Russell Reyes as he rejoins the race. Russell is confirmed to be back in 5th position, just behind Aiden Tan, and sixth position, just behind Ramdani, and still behind Aiden Tan.
Yep, and that's still in clear air for the number 31 CNC Motorsport M1, not M1, because when you look at the sponsors, it says M1. So CNC M1, that is quite a combination there. CNC Motorsport is a real life team that Russell races with, and M1 is an oil company that is in the Philippines. Really good on them to have a joint partnership here, but sadly, we didn't get to see them for the whole season. Otherwise, it would have been a championship implication right there.
Yeah, but what a way to close out the season here, seeing Russell battle it out with Eamon Ryan, with Moreno Patama before he went to the break. And, well, now he's going to be coming out with fresher tires and hopefully getting some good conditions. Forecast is showing that in another 30 minutes, the rain will start to let off. So that should be some good news for the drivers here, that they will just have to contend with these conditions just that little bit longer.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile, I have a bit of a battle here between two drivers of different classes again, a Pro and an M class. Ayman Shamim up to the back of Rajamiro Shaukat, and these two are yet to pit. They're coming up to the end of their stint timers here, so really then, let's see what Ayman and Shaukat can do. An hour and 10 minutes into the race. It looks as though Raja might have a bit of trouble with the tires here because Ayman's just closing up to the back of him. As Pratama comes in the pits, we're not going to focus on that. We know that it's a normal procedural strategy for them. Let's see what is going to happen here in this battle.
Yep. Shamim closing in onto Rajamil Shaukat, taking slightly wider line while Shaukat hugs the inside like he's catching his line there. Oh,
stop and go penalty!
Stop
30 seconds
for Moreno Pratama as Iman Ryan streams into the lead right now, inheriting the position as Pratama comes into pits, but he must have missed the stop line there for the pits and didn't get a limiter up in time.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely crucial in the Pro Class Championship fight. Would you believe it? Out of all the times that Moreno Pratama made a mistake, a bit misstep in his usually high standards, that he forgot to put on the pit limiter in time, and that puts Michael Vincent Velasquez in a bit of a pickle because now he has to serve that penalty and see where he filters out after this. What a turnout for the championship fight.
I think that's going to put him right behind Reyes for sure. So,
that goes without saying.
Yeah, that goes without saying for sure. But my goodness, Michael's just not going to be too happy about that here. I mean, a stop-go penalty means you have to serve it immediately. You cannot leave it until your next scheduled pit stops. And, oh my goodness, you can see Moreno Pratama just beside himself right now for having made that mistake.
Yeah, he absolutely was not happy with that one because of how on earth that, again, by his normally usually high standards, he would not make that kind of mistake, but of all the times, it had to be in a championship decider. He probably might have missed that line by just a bit, maybe a fraction of a second, but it's enough to give him 30 seconds on the dot. That really is a real bitter pill to swallow here for both Vasquez and Pratama, but they cannot really hang on that too much. They have to continue on it after this, and after the stop and go they do, then refocus back up on the fight for the lead of this race. If they can still make it there, of course.
Yeah, if they can still make it, but my goodness, it's just throwing a wrench in the works right now for the LOR team, who has been very keeping themselves ahead of the rest of them for the longest time possible. But now it's all gone completely sideways here. Eamon Ryan certainly will be happy enough that that's happened to him, but I think Russell Reyes still remains a threat for him in terms of the overall win. But for the championship implication, this is just handing it opportunity here for the Bruneian team.
And for Iman, of all the things that have happened to him in that first hour alone, this will be such a reprieve. Now, the onus is on them to try and not do the same thing that just happened to the number 21 car. Keep it out of trouble and try to just secure the championship. Meanwhile, now we get to focus on something that happened to the behind. One of the hobby cars, but 667 stands on, reversed it into the path of the cars. Yeah, he kept it simply. Didn't want to actually go into the path of another driver. So, that song then rejoins safely here, back into the place. But luckily, but after they don't spin.
We'll see how it's going to turn out, but man, worst kind of thing happen right now in this race here. On board,
Long.
That has been, and
Just has been to it.
Adam Hakim, drive-through penalty for presumably Hazard has fragments.
Probably, yeah.
let's see the award drivers with cutting a little too much out here, but well, a drive through put quite behind. What's happening? Judging here, going completely off of the track here, didn't get in collision or spins. A lot of traffic between in front of him, but just been able to get through.
They get from one of them. So, something like that. Probably couldn't get any of that. How amazing it was started by saying he had. Now, he had broken. He was on the screen and something else instead.
After the stop penalty, now trying to
Might way past. There's been traffic. Nothing happened here this time. So, you know, so it makes life a bit difficult for him here. In round 30, Ramadan Argo hits, Ryan still has yet to make his scheduled pit stop here. So trying to maximize right now, trying to gain as much time as he can with the conditions still very wet. Here comes Michael Vincent Velasquez for stop go penalty.
How my and Moreno feel right now that it was possible to have a bit of a rookie moment, but to be an actual side, he just cannot swim these kind of things. It just happens on the spot as well. Yono then has a bit of a mistake coming through the front corner. Here comes Chung at the inside. Chung gets it through.
Gets it through. Just trying to find a way to get past Ahmad Smith as well later on in the race. Still upset against right now. Just coming out here. So finding himself complete the hit stop go penalty. And Ryan still remains out track. Continue to run on here. Waiting to see when he's going to become jumping. Michael Vincent Velasquez comes out in 7th place. So he's driving. He's behind in behind. Sorry, he's in 11th place right now. So he's behind Miracle at the moment. But boy, that's just a very costly mistake there, unfortunately. So the LO team's going to have a lot of ground to cover at this point.
He mentioned on top of the stopping the penalty, we had a 50-second penalty earlier for Jamie Liao. So the LOR team then didn't have the best of ends when put in perspective. No, still quite a long race. In fact, we're just about an hour and 70 minutes. Plus, after the end of this hour, we have an go to finish out the season.
Yep. Car stopped on track there. Number 88 is Kelly Powell. Was unfortunately spun it out just before he got into Chapel. So it's thankfully being able to get the car through.
And surprisingly, not much in terms of damage in positions. He might have lost a couple. In fact, once the gap reduces itself back up, it was the top P17 overall, but still top 10 in the entire silver class as Jung Jae goes around the outside of Seth McKenna, isn't it? That's McKenna. No, in fact, McKenna. He's trying to defend from McKenna.
Yeah, McKenna was actually attacking him just now from a track position. And, well, after all is said and done, like, McKenna is looking to try to regain some positions after having come out of pits. He's got fresh tires to work with here, and he's managed to get past Junction now for track position. He's going to be moving up a place now.
Tanake Jungjit is quite a hard racer, and McKenna will be probably aware of that, as in front of him, that was Joshua Alvin Moyono coming to the pit, so Moyono will not be a factor in this particular fight now. But McKenna will know full well that he has had some run-ins with drivers who are very aggressive. We know how it was, in fact, again, with Rajami Roshaka back in Red Bull Ring. And of course, Jungjit, he has not seen how Jungjit is yet, but it is very, very close to becoming disastrous.
Yep. So McKenna's through. Leono in the pits. He's gonna go ahead for his scheduled pit stop. Amber Ryan still remains out on track. Still has not gone into the pits yet. So he's just really trying to maximize his time out in this wet condition, which is not gonna let up until another 30 minutes of running here. As for Russell Reyes, he sits 40 seconds behind. He's still ahead of Rajamil Shaukat, who is 19 seconds behind. Ahmad Shamim, though, is already challenging Rajamil Shaukat for position. Tries to go around the outside, switches around into the inside, gets blocked a little bit from Rajamil Shaukat on the exit, so he couldn't quite find a way past yet.
Not yet anyway, but onto the Wellington Straight into Brooklands. It looks as though Shamim is just, we're going to be a bit agitated by the fact that he looks like the faster of the two cars against Raja, but because of them being in similar cars, they kind of negate it a bit. It's up to the driver how they can make the most out of their tools, but it looks as though Raja is not going to have to be too hard in his defense this time around. He's just keeping Ayman at bay.
Just keeps it in bay, just taking his normal line here. There's Ahmad Shamim on your screens right now. Very focused here. Still has to contend with the treacherous conditions out on track. Trying to close in onto Rajamil Shaukat as he gets through Maggots and Beckett's. Still not able to close the gap too much though to Rajamil Shaukat, so Raja will still be able to stay comfortably ahead. Starting to close out a little bit to Chapel. This could be good right now for Ahmad Shamim because he's going to be able to reel him in under the slipstream. Stowe is coming up next. He's going to try to cling onto the inside, switches around the outside. Raja's not making his life easy at all, keeping his car very wide. Track has gone wide as well. Ahmad Shamim will take opportunity that says, thank you very much. Takes a position away here from Rajamil Shaukat.
Yeah, Raja probably just overcommitted into Stowe that time around. And mind you, they both haven't pitted yet. These tires are now more than an hour and 20 minutes old. He didn't have any more compliance, and the car just skated off. That allows Ayman Shamim, who seems to have better tire wear right now, to take away and to take the position away from Rajamil Shaukat.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see how things will turn out for the rest of this here. So, in the meantime, who else is also having battles on track? Not much going on inside the top 10, I'm afraid. So, it's really now a question of whether the strategy choices have been made just right. Here's Jungjit having contend with some competitors out here. There's Malcolm Young, who's actually one of the back markers, unfortunately, here for Jungjit.
Right at the back, yes.
Yeah.
But he's doing a bit of a number for McKenna because he is holding up Jungjit here.
It is.
That will be a sight for sore eyes because McKenna was really fighting with Jungjit earlier, and now Young just blocks it on the apex where Jungjit could be flooring it, and that will not be making the Thai driver any less angry behind the wheel right now.
Whoa! Nearly hit there as Young comes back onto him around the outside, but I think Jungjit should be able to hold that there. Very close call, but Jungjit still is able to run on unabated.
Yep, but he'll be counting his lucky stars that that number 3 car was not a cause of an incident for him because, mind you, you can actually get a race ban, but it's only for a driver, not a car ban. That number 3 car could easily have been taken out of this season completely had it gotten into more collisions.
Yep, so Jungjit now can focus fully on keeping his track position of 9th. No one else is going to be making any moves right now, so really now the question is going to be of strategy here. Imran Ryan still has been running out on track for the longest time now. When is he going to be coming in here? I think he's just trying to make up for all the time that he's lost at the start of the first hour, just by continuing to run out here, trying to hopefully extend that lead, but doesn't seem to be increasing all that much though, especially compared to Russell Reyes. Now that the number 21 car has been dispatched, unfortunately due to an error on their part, even the battle for the race.
Oh, Jungjit! I don't know what happened to him there, but he went off completely and nearly into the barriers.
Nearly, just barely kept it stopped though. But yeah, what has just happened to him? He's lost position there to Michael Vincent Velasquez. He's lost position to Wilson Woon as well. By the time he comes back out on track here, looks like he's only going to be coming back in 11th. I think another car stuck out there in the Wellington Straight, the number 69 of Derek Daniel, is now just about recovered. Thankfully, no other cars around him. And
by pure happenstance, both of those incidents have not been able to be deciphered by the fact that it was a collision. They just lost it on their own.
Just on their own, all by their lonesome. Shamim is going to be getting through from Derek Daniel. I think expect that's going to be him lapping the number 69 right now on track. As of the moment, Track conditions still very wet indeed. It's still a sign of reprieve, but that's going to be much later on in this second hour of racing. It's still 4 hours to go. No contact, it seems like, for both of those incidents that we witnessed on track here. So very much everyone's going to still run in their places. What's going on here for Overme Esports? Van Pasit Sartsuk.
And Randigo. Yep, and this is just for positions outside of the points-paying spots. But regardless of that, after the reprieve from witnessing an hour full of action at the guys at the front, it's about time that we get to show some screen time for those further behind, at least.
Yeah, at the very least. Gonna be able to show you guys that, we have 40 cars running out on track right now. Silverstone is just that big of a place that, can just very comfortably fit all these cars in, although we did see traffic become a factor in some of the battles for the front earlier on. But so now, I think it's just more about strategic choices. Playing chess right now at 200, at in excess of 200 kilometers per hour.
Yep, 250 in some cases because of the fact that these cars, despite the relatively less high speeds compared to Formula 1 cars, are still pretty fast for some tin tops. This is probably outside of Super GT, the fastest GT cars out there to be racing in the world. So, oh yeah, speaking of that, 20th anniversary of GT3 just this year.
Oh.
So it was around April, and guess where the very first GT3 race was held? Silverstone.
Well, of course, I knew it. Oh, Randy Go makes a bit of a mistake there. Tanpasit Satsuk is going to have an opportunity now to be all over him through coming out of Chapel here. So that's going to be a good point to slipstream for the driver in the Mercedes-Benz. Now he's going to have a peek on the inside here. Can Randy Go actually find a way to keep him abated? Nope, he's going to have to leave the space wide open there. And Tanpasit will be able to streak right through.
And sweeps through he does. But unfortunately for the both of them, not for any sort of glory that they would have wanted.
Well, at least a little bit of action to have here in this second hour of racing. Oh, Randy Go is going to try to fight back here. Coming out the exit of the club corner, he will be able to stay alongside, forcing Sartsuk to take onto the rumble strip, slowing him down a little bit, forcing him to tuck back behind Randy Go to come to the end of the Hamilton Straight.
Yep, through Abbey and on to the arena section that has provided some good action, and especially here. Remember 2 years ago we had a race as well at Silverstone, how that battle for the lead went all the way to the final corner, final lap as well, but it was Tasby that got the better of it that time to win for the Amigos Racing team and secured their championship basically there and then.
Oh, nice one there from Sartsuk. He managed to find a way to eke on the inside of Randy Go, denying him the apex, and got a much better exit out onto the Wellington Straight. So he takes back to position there from Randy Go, moving up just one place. So again, not much implication in terms of points, but certainly a handy battle to be having right here.
Yep, as I saw for a second that Jeremy Yao was close to the back of Robert Aperolino and Rafi Rahadian. In fact, it is for the fact that Rahadian is approaching cars exiting the pit lane, so that's why it looks closer than it actually is. But it looks to Henry Crooks. Well, hopefully Philip's watching right now. Henry's in the car, and he is on his way now to stay somewhere near the top 15.
So things are starting to settle down a little bit here. The track will still remain wet. It's only going to be a reprieve in rain, but I think it's still going to be puddles all around here. That the drying of that's going to take a while. Rafi Rahadian comes around the outside of what seems to be Henry Crooks. Will be able to take that position very nicely indeed from Henry.
Yes.
Left quite a bit of room to spare.
Yeah, Rahadian stole a bit from Crooks there. stole a march on Crooks around the outside, and by virtue of the fact that the tires for Crooks are not up to temperature yet, so that's where Rahadian, just after a few laps as well on track, has been able to dispatch him.
Yep. Nice little slip and slide action going on here. Half an hour into our second hour of racing out here in Silverstone, the final round of the Endurance Edition. Could be the swan song as well for Spezzetto Corsa Competizioni for us here at the ERGP. So it's going to be, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a bittersweet end, isn't it? I mean, we've been having ACC for such a long time now. It's served us very well for many seasons running of ERGP, isn't it?
Absolutely. And again, it's such a pleasing circularity that where we end this season is also where we began almost 6 years ago now, where we were, and incidentally, same weather conditions as well. Albeit, I think that time was much worse because it was basically torrential rain, monsoon even, weather that hit that time. So this one's a bit more palatable for a lot of drivers, but regardless of that, it's quite funny how we ended the way we began.
Yeah, it is. And it all comes full circle. I mean, again, when you talk about motor racing, sometimes that's just how it turns out, isn't it? We just keep going round and round, and round we go.
It's as round as the wheels that we run on. Yeah, if you want to get very philosophical right there. But also quite a pleasing circularity as well that we finish here where GT3 as a category began 20 years ago, would you believe it?
Yeah.
The most stable regulations in sports car history.
Certainly, it served as gave us a lot of good racing throughout all of those 20 years. It's crazy to think it's been that. I mean, these years really just fly by, doesn't it? I still remember, with the end of the Group C regulations and how there was a massive shakeup to the formats, as it were, for all these sports car racings. It's I mean, it's incredible. Again, it's a true testament to how well run this whole series is. We've seen this is like the beginning of those kind of like balance of power that's allowed for very close and exciting racing, and conversely, it's also right around the time where like simulator racing itself was starting to experience another boom of its own with new technologies, new games also coming out in that period of time, and ACC also having that sole distinction of being one of those sim racing platforms that is solely focused on GT and endurance racing. And what a incredible ride it's been, isn't it?
And on top of the fact that two associations that come together in this particular case, SRO, Stefan Rattel, the architect of global GT racing, and in particular GT3 as a regulation. It was he and several other manufacturers that got involved to create examples of cars that were eligible to do this, has evolved to what we have today, where it's basically some form of manufacturer backing, but it's mostly factory drivers that take part in it, and some good amateurs that can just create the racing and make it sustainable for itself, along with Kuno Simulazioni, who just came along as the newcomer in sim racing at one point, but now have established himself as one of the premier developers in the genre, now including the fact that not just ACC, the original AC, the rather still work in progress AC Evo, and of course, I think my personal favorite right now, AC Rally. Really good, to the point that the FIA have come knocking and saying, can we use that as part of our esports global rally tour? And of course they have they say yes.
Well, a bit of action going on here. Zed McKenna's now got to run up against Ahmad Jusmin. He's going to have a peek on the outside, but Ahmad Jusmin didn't give him much of a gap to exploit. Can he get on the exit though? He is still very close right now to that Lexus. Still trying to get the slipstream as they come through into the arena area. A bit of braking and a bit of defending action going on here for Ahmad Jusmin. He's still holding on very dearly for that P2 position right now. Still trying to keep Zed McKenna off of him throughout all of that, but Zed just constantly keeping him hounded.
Indeed, and I think that number 23 Hobby Culture Evo car is probably ruining the fact that they've had so much success this year because of consecutive wins, that the car is probably at its heaviest and not the most nimble compared to previous rounds, but McKenna and Will Hammer will have a good go at it and try to see if they could just bring it home across the line here, because the points on offer is still pretty much in their court. They can still claim this championship, and maybe by having the fast lap of the race ahead of the number 351.
And imagine if they were still able to join us for that first round itself. What a runaway success that would have been. But again, things never usually go to plan, and I mean, mind you, these guys started from 14th place, so the fact they're able to climb all the way up now into 6th is nothing short of impressive, although I think there's still perhaps some pit stop phases to go here for this hobby culture team itself, so just trying to take ample opportunity to make the most of it. Cherry Chu unfortunately spun around on the old pit straight.
And hopefully, yeah, she can get it going now. There's no other cars here, as the other Itasha car here. Unfortunately for them, the ITA really stands for pain right now because of the fact that Cherry Chu went off at the most unorthodox position in the Bernese white car. Apparently, it is Bernese white from Silverstone Zero, but looks nothing like her. Probably it's AI being used to make delivery there. But anyway, Cherry then carries on her merry ways, and well, not so merry way now. Off onto the escape road, and luckily for her, there's plenty of tarmac runoff. And where's she going now? Oh!
I think, I mean, I could see there's plenty of front end damage, so probably didn't have the aerodynamics needed to give the grip on the front wheel, so couldn't quite get through that corner there. She's probably going to have to come into the pits if the damage is too severe, and look at how much speed she's losing on the straight here as these cars now come in to try to take the position. Oh, very close there, unfortunately, for the AMG car.
Yeah, so
Yeah, still able to stay out of the way, thankfully. So, well, I think Cherry, well, oh, okay, sorry, they are still right around, going just past Stowe right now. So, still a long way to go before she can get into the pits, though. So, she's gonna have to hang on for dear life.
And you know what makes it even worse? She has a drive-through penalty, has to drive around one more lap of the damage, and then finally can get the car serviced. And hopefully for her, she doesn't get the drive-through penalty wrong as well. Can you imagine? She runs the pit lane line like what happened to Marina Pratama just now, and then have to do a stop and go penalty, and then finally they can serve the car. There's Cherry.
Yeah, there she is on the inset there.
Oh!
No!
Oh, and of all places, and of all the cars to hit, it had to be this number 3 that has been quite the nuisance for a lot of drivers this season.
Yeah. I think Malcolm actually lost it there, didn't he? And got his car stopped on track. So Cherry just unfortunately came in at the wrong place at the wrong time, and well, has even more damage done into the front. Fadil serving his drive-through penalty right now through the pit lane. We'll be seeing Tamjit Sultan also coming into the pits. Stop-go penalty for him, so has stayed in that box. Nothing can be done to that car until the 30 seconds is served, and then he'll be back out on track once more.
Wow, so many penalties being served right now, or being dished out, that you just cannot really comprehend where on earth they got these from. But sometimes it's served into the game, so at least we know for a fact that it has been dished out that way rather than having to be given manually like what has been done so far with incidentally only the number 18 car of Jaden Liao and his teammate in the LOR stable, which is Wilson, who has instantly taken over the car then.
So we're seeing Jeremy Yao catching up to Zhang Jin. Jeremy is in the silver class, so it's not really going to be a hot battle, but that's a very hot-headed driver that's sitting in front of him, so he's not going to be giving him any quarter at all, given that it is his track position that he's defending after all. But Jeremy Yao is inching closer and closer to that Porsche. Can he actually find some grip around the outside here? Not quite. And still is keeping it nice and steady.
Also have to know how big the rim is on that wheel. It's almost as if he's driving a truck instead of a race car. or at least a drift car, because that is a huge rim that he's driving with.
Yeah, I think it's a Sim Magic set, isn't it, there? I mean, just based off of like the quick release there, it's red colored, so I assume it's a Sim Magic wheel. But hey, yeah, it's bigger wheels are definitely better for like rallying, for drifting, as you mentioned. Certainly for GT racing, for sports car racing, you want to have like a smaller wheel to make it easier for you to spin that round. But I think Jeremy probably finds it a little bit more comfortable using that wheel anyway.
Yeah. Although incidentally, rally cars have actually evolved to have very small wheels anyway as well, because they had to turn on a dime. You can't have like a big steering wheel and expect to catch big slides or off moments, because you want to actually just have a nimble steering wheel for it. So something along the lines of the ES wheel on the Monza R5 that's suitable for rallying. But what he's using right now, as you pointed out as well, also for drifting. So maybe he is thinking that the wet weather conditions might be conducive to make a slide, and he can save it afterwards. Who knows? Who knows?
Or probably he's just probably found a good offer on the wheels and decided to just take it anyway.
Well, there's not a bargain behind, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, Zhang Jin still flashing in and out, phasing in and out of this virtual world right now. Plenty of like net code issues we've seen from this driver, but Jeremy's just using this opportunity now to get alongside and on the outside of Zhang Jin, trying to fight him for position now. Streaming around the outside, still wheel, but unfortunately Jeremy Yao has to take to the escape road there And Jungjit still is able to keep his car firmly ahead of Jeremy Yao's.
I wonder what kind of calculation that he has on his mind right now. That for a second he thought that he could get around the outside, but then Jungjit just fired the throttle out of there and just held it for dear life to keep the position for the time being. And of course, Jungjit goes without saying that he doesn't really have to fight too hard because he's not even in the same class as Jeremy, but I guess every position is positioned to fight for.
I mean, Jungjit is running in that podium position. Aprilino is also not too far behind Jeremy Yao as well, so I think like Jungjit is also having that in mind, just not wanting to lose too much time there to Jeremy Yao by just letting him through. So yeah, he's just going to try to stay on his line. Look at that, Zed McKenna now having a good run into the inside, but oh, Juiceman still keeps it closed in his face though as it comes through the S's. Still trying to keep it close as they come to Chapel, but Zed McKenna almost had an opportunity there. I mean, time and time again, he tries and he does get himself into those positions, but Juiceman is just that good of a defender there, just making it so hard for Zed McKenna to be able to find a way through.
Yeah. And if anything, that number 98 car is not doing any stalling. He also has a chance to win the championship. He's only 6 points behind the very car that he's defending from. So every position counts here right now. And for Ferdy Ramadan, he was also praying to the high heavens that this stays where it is, because it will be a massive 9-point swing from first to third. And that will give the championship to the number 3 5-1 car by just a scarcely believable 1 point.
Yeah. He needs to be able to finish that P2, that's for sure. So, and McKenna, you know, I mean, he just loves these kind of battles, doesn't it? Has worked so hard to get all the way back up into this position. Now having to fight away past a guy who is not wanting to give up the position because he has the championship on the line. So, it's just a perfect storm of circumstances in this stormy weather.
Indeed. And can safely say that some of these drivers are being Stormbringers themselves, aren't they? With the amount of electrifying driving they've shown on track. In particular, we have to shout out, if we had a hard charger award to Tanake Jungjit, who has been definitely the most aggressive driver of the lot in this top 10, but amazingly still is driving up there, even though he has actually fallen out of contention for the win.
Yeah, I think things already kind of swapped around here, unfortunately for Jungjit, as I think there was a big collision just now. I saw a yellow flag coming.
It's a puncture. It's a puncture.
He has a puncture on his rear left tire.
Oh my!
It's dropping further and further down the list. I think he came into contact with Jeremy early on, because Aprilino has actually gotten past Jeremy as well. So.
Yes, it is Jeremy. Yeah, you're right. He did collide with Jeremy, and he's going to slide even more. Did I say earlier that he actually was such a hard charger that he survived everything? Well, commentator's blind is finest, isn't it? I just mentioned about Jungjit being such a hard charger, and he's still driving the top 10. Well, say goodbye to that particular juncture.
Yep, slips into the pits now, nursing the car back in, but oh my goodness, that's dropped him out completely from the top 3 of the M class. Even bumps into the wall for good measure as well before he's able to get the car under control for the pit limiter. But ay.
Yeah. I mean, that's the first time I've seen a proper puncture in ACC. I know that it is modeled properly, but when you see it from the outside, it actually looks much more devastating than it is. So it's quite a shocker for those who are not involved in driving an ACC that it actually is modeled like that. That's pretty realistic. Oh! Chu comes into the racing line just in front of all the LR cars. Is that Velasquez?
Yeah, that is Velasquez.
Was Velasquez. Lucky him, he didn't get collected there.
And I think Cherry did still continue running in spite of the fact that she had massive damage to her front, because that doesn't seem to be fixed, at least on the car model right now. Yeah, it's just still wobbling around absolutely. Oh my goodness. Well, that was lucky for Velasquez. He was able to avoid that, that's for sure.
Yeah, and for Cherry, of course, she had to serve a drive-through just now. Now she is going to have to go into the pit lane. Hopefully the team in GSR Silver Stallions are telling her that box now, the car is way too damaged.
Yeah, he has to do that. So, how it is for the front end of the grid right now. I think finally we already have the number 333 swept over to Lucas Keys right now. So finally, Eamon Ryan has called it in into the pits now. Russell Reyes will inherit the lead of this race by 30 whole seconds. I was looking at the time between himself and Eamon Ryan, while Eamon Ryan decided to stay out, and it was at around, what, 40 seconds? The difference between the two of them. I think it ended up dropping all the way down to like nearly 30 seconds, 30-something seconds before he got into the pits. But by the time he got out, 28 seconds stands between Russell Reyes and Eamon Ryan.
Yeah. And it was about 17 seconds, no, 22 seconds actually, in fact, when Iman was still up in front. So having stayed out longer and the tires are actually being chipped away, it did not help his pace one bit, as Keys now is in the car here trying to just nurse it all the way to the end, because again, after all the troubles that they've been facing in that first hour alone, it's amazing and a testament to the grittiness of the drivers involved that they're still in contention for the championship. Second place right now, and they have kept it out of trouble, unlike what happened to the number 21. And if things stay where they are, they will win the championship here by just about 6 points going into it.
There's 3 cars, 4 cars actually, including Aiden Tan, before Michael Vincent Velasquez can catch up Lucas Keys. So much time in between as well. So it's a very, very long shot here for the number 21. And man, just got a feel for them. Simple mistake coming into the pits earned them a stop-go penalty, and that was what pretty much ended it.
So that's our steward in our ear, and hopefully you can hear on the broadcast as well that Michael Young and Umay Nandan Jayaratnam have been given a penalty for irresponsible driving consistently. And that car, again, we did mention before, has become a bit of a nuisance to some drivers, while others, they just find it as a bit of a tricky mobile chicane for the Hoboken SBV car. It's amazing to think that one driver from this stable has actually been given a race ban, Michael No. So hopefully they can stay clear after this stopping a penalty, out of trouble for the rest of the race.
I wonder if I heard that correctly. It was supposed to be a 10-second stop-go penalty? No, 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Okay.
So that's on top of the fact that, wait, might have been 10 seconds.
Right? Yeah,
but then they have a stop and go penalty 30 for possibly just speeding in a pit lane earlier.
Oh, yeah, maybe that could be it. But yeah, just further woes right now for the number 3. How's the other hobbyculture car doing right now? Doing pretty well, I think. Still having a go at Amajusmin for time and time again. Still sitting in that 6th position, still on the podium as it were here for the silver class. Ferdy Ramadan is still running, very much running, has run away with the lead there. Still very far ahead of both of these drivers. Ahmad Jusman's got a couple of cars to negotiate his way past right now. So could this be opportunity for Zed to close the gap once more?
Well, this is a prime opportunity here for him, isn't it? Because he could have not wished for a better way to see if he could take an opportunistic move. So 2 cars in front of him, battling for position, and they themselves are battling for position here. So let's see what Jusmi can do in the traffic. But he is being held up so badly right now, Vic.
He is indeed. So blue flag is already out. It's constantly warning the 2 cars that are about to be passed, but they're not giving any quarter because they are still fighting. Oh, okay, one of the cars has slipped out a little bit there, but Jusmin couldn't really get in front. That's Brita Pitatong who's in front. He's going to go move out of the way a little bit, but Zed's trying to sandwich himself between. Couldn't quite find a gap against Jusmin though, but Brita Pitatong is still in front of McKenna.
Yeah, Pradat Pipapong is just the sandwich in between the Tanak Pradat Pipapong. He's got out of the way just in time, but luckily though, no histrionics says, oh, there's a car that spun earlier. That's the number 253 of Kian Lim. That's the first time we've seen him in the Aston Martin car. Unfortunately for him, not the best way possible to be shown, and it looks as though he lost on his own.
Yep. So I think it's Wilson Moon passing him right now, back on Zed McKenna. Still stuck behind Ahmad Jusmin for the longest time. Ahmad Jusmin pulling an aggressive defensive effort here to keep that 2nd place, to keep his championship, the points that he needs in order to clinch it. Zed McKenna is just fighting for his own here, and it's just not conducive for Ahmad Jusmin to let him through. So again, both of these guys just absolutely stubborn on the track. Then neither of them really finding any advantage, but there could be advantage now. But Zed gets a good run up towards Chapel here, having Ahmad Jusmin held up by that McLaren for a long time. That's allowed Zed McKenna now to come within half a second or less than that towards Zed McKenna.
Yeah, it was Adam Hakim in the Pabega car there blocking for a second, but it looks as though between Jusmin and McKenna, they're evenly matched. But the Lexus is really doing huge favors here for Jusmin because he has enough ground in the straights, maybe just slightly off through the corners, but when the straights come, that Lexus takes off in front of the Aston. We thought the Aston was very fast on the straights.
I think the Lexus is also able to match that potential as well. So that's the thing. Like both of these cars are literally, I mean, even though they're from a different make altogether, still very evenly matched when it comes to the track. A testament to the balance of power, I think, applied both here in the ERGP and as well as the GT3 Racing Series itself. So really, it's just a matter, I think, of like who's whether or not Ahmad Jusmin makes a mistake or if Zed somehow finds a creative way to get past. So far, like even though they've gotten past traffic after traffic and Zed's gotten close a few times against Ahmad Jusmin still is able to keep himself in P2.
Yep, just about. And again, we did say earlier about doing favors to Fadi Ramna, but he's actually not doing favors at all. He is actually fighting for his own right to win the championship in this class. So Jusmin then, along with his teammates in the Balapan Random Motorsports car, are trying to keep their own in front here. And in this case, Kanzani Rabdani, who did the business in the first stint, has gotten the car up into a very promising position. Though again, right after this, we have an entire normal race duration left to go. So these first 2 hours was considered a bonus in terms of action out on track. But hopefully it can still keep on going here for the rest of the last race of the season.
Yeah, the weather forecast is showing that the rain will continue to diminish as time goes on. So we're already coming up to another 10 minutes before the rain will start to let off. It's going to continue letting off up until the next 30 minutes or so. So that could be good news here for the conditions, although it's been raining for such a long time in these first 2 hours. Now the track will start to dry out a bit, and that could create some interesting permutations here. As the track dynamically dries up, there's going to be more and more grip to be found, so perhaps some of those close runners will be able to find more opportunities to get past the rivals in front. Here's Henry Crooks right now, driving in the number 334. It's coming up against Rahadian, only about half a second away from him as they approach Chapel.
And remember, Rahadian did overtake Crooks earlier around the outside at Stowe because of the fact that Crooks just came out of the pits, tires were still a bit cold. So that's why he couldn't actually put up a fight against Rahadian. But now that Crooks has actually gotten it up to temperature, he might want to steal the position back away from Rahadian.
Doted on by the rest of the Apex Racing Brunei Academy. Maybe one of the coaches, one of the teammates just looking on behind, cheering on Henry Crooks as he's now locked in this battle with Rahadian. Still trying to close the gap here, coming out with the club chicane, and now we're coming up to the Hamilton Straights. Not close enough to get the slipstream, I'm afraid. Still trying to see how it does in the next section here, the arena section as it were, but I think Rahadian is starting to peel away further and further from Henry Crooks.
And if anything, it's not evenly matched because again, these are two Ferraris, of course. So the big difference right now is between setup and whether or not the drivers can make that difference.
Yeah, it's not a lot of difference, really, realistically. There is a car ahead of the two of them, and I think it could be a back marker actually. Yeah, number 6 is definitely not on the same phase of the lap as they were. So that's a bit of traffic that's now starting to creep up onto Rahadian right now. Henry Crooks now able to close it in as they come in through Luffield. Still trying to see if Rahadian's gap is closing in right now. Still a little bit far off here for Henry Crooks, but he's doing good so far to keep it close with Rahadian. But still not close enough to get the slipstream to get that extra added boost or the added time advantage here, so that they can get past. And both of these cars being of the same make, it's just, like you said, it's only the setups that will matter. Now here's Rapan and Yao, who's in front of two of them, and actually they were caught up quite well to Yao.
Yes.
So Yao is the one's going to be racing with them, but it got a bit of traffic between the two of them. Rahadian had to make some evasive action, allowing Henry to get close, but he had to back out of that.
Yes, exactly. Henry also just had to back it out because Rahman in front of both of them just also happened to be on the grass. So luckily though, no collision happened to be between the both of them. But Jeremy then can finally make a beeline for it because both of them got held up badly.
I think Jeremy also got held up as well. Oh, very wide there, unfortunately, for Rafi Rahadian. He's going to leave the door open, and Henry Cook swoops in to take the position from him. I think Rahadian should be close enough to try to counterattack. He's going to attack on the brakes and does get to the apex first, cutting in front of Henry Crooks. Can he keep the position? Yes, he will.
Wow, good bit of driving from the both of them as that back marker literally just held him up completely there. Was it Rahman or Zohaib Hussein? No, it's
Rahman.
It's Rahman. So Rahman then definitely gave Jeremy a huge favor, whereas the other two drivers just had to back it off completely.
So Henry Cooks will have another go at it again.
Oh, there's a battle between Sukampinho and Zeph Yuen right now. Here it is.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, side by side there. Sukampinho around the outside. We'll take the inside next one, but Zeph Yuen keeps his car slightly ahead here. They are coming up to the Hamilton Straight, but Sukampinho will have the advantage going on the exit and stays in front of Zeph Yuen. That was a nice little scrap between the two of them.
Yeah, very good one as well, and they kept it very respectful. And for Zeph, he's come leaps and bounds, because I still remember 6 years ago when he first started sim racing, he was such a loose cannon, especially when he took part in one of our stewards' Afi's leagues. But now he's actually grown really into a very competent driver.
And speaking of that, like Afik's literally in the room, everyone's laughing away as we pointed that out. Zed McKenna is also getting a little close to Ahmad Jusman as well. I think we may have to keep an eye on that battle here as well. And yeah, a little bit of traffic is getting in the way of Ahmad Jusman, so it's allowing Zed McKenna to creep in closer and closer. Back onto the Henry Crooks, still very much keeping in position here. So now they're approaching the S's.
Okay, we're laughing a bit at Messi because Afi showed us that he is still a bit of a loose cannon, but better off than when he first started.
Still a loose cannon there for Sukampinho, but oh well. Let's see.
No, for Zeph Yuen.
Yeah, so for Zeph, yeah. So Henry Crooks now having gotten a nice, he's already got a nice gap now to Sukampinho, very close there, and they're still having to just paddle through the traffic here. They've been stuck in this for a very long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, Dafa Daniel there was the driver in there that time. And now, look, there's another hobby culture car right in front of this. So, will Zed call on the services of another teammate?
Nope. He just moves out of the way.
Not this time. As, who was that? That was Gav Chia. So, Gav then didn't do much histrionics there because knowing the fact that...
Help him in this effort here. Last thing you want is to interfere with such that you cause a collision between both of these cars. So
yes,
wise decision actually. All things considered. Oh, Chung Xian has spun around, managed to get himself out of the way of the racing line just in time.
And was that a collision or he dropped it on his own? It looks as though he dropped it on his own. But again, in one of the weirder positions because you don't drop it. There's that was very, very close for him. Well, could he had a shock of his life there while trying to overtake Shane? No, I thought it was Shane Wirakun, but he nearly overtook Hakim there, but then nearly got into the back of him.
Oh boy.
Chong Xian then. Well, credit to where it's due. He did not do anything dramatic, but he did try to reach safe jointly in the worst possible position.
3 more minutes before we end the second hour here. Zed McKenna still on the chase here against Ahmad Jusman. One driver wanting to take it for position, the other driver wanting to take it for the championship here. So neither of these drivers really willing to let go of this opportunity here. But so far, Jusman is leading though.
Yes, but the thing is, again, championship implications because the top 3 in the silver class are also top 3, albeit a bit inversed in positions, in the championship. So really then, this adds another level of complexity that they do not want to have their rhythm being broken by a collision or back markers coming to play or whatever else out of other factors that might just ruin their progression. This particular case, it might just be Malcolm Young because look, the number 3 card has been the bane of some drivers, has become the bane of the number 23 of all places. He came in at the wrong time and now has just put the battle on the cooler.
I wouldn't put too much fault in the number 3. He was just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time there, and unfortunately Zed McKenna had to slow down a lot more than he wanted to coming out of left field. So that's just unfortunate there, unfortunate interference, but not too far away from Ahmad Jusman though, so Zed can still try to catch up.
Certainly. And while after all of that, some battles are happening on. We had a few spills. I think Jordan McNeil might have lost it on his own there, so we're not going to focus on that too much. I saw that Kian Lim was about a second behind Chi Xiang, but not very close enough. In fact, we probably just go into that. And the Aston Martin car. In fact, there is another car behind him, but that's not for position because that Balapan random car is in front of him in overall positions. Rob Appolino. And in fact, if we go to Appolino's on board, we might just see a bit of an Easter egg. If that's Kian for a second. Now, producer, you can keep Kian on board just to see his reaction if there was a collision that's going to happen that soon. I'm not wishing it on him. Oh, there's the car off to the side. There you can see there's a bit of a small writing on the back. It says, "Never forget Aston Martin."
Never forget, indeed. So yeah.
So Appolino then, well, he's doing a really stellar job. In fact, in the other Balapan random car, in 9th place overall, and it looks as though Kian may not want to play ball. No, in fact, he actually plays ball very nicely indeed, giving position to Appolino, and in essence didn't really lose that much time.
Just nicely. I mean, you stay on the racing line, but then you just go off the line just a little bit to let the faster car through, and Appolino will be able to make quick work of that. So yeah, very good to see that there's not any drama in that pass there. So still looking good. We're now at the end now of our 2 hours of racing. Russell Reyes is currently in the lead of this race here. Lucas Keys has taken over from Imran Ryan and the number 333, and still has a lot of gap to go before he can reclaim the lead overall. But things are still looking good as far as the Apex Brunei's Teams Championship is concerned, because number 21, Michael Vincent Velasquez, very, very far behind after a stop-and-go penalty. Ferdy Ramadan leading in that silver class there, while Ahmad Jusmi and Zed McKenna have been badly butting heads against each other for the longest time in this race here. Oof. Well.
Now, speaking of butting heads, there's Russell butting off one of the Papega cars.
Yeah, I think that was the best Jiva there was the unfortunate victim in that. And for the AM class, Aiden Tan, just the class of the field. He's running in 3rd overall, first in his place here for the amateur class. And on that note, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for now 4 hours remaining here in Silverstone.
That's a great cold open.
Yep. Yep, so we are back racing here. Russell Reyes is still in the lead of this race here, 30 seconds ahead of Lucas Keys so far. Aiden Dunn in the lead for the amateur class, Ferdy Ramadan in the lead for the silver class. So not going to be much battling, I expect, to go on here, although the track will slowly but surely start to dry out in a few moments' time. So grip will still increase, but the gaps between drivers quite far apart, at least as far as you can see across the board.
Yeah, in fact, you can tell that they're so far apart because some of them haven't even broken through the timing loops. So, for example, like Lucas Keys, we can see on our timing screen, he's 33 seconds behind, but because he's a whole sector behind, he's not even registered for where Russell is. So that's how much of a gap that Russell has built up here. He's won with the conditions, but again, such a missed opportunity for Russell that he is not able to join the full season in that CNC and M1 car.
Yeah, that's just the thing. If he was in the full season, we could have been seeing a championship battle as it were. But I think as long as Lucas can keep the 333 firmly in that second place, Russell's having a lot of trouble getting through these bunch of cars right now, though. Ethan Lowe is not really giving him much positions there, and he is struggling to even find the gaps between him and Chung San at the same time.
Yep, and remember we said earlier about Zeph Yuan actually being much better than he is before. No, there you go, just on bang on cue. He nearly ran to the back of another car. That was Sultan, and he has a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, I think he came in to serve the drive-through, isn't it?
Yes.
Ay, ay, ay. Zeph Yuan still a loose cannon. Afik 2026.
Well, he proved the point, didn't he? Anyway.
Yeah, just having a little bit of fun right now because at the moment, I think McKenna now caught back up to Ahmad Jusmin, so it's like still going to be on and on this battle between these two very stubborn and very tough racers here. Jusmin now finding it very tough to actually get through the two cars locked in a bit of a battle in front of him here, so he's not going to be able to have a good time right now to try to pull away from Zed McKenna. And Zed is going to try to take opportunity, closes in into Ahmad Jusmin as he finds a way to get around the outside of Thiago Pereira, who will also give the space there for Zed McKenna to get through. So now they're only like, what, a few tenths of a second behind each other.
4 tenths now. In fact, onto the straight we go. There is another car right in front of him that will also come into play. As Pradat Pipat Bong has a bit of a slight spin. He's causing a yellow flag somewhere out on the circuit. But we're not going to focus on that. We have to focus on this battle for second place in the silver class. There's the Mercedes, so that is it. That is Thanatit Saksuk. So Saksuk then might actually come into play here.
Yep, Zed trying to peek around the outside. Ahmad Jusmin is going to be blocked a little bit there, unfortunately, from the AMG. That's allowing Zed McKenna to poke in now, but still, we've seen him in this position time and time again, but Jusmin still is just that good of a defender that he is just not allowing Zed McKenna to exploit any of these advantages here. Now coming out the Hamilton Road, Sansuk is now just really holding back Ahmad Jusmin here. Now Jusmin will find a way to sneak in on the inside. Can Zed McKenna follow along as well? Yes, he will. Gets alongside Sansuk. Ahmad Jusmin comes around. Sansuk is still on the apex, forcing McKenna to go a little bit wide, almost onto the curbs there. And Sansuk takes his track position back here, splits the difference between these two drivers. Now they're going to be coming up to Wellington, and well, Zed, unfortunately, will have to take a slightly offline here to get into the next corner.
Yeah.
Finally, only now gets past Sansuk.
You can see he's gnashing his teeth there. Really was not the best position possible, because you might think that Sarzo at least he just go off the throttle and allow the leaders to come through, but he just took the line back and basically just bonked McKenna from even trying to get by here, as we see Freddy Ramadan. So Ramadan's in the pits. That is actually quite sooner than we expected, because he only just did 55 minutes on that stint.
Interesting.
So
yeah, that's going to concede the lead now to Amajusmin, but he still has McKenna to worry about. Don't know exactly how much running time both of these guys had here, so we'll see whether they're not in the similar phase. Actually, more or less even, although Zen McKenna has been running about 3 to 4 minutes longer than Amajusmin, so if anything, more likely that he may need to hit earlier here, but given this battle's been going on for a while here, who knows how that's going to turn out, isn't it?
yes, and the more they battle, the more that gives the ball the advantage back into the number 351's court, because it would just serve to put them further and further away once they get into their stop. So really then, unless they want to actually eke out more out of these tires, because it is possible. We saw just now that Iman Ryan went a full 1.5 hours on the same set. They can do that, but pace-wise, it's not going to be looking good.
Another car coming up ahead here for Amajusmin.
Whoa, that
big slide.
Oh, he goes off.
Sliding goes way off there, so
Jordan McNeil. And,
almost, Velasquez almost runs to the back of him as well, but again, another dodge here coming in from Michael Vincent Velasquez.
That's twice already in this race, and on top of the fact that Velasquez now is a lap behind. Yeah.
It just happens one after another, doesn't it?
Wow. Again, that stop and go penalty proved to be much more devastating than we first thought.
Yeah, it's so far behind where the 323, where the 31 are, and so it's just so heartbreaking right now for LOR. At one point, it looked like they were going to be able to just keep just inherit that lead and just keep it there, but one simple mistake while coming into the pits there, and the LOR team now find themselves very far out of contention. It just goes to show, doesn't it, even here in the final round, one mistake is all it takes to just turn your championship hopes into dust and echoes.
But it's not out of the question yet that he can still manage to get here if something would happen to both Reyes and the number 333 car. So we'll wait and see first how that plays out. But for now, Velasquez and his teammate from earlier, Moreno Pratama, have a lot of work to do here to just stand up any chance they could try to salvage this particular round, to try and still be in the contention for the championship.
Yeah, what best can do right now is just keep their head down, try to be consistent on their laps and not make any further mistakes here, try to slowly inch their way forward and just hope that some calamity happens to the front runners here. Although, as we say that, like, I think the more pertinent problems for the two of them is just trying to get past traffic. That seems to be the theme so far as we are coming through our second hour of racing here. Not a lot of action on track. Still, Amajusmin and McKenna close.
Velasquez, yeah, he's not that far behind either.
Velasquez also not behind. Not far behind. Only about just under 2 seconds away from McKenna. I think Jeremy Yao and Wilson Woon, well, they're different classes, but I think Jeremy Yao is sprinting to try to get past there for 9th position. A little bit tossing around, going in the further back in the grid here. Auditio is quite close to Sol, who's also quite close to Khan.
Yep. Well, how about that one? Cheeky Branco Auditio. What a full name and a half. He's now trying to get by Danpe Mukunen, another name and a half as well. So yeah, so Auditio and Mukunen, then they're nose to tail here, but for position and for each other in class here. So let's see then whether or not the Entropy car can get by the Aston Martin and Team TCB car.
Yeah, I think so. Is also looking for an opportunity against Khan, who goes very, very slidey through there. He's going to be able to concede the position to Sol right now, so he moves up a place. Auditio, though, not able to get close to Mukundan at this point, but he's getting closer and closer, and now he's already right up against Khan.
Yep. You like to scream the way that Captain Kirk did.
Well, maybe if Khan spins again.
Khan! Yeah, that one from one of the better Star Trek movies. But
Some
anyway,
would argue the best.
one of the best. Yes. Anyway,
Not counting the remake, though. There was
No.
no remake in Ba Sing Se.
the Kurtzman and whatever era doesn't exist. Still so confusing. Why they have Spock Prime? Anyway,
Yeah. Oh,
it's
anyway.
probably just it's probably just a reason to use Leonard Nimoy.
Rest in peace.
Live long
Live long.
and prosperous.
Continuously prosper. Here we go. Jeremy Yao now threatening Wilson Woon for position. Very close indeed. Having a peek on the inside, but the S, this is not a very easy place to pass. So Wilson Woon will be able to pull ahead. Jeremy Yao will continue to follow him on. Through the chapel now. I don't think he'll be able to close that gap here, unfortunately. So he's going to have to leave it for another part of this lap.
Yeah, in fact, it looks as though Wilson is struggling with his tires there. I thought that he actually picked it much earlier than, in fact, just by the same time as Jeremy Yao, so his tires only about a minute old, but yet it looks as though it's gone off the cliff much sooner.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to be seeing the strategy still play an important factor. After all, this is a 6-hour long race, so there's going to be multiple multiple stints going on here amongst all these teams. So who knows how things will shuffle out in the next phase of the pit stops that's going to be coming up soon. Jeremy Yao still not going to be able to close that gap to Wilson Moon this time around as they come through out of the Hamilton Straight and into the arena section. So it looks like a little bit closer this time. Still no dice yet. Still keeping it nice and tidy.
Wow, fastest lap of the race just went to Michael Vincent Velasquez at 205.6. Just a bit faster than Rossi Reyes' 205.675. So it's a difference by about 600s, but crucially 2 points for Velasquez's chances. And yes, it will mitigate the damage. They will get 18 points if they finish third in the pro class. But Lucas Keys and Ima Ryan finishing second will be 20, so they will lose the championship by 3 points because of the 2-point difference.
Unless, again, something happens in the front, but don't hold your breath on that. But I think Velasquez has actually been catching those fastest lap all throughout his stints, actually. So it's just another feather to add to his cap here. But I think it's going to be crucial, like these point differences here. And again, Michael's just doing the best that he can right now. Just keep his head down, continuing to push as hard as he can here, try to eat up that deficit, and just hope that somehow Lady Luck finally smiles upon them.
Yes, indeed. And again, luck has been on the side of a few teams here today. One might say that it's the opposite for others that were involved in some collisions or unfortunate events. And one guy who will probably need a bit of luck to overtake is Zach McKenna.
Oh, nice.
It might just come here right now. Juiceman then falters just a bit. His resolute defending came into question there for a second, but McKenna just cannot get past you.
Well, he will have a slipstream, I expect, when they come up the Wellington Straight, so he will have another attempt to go around if he can actually close the gap. But Adama Juiceman is still very fast on the exit, though, so he didn't really give that much quarter at all to Zed McKenna as they slow down into the left field zone. And still a bit of traffic is coming up ahead here, so another opportunity could still present itself with Zed McKenna, who for the longest time has been stuck behind Abad Juiceman, who is currently leading here. Neither of these drivers have taken the pit stops quite yet, but who's going to be the first one to trigger that sequence there? Auditio is going to allow Juiceman through. He's unfortunately going to be in the way of Zed McKenna, but no longer here. Zed McKenna finally can catch up to Asman Juiceman here as they break for this next, the first part of the S's here at Maggots and Beckett's. But again, just have to keep it nice and tidy through here on that racing line. And well, Zed McKenna still finding himself back in the very, very familiar position I expect from him at this point.
And look who's in behind them. It's Michael Vincent Velasquez. So this is a really interesting situation here. It's turning up the wick by just a bit for championship implications. But Velasquez, who's normally quite a conserved driver, will probably try to just really attack it right now, because at this point, championship is on the line. He has had to deal with that stopping go penalty from Moreno's untimely mistake. Now has to fight with two drivers who are also incidentally fighting for the championship themselves.
Perfect storm of circumstances here. So Let's see. It's a three-way battle, but two very different championships on the line here. Michael Vincent Velasquez has gotten fastest lap after fastest lap, and now he's starting to catch up now to this battle for first in the silver class. Getting very close indeed here to McKenna, who's also trying to find a way to hook in onto Ahmad Jusmin. This could be quite the spoiler indeed. You know, they're having to pass cars in front, but now getting threatened to be passed by a car that's just behind.
And not just any car, it's a car that's battling for the overall win. So really then it becomes very tense, isn't it, for all involved, that a misstep from any one of them could spell disaster for their entire season that they've worked up to this point. There's a collision there, and that will just present an opportunity for Valencia Velasquez to go around the outside. Would you believe it? He just had the opportunity, one sniff at it, and he's going for it.
And McKenna decides against continuing on that battle, slips into the pit road. So that just leaves now Velasquez to dispatch Bakunin and now focus in on trying to overtake Ahmad Jusmin. So just saw that it went like nope, just go straight out of the way there and decides to take this into the pit road instead.
Perfect opportunity. He was having none of it, and by virtue of the fact that he has actually gone an hour on those tires, he just say, yep, might as well go in. Let's go for the undercut. Let's see what happens.
Well, let's see what happens for Ahmad Jusmin versus Velasquez. Zed McKenna couldn't do it multiple times. Well, now we're talking about one of the guys who's been fastest on the track here. Although, as I say that, the fastest lap has actually been caught by Enzo Ison as he's taken over on the number 31. Now here comes Michael Vincent Velasquez. A little bit too wide through that corner, though, unfortunately. So he loses out that time to Ahmad Jusmin.
Deary me. Could you not have asked for a more nip-tuck situation in here at the moment? Because it's easy for us sitting on the outside looking in, but when you're involved in a race incident like that, it just brings the cortisol levels even higher. You want low cortisol, but unfortunately in this situation it's always high cortisol dancing.
Wet drive maxing as we were here for Michael Vincent Velasquez. Yeah, I went for it there.
Yes.
Ahmad Jusmin still holding on tidy. He's been the minister of defense for this race so far, but now he's going to have to defend against someone who is very eager to get past him as soon as possible. So,
Yes.
if well, let's see. Ahmad Jusmin now continuously been in the hot seat for such a long time, for I think practically the whole hour, wasn't
Yes.
it?
Just, in fact, before we go into that, Malcolm Young again.
Oh no.
Let's hope that he rejoins the track safely. In fact, he has some traffic to deal with, but hopefully he comes back around with not much incident. Yes, thankfully he gets out of the way. But yeah, going back to Velasquez, it's actually now that kind of situation where we saw earlier McKenna being stuck behind Jusmin is when, Seth Plug, when I was involved in a battle with Bruno Gallo. Remember him? Gallo in that Intermediate car. He was in a Porsche, I was in a Ferrari. He literally was stuck behind my car for a good hour because of the fact that through the corners the Porsche was better, but because I had a straight line speed at that time, just kept him at bay by just virtue of the fact that ace the final corner at Catalunya, you're safe.
Thumbs up there from our producer as well.
Because he knows because we were racing together at that time.
Good memories.
Yes. And probably one of the better days for Blue Steel Racing in this competition.
Yep. So here we go. Michael again still keeping within half a second to Ahmad Jusmin. Here comes Sol. He's not going to be passed by Ahmad Jusmin. Can Michael also find a way past the other
there.
S. Martin? Not quite.
Not
Sol
there,
is
not
not
there.
really giving any space at all. But Jusmin was forced to take on the curb. And that's going to open the door now for Michael Vincent Velasquez to get around the outside. Going through. He's absolutely tense right now. More contact between the two of them. He's smiling his way, hoping he's going to be able to get past again. But no, Ahmad Jusmin still is able to keep his car planted ahead.
Oh wow, you can see he's grimacing there for a second because he thought for a second right in his face that the championship was lost there and there. But you can see Jusmin then putting up a staunch defense. Prabowo got nothing on this guy.
Well, cars coming in. Michael had to dodge for that one there. Still grimacing away as well, but still locked in here, continuing to keep chase onto Ahmad Jusmin, who's now going to try to find another way past Sol. With a similar situation again. Sol is going to be on the inside. And
Well, Jusmin gets around the outside, but now Michael's going to have to find a way past. He's going to pass around the outside of So as well, taking a wider line. Couldn't quite get past through the corner, unfortunately. He's still stuck behind.
We're commenting anything as if that's for position, but this is actually for passing it back, Marco.
I know.
Just because So has provided quite demanding action, and he is actually not giving way as easily as some of the other drivers. He's actually really providing some good ones here, but Michael Velasquez was smiling for a bit. He's no longer smiling now.
Yeah, unfortunately, all of that drama has given so much time now to Ahmad Jusmin. He sits 9/10 of a second ahead of Michael Vincent Velasquez, so he's going to have to work hard again to catch those fastest laps here to close that gap once more. But Ahmad Jusmin still very solidly in his track position of 4th.
Well, this 6-hour race is going by in a flash. We've had at least action for all the periods throughout his entire race. That just provides some ample opportunity to talk about many things. But the championship implications is what we really are interested in, and we probably need to look at that very soon. We'll probably just calculate the permutations right after that.
So yeah, 3 hours and a half still remains here of the 6-hour race. Half an hour more to be able to get to our final bit. The rain has let off quite a lot, so you can see a very clear dry line on the track, and that's making it conducive for these guys to start putting the foot down a lot heavier than they were before. Henry Crooks is right now up against the back of Ethan Lowe, trying to chase up here, trying to race for track position, not necessarily class position as it were. Back marker is going to be passed around the inside. Breaks very, very early indeed to stay out of the way as they get through Stowe. Henry Crooks has moved all the way up to 11th place here, but 10th position still being held by Ethan Lowe in the pro class. It's a couple of cars ahead. Okay, that's Asuka who's there, also racing for track position as well. So that could be good here for Henry Crooks if he can somehow find a way through. But all 3 cars, 3 different classes, are starting to come all together.
And actually, interestingly, in terms of strategy, Hammond and McKenna have actually managed to jump Ramadan and Asuka. That is important for the championship as well, because there was only 3 points in it between those 2 cars. And McKenna then can easily now just try to keep the gap between himself and Asuka. But when I say easily, for drivers of that caliber, it's easy to be done. But having said that as well, sometimes, because of the conditions or other factors outside of their control, it could become a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, that's actually interesting, because I believe the 351 didn't pit much early on there for Ferdy Ramadan was behind the wheel that time. Zed McKenna didn't swap over to his teammate Will Hammond, so he comes out of the pits, but comes out in front of the Lexus this time. So okay, kudos.
Yeah, brilliant pit work, or pace alone is enough to actually get him there. But whatever it is, it was a very early start from Asuka, mind you. That 351 came in just before the hour mark for stint time, because he came in at around 55 minutes. So I'm impressed that the McKenna, despite being out there with much older tires, has managed to jump the number 351, and now championship is back firmly in their hands.
Very interesting. Let's see how it continues to cook here. Here we are on board Asuka, who is corking the bottle right now for Ethan Lowe and Henry Crooks. We'll see whether or not be able to get more action going on between these 3 drivers who are continuing to push on. Right now, 3.5 hours still to go here. Still a long, long way to go for all of these drivers, as finally I can invite our race director, as it were, Afik Farid, in the booth with us. How are you doing here, my man?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to final round of Yachi. Doing quite well. Victor, how are you?
I'm good as well. It's great to have you back in the booth once more here. You've certainly been working very hard in the background there, trying to keep these boys in line, isn't it?
Yeah, quite. To be fair, the last 3 rounds, the first 3 rounds that we had, was quite hectic. Got quite a lot of incidents, but I think the weather also plays a factor, because in the dries, the drivers tend to be a lot more aggressive. But for now, it's fingers crossed. Not many incidents so far, and I hope there's not many incidents. Easier work for the stewards as well. But nah, I mean, so far the seasons of eRGP has been providing a lot of close racing, especially in the silver and the M category. And I do believe that some of the drivers in M and silver have to be promoted to pro class next year.
So here's the interesting topic to touch on here, because this is the first season where we're an officially FIA sanctioned race. So the stewards that you have been working with throughout the season here have been our official MAM stewards, hasn't it? So how's been the working relationship with them so far?
I think working relationship with the MEM stewards has been quite good, to say the least. I've got no issues with with any of the MEM stewards, and then having been doing the RGP endurance and global edition by myself for the last few years, it does, you know, tax you in terms of your mental health because you're gonna get a lot of inquiries, especially outside of racing hours. But you know, having more helping hands from the official MEM stewards, you know, it definitely eases your workload, if I may say so. But yeah, I've been working with them, and actually knowing some of them as well, because I have worked with them previously on track in MSF and MTCC as well. So nice to see a lot of familiar faces, and it's also nice to, you know, get different opinions from every single one of them, because we don't have one specific you know, race steward from MEM official steward every race weekend. It's someone, at least it's someone new.
Yeah.
One new face every weekend.
And on that note, like you know, we've a lot of what we usually talk about is sim racing enthusiasts here is like how much similarity it is when it comes to real world racing and virtual racing. But I think for the administrative side, and well, I've got to interrupt this for a moment, because I think Ethan Lowe has finally found a way past. Asuka goes around the outside, but Asuka is not really giving him any space at all. But still, Ethan Lowe is able to keep his foot firmly planted and takes a position there from Asuka.
Yep, you have to be careful that Ethan coming out of 10-15. Asuka's right behind him, trying to find a way around the outside. They make it good.
I think he might, he will try though, but unfortunately goes a little bit wide.
Yeah.
You got also Henry Crooks in the mix as well, trying to also jostle with Asuka for position. I think Asuka managed to somehow keep him behind so far. So far so good here for the Bigo Racing Division driver. So yeah, that's put it on. Yeah, that's already got it done and dusted there. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, for our FIA stewards, like, how is do they find it that much? Oh,
Sorry, battle for position.
battle for
here.
position again, and so Isan getting into the mix there as one of the Thai drivers, Sartsuk, is getting himself in a tight spot here. We got Ahmad Jusmin also trying to lap both of these cars here. Will be able to get past Isan. Now it's going to be going up against. Sartsuk at the moment, but couldn't quite find it under braking. Loses a bit of control there. Still is able to keep it together just in time to come around the next few corners and still keep himself ahead of Enzo Isan, who I think just came out from the pits. He did get a drive-through penalty early on, so I think that could be for track limits, unfortunately for him. But Ahmad Jusmin comes out and actually becomes a beneficiary of that. Comes out in P3 overall.
Yeah, quite smart there, but I would just be trying to positioning his car on a new start-finish straight, you know, right outside of Satsuk as well. So basically squeezing Enzo Isan and preventing him from trying to run away from the position. But as you can see, Ahmad Jusmin now dives into the pits, and you know, you have to be very careful here in the West. We've seen a lot of cars, you know, getting not taken out, but you know, getting surprised by the sudden view of the mid-entry line.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that dramatically happen to Moreno Pratama, who's back in the number 21, having taken over Michael Vincent Velasquez. Adathan is also in the pits as well, having come in for his scheduled stop. So Asman Jusmin is going to be pulling into his pit box.
Yep.
So, yeah. Now we're going to see the strategy battle continue on between these guys here. Asuka, this just comes, I think Pratama has just came out in front of this little battle here, so he's going to be in front of Asuka, who is trying to hold off Henry Crooks at the same time. Ethan Lowe will be able to pull further ahead of the two of them now, with Pratama just holding back the Lexus here.
Yeah, indeed. So far so good. I mean, a bit unfortunate to the number 21 entry by Pratama and Vincent Velasquez. But as a seasoned veteran, I'm quite surprised that he can make a mistake as easy as that. So, I mean, everyone makes mistakes at the end of the day. It's just, it's very careless to exceed the pit entry line by 10 kph on the entry. We did review it, and it was unfortunate. But that's racing for you.
That's racing indeed. I mean, and it's especially heartbreaking because it was like with championship implications on the line, they were leading the race up until that point before going to the pits. So it looked like it was going to be a surefire start for their race here. But just like that, one simple mistake, it's all turned completely sideways with them. So we'll hope that with the continued effort from both Michael as well as Moreno, they're going to be able to try to claw back some of that advantage while Asuka continues to get himself tangled in this. There's a couple of cars just in front of Moreno Pratama, and it's making it a bit hard for him to get past. Zephyr is going to move out of the way there. Ethan Lowe is in front of the two of them, so Zeph unfortunately still ahead of Pratama. Goes way completely wide there, off of the track practically.
Yeah, right thing to do there by Zephyr. I mean, he's not fighting for position, he's all the way down in P18, whereas, Pratama is trying to chase down Ethan Lowe for P5. To be honest with you, bad markers are allowed to unlap themselves. We have to, I mean, it was already mentioned in the briefing, but you have to do it in a safe manner where it doesn't take out the car that you are going to unlap from. We did see quite a lot of this early on, especially for today's race, but I think because it's also in the wet, so those who are inexperienced in the wet will be caught out by it, and you mess up with your braking points, your braking reference from the car ahead, especially if there's a spray visible from the car ahead. And depends on how wet the track gets. As of now, the rain is starting to ease off a bit, but had it been during the race start or during the first hour of the race where the rain was pouring down like there's no tomorrow, visibility is going to be very bad. At this moment in time, it's whoever's bravest enough to be able to dive down the inside and try to make some positions and gain time to the car, because there's 3.5 hours left in the race, and anything can happen in endurance racing. It's not like Formula 1 or any Grand Prix events where it's very easy 2-hour race or 1.5-hour race, and it's going to be evident enough. Pratama here takes down the inside, coming into Cops.
Stowe. That was, and yeah, it was a nice move actually from Pratama just now, catching up to Ethan Lowe and overtakes him for position both in on the track and also in the class here. So Pratama moves up into P3 here, a far cry from where he was at the start of this race, but finally get himself into a position now where he can finally focus on catching up to the top two. Lucas Keys currently in the lead of that right now, is still yet to make his own scheduled pit stop, while Enzo Isan has taken over on the he's taken over the number 31 from Russell. So now he's trying to negotiate his way past some traffic here. Still getting fastest lap though in the last round there. So let's see if he can be able to keep that up. But Pratama now back behind the wheel of number 21, looking to make up for some lost time.
Yep, it's a good thing that Ethan didn't fight it out that much, because if he fought it out with Pratama, then Ethan's going to lose a chunk amount of time. But you shouldn't pick your fights. I think that's the most important thing about endurance racing. You do have to pick your fights. Again, 2.5 hours is a long time, and a lot can happen. Even if you lose the position now, if you lose time now, it's going to affect you maybe 2 hours down the line. It's you have to be very calculative of who you're fighting with. As you can see, Jordan McNeil here is being a bad marker, and bad markers also plays a factor into this, because again, Jordan McNeil, yes, he's being shown the blue flag, but he is allowed to unlap himself. If the car behind is flashing his lights and whatnot, you will take that into consideration and might penalize the driver who's being shown the blue flag. We've done that to entry number 3 in this round so far. So it all depends on whether or not Jordan McNeil will yield the way for Victor Aska, as he does, which is the right thing to do.
Right thing to do on straight.
Yeah, on the straight. So it's a lot safer to do this on the straight. Okay, you are losing. You did lose a little bit of time probably to seconds there. But at the end of the day, you both got into contact. So that's the important thing, and that's the way we see it in this race.
Yeah, understandably so. Right now, I think you see Jaden Leo also creeping onto upper. He found a way to slip onto the inside and took that without too much resistance at all. So moves up ahead Aprilino now to get into P10. There's only Henry Crooks further up ahead at 28 seconds or so. But Jaden Leo gets that nice and handily. So a good one there for the amateur class. In the meantime, everyone else is still very much in their places here as we approach the last third here of this third hour of racing. I mean, 6 hours here on Silverstone itself. And kind of going back to a bit of a topic I started earlier on, I was talking about how, we here at Axel emphasize a lot on that transition from virtual to reality. I wonder how that transition is for our stewards, going from adjudicating real races to virtual races. I think they find it a lot similar, I expect.
Let's start with the driving aspect of things. The most evident case of from virtual to reality so far is Naki Mazlan. Started sim racing in 2019, and then did his first virtual Le Mans race in 2020, and then after that Toyota Rookie by 2021 won the championship, dominated the championship, and then went on to win S1K the following year. Did a lot of good things, and currently is a Porsche Carrera Cup driver. However, for in the steward side, my side at least the good thing about it is that you need exposure, because sim racing is still new to the country, to the continent at least. It's not like Europe where there's a lot of championships going on in Europe and North America, but in Asia it's a lot less, and it's a lot more chill, I guess. And these people, the associations, any ASNs, it's gonna take some time to convince them, saying some people are worth to consider being a race student. And good thing about it is that these people are ex-sim drivers. For example, I was an ex-sim driver, so I've been in these shoes before. And to me, I can easily analyze and see what these drivers are doing. And I can somewhat predict their driving behavior, their erraticness, and mostly how their mental is. So because the one thing that is a bit difficult to convince right now is how the driving behaviors for sim races and real life races as well. It's two very separate. It's two very separate mentality going into a race.
So I mean, you have like an example of like something that sim racers would tend to do that you don't usually see in real life racing.
Sim races. A very good example is if you've been spun around, you step next to the brakes. That's not really apparent on real life racing. But that's what we try to practice in sim racing, because at the end of the day, it all comes down to safety. And if these guys do transition to real life, then they would know if their car is a moving object, it's a lot more dangerous than it being stationary. If your car is stationary, it's a lot safer that way, because at least the car coming in would anticipate and they would know which way to take. You want to go around the left or you want to go around the right. Yeah. So but yeah, I mean, transition wise, it's alright. It'll take some time, and no doubt about it. But then again, so far it's been smooth sailing, I guess.
Yeah, it's really been smooth sailing for the last 4 rounds that we've done for this season. And as of right now, not much action to speak of on track here. We already saw a couple of passes early on, but I think the gaps are quite wide and far in between here for all of our drivers on track. They're really mostly only having to deal with a lot of like traffic out on track. So at the moment, still, it's just going to be more about that pit strategy here. And again, with there being 6 hours of total running, there's going to be a lot more pit transitions to get to. We're only 17 minutes away from getting to the halfway point here as we ride aboard with Muhammad Fikri Asghar, who had early on been able to stay in the lead of the silver class, but that's been overtaken now by Zed McKenna, who's had a brilliant run in terms of his strategy here. He's made up 10 places. He qualified P14, if you can believe it or not, and it's just climbed his way up the ranks here. He's now enjoying the lead here for the silver class.
I'm gonna boast a bit. I remember the first race that eRGP did on Endurance. It was Endurance 2020. I was with the Speed Terminal 3. We were driving the Bentley at the time, and conditions were very similar, but it got way worse as the hours passed. So I remember starting from P20. By the end of the first, I was P2.
Nice.
Yeah, but then you know, it's like I think one thing as to what is different to sim racing now as to back then is that everybody knows how to drive on the wets, but the level of bravery is still huge. You still need to be confident. You still need to know what your car is doing, how other people will be reacting to all your moves and whatnot. So, to be fair with you, I like racing.
Yeah, I think a lot of drivers do.
And there's an incident ahead, 511.
Oh, yep. I think there's a spin there from Pritatong. He's able to get back up to position now. So, yeah, I think, did he actually get into a collision with someone early on here? Can't quite see yet on my screens, but I think he might have just spun out on his own here. But fallen unfortunately very far back here. P36 for him right now.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, driving in the wet, I mean, again, I think, especially for, I can speak for like the early days of sim racing here, wet weather was really not something that a lot of games usually did. So I think the new generation of like sim racers are enjoying, you know, this current era where they are getting experience, you know, not just driving in dry conditions, but even in the wet as well. So thank you so much, Afik Farid, for joining us here. So we allow you to bid adieu while you go ahead and resume your duties in the together with the stewards who are adjudicating this race right now. And hopefully things are going to continue to be smooth sailing inside of the office right now. Lucas Keys has remained in the lead of this race here. Number 333 has finally got himself back up in position. They still have a pit stop to do here, I expect, but they've been running very, very long indeed. Has Lucas Keys 1 hour and 17 minutes currently in his stint, and very long stints, I think, even for Iman Ryan in his first one there, isn't it?
Yeah, he did 1.5 hours, and yep, happy to be back in the saddle, but he did 1.5 hours in that stint on those tires, which was pretty impressive, given the fact that he managed to conserve it on top of going off the track a couple of times from the battles earlier.
I think they're just banking on being able to go longer compared to their two rivals here to just make up that time. Oh, what's happened to Adityo here? Chiki Branco unfortunately spun out, it seems. Managed to come up in recovery, but has actually ended up stopped here as we have a look on the replay. So he was the team of Kunan and So, and So actually runs right into the back of Adityo here. So yeah, that was not his fault at all.
Nope. Completely out of his control, and he can probably file that under incident protest. And speaking of So, he is now actually up to the back of Danver Mukunen. So he's a bit unrepentant in that regard, just still keeping on going after the collisions.
just ignore all the chaos behind, just keep going and going on. Lam Yong is currently rushing behind. It's, right now he's actually trying to catch up to Zhong right now as he comes out through Lufield.
Yep. Luffield, another iconic corner that has gone through a few iterations in Silverstone's history. One of the, well, not to say it still remained the same since the olden days, but still quite a challenge to get it right, especially given the fact that when you're going back onto start-finish straight, it is make or break on your lap as Kalman Jeong goes off the track, goes offline, and gives way there. So a good bit of driving as well, all concerned. Nothing much in terms of action here because we're coming up now to the halfway point of this race, and it looks as though that, for the most part, it's settled into a bit of rhythm because, again, you cannot have all action all the way down, would you?
Yeah, I mean, it is an endurance race after all, so it's more, you know, it's actually more about strategy than anything else, but it certainly was a very exciting first couple hours that we had, you know, with plenty of actions from the front, even in the middle, and just a lot of interclass battles and a lot of very interesting permutations that turned out due to circumstances here. But now that we're already approaching that halfway point, it seems like everyone has already more or less figured out exactly where they stand.
Whoa!
Oh no, so a little bit slow on the exit there. Lam Yong all over him now onto the inside, and he's gonna lose that position there to the Porsche.
And the spin that has happened there from Viren Bottajue, there he is.
Oh.
And I wonder who's that on camera just now. That was the car that we're looking at. That was so, wasn't it? That was so on camera for a second, but
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, I think so. Yes. But yeah, it looks as though that slight incidents here and there. Though I think the bigger battle we have to look at right now is this one. The two heavy hitters up in front. Pratama back in the saddle after that mistake earlier when he handed it over to Velasquez. Now wants to make up for lost time. Zeb McKenna likewise. He was actually stuck behind that Balapan Random Motorsports car for so long in front of behind Jusmin. Now that he's actually got it in front of him, let's see what he can do in clear air.
Not quite clear air, but not quite clear traffic, I'm afraid. There's still some cars around them, although one's just gone way out behind. Starts to spun around, coming onto the Hamilton straight. What's happened to him there? Wonder.
Yes, he actually got hit. Oh, now
Oh,
that's
wait,
interesting.
that's
It's actually Pratama.
Yeah.
So let's see then. This is what happened to Tanakit Saksuk. Oh, that's a big hit. And in fact, he actually spun off a second time afterwards.
Yeah, he did, but I think he also went
And a
bit
third time.
Yeah, I think he actually kind of lost control there while he was being passed on the inside by Patama. So I don't know exactly what was the situation there for him, but certainly it's turned out for the worse for him. He's got a drive-through penalty, and I think he's might even have a puncher or just a lot of damage on that rear end.
A lot of damage to the rear end because it's completely bent here. And news about the stewards' rooms here today. We have... Oh, he spun it again a fourth time!
Yeah, I think it's suspension damage for sure.
Yes, it is well and truly balked here. And incidentally, one of the guys that hit him is Moreno Pratama, so that might be a penalty on the way for the number 21 car, as if that car hasn't had enough woes for today. Yeah, I was about to talk about this. Look, car number 667 disqualified. Dennis Ong.
Oh,
Well, surprised that is not the number 3 that got it first.
Well, I think he's been a little bit well behaved so far after having caught that stop-go penalty, but the disqualification, very likely track limits, I think. That does happen here for applied by in-game because we didn't get the announcement from our race director early on that for that disqualification for. So very unfortunate there for Ong, very unfortunate for the number 667.
Yep, and given the fact that this is possible that you do get disqualified from the race. If you have, say, a driver penalty, you didn't serve it within 3 laps, you can get kicked out. Well, what a turn up for that one here. But the Hobby Culture Cup, aside from the number 23, is not in contention for the title race. So maybe it's just one way to end off again, saying, yep, we already done our bit this season. Let's probably move on to the next one. Oh, what's up with Zeph? You went there for a second because this is a battle between 2 class members. Don't mind the pro tag. That is actually a M-class car battling with another M-class car.
That was strange actually. Like, I actually thought that Zeph was being blacked, but no, it was actually for track position there. So he just let him through.
Yeah, Samata Rehan. So Rehan's got them through, and for a second I thought maybe Zeph had a bit of trouble there, but it's just slightly going off the pace and allowing Rehan to come by.
Well, that's done and dusted here. Well, what's Ian Wong going to be up to going up against Raja Emil Shaukat? Silver class versus pro class. Shaukat has been doing well to keep himself ahead of Ian Wong so far. Coming up through the Hamilton straight. Be getting the toe off of that one, so Ian's going to have to push harder through the arena section here should you want to close the gap. Raja is a little bit wide through that last corner though, so that allows Ian to creep a little bit forwards now. Coming to the hard braking zone here, Raja Mishaka takes a very defensive line there to ensure that Ian Wong doesn't get the gap on the inside, and Ian unfortunately isn't able to close in too much. Close in a little bit more here as he comes up to the top. Still not going to be able to get the pass onto Shaukat yet. He didn't even get a slipstream, although Shaukat did get a little bit loose in the exit. That's going to lose him a bit of speed towards the end of the straight. But he's still, again, moving very defensively indeed here to try to keep Ian Wong off from taking his track position.
Yeah, very close here between these two. And they have actually met each other quite a few times IRL, because where we do club nights at Axel, they are all omnipresent, ever the same, to just take part in these races. But for now, though, Raja has the leg up on Ian, but it looks as though Ian has much better pace compared to Raja.
So yeah, Raja's gonna be able to keep nice and steady. Here we have Yossi Sofian.
Oh, in fact, something happened to Ian.
Something
Wong.
Ian.
Yeah, Ian. Yeah, it's
I
the
think
same
he
thing.
went off. I think he went off track, so got a momentary yellow flag there.
Yeah, it's the same as Jungjit, where the car just keeps fritzing in and out of virtual reality to go back into the pit lane, so somehow that happened. But luckily Ian's still in the race and still in the hunt to just overtake Raja for position. In fact, Raja makes a big wobble there coming out of Chapel, and now they're on the way to Stowe on the hanger straight, that around the outside. In fact, you can see that Ian's probably talking to Raja and saying, "Come on, give me the way."
Just get out of the way, move, fool. Well, not going to be moving aside there to make it easy for Ian, though. But Ian is looks like he's absolutely enjoying this one here as they come in through the club chicane. Still trying to stay on Shawcut's onto Shawcut's slipstream as they get onto the Hamilton straights. Able to get a little bit. Shawcut has to take a little bit more curb than he probably needed to there, so that's allowing Ian to stay on his toes. Still keeps it very nice and tidy so far. Jamil Shawcut still is going to be taking that defensive line, I expect, into the next turn, but the traffic is building up ahead. I think Raja had to slow down a little bit more. Ian Wong is getting closer and closer to him, tries to have a cut around the outside, couldn't quite find the gap though, as Raja Jamil Shawcut still tucks in, but slipstream is going to be available for Ian Wong, I expect, when they get onto the Wellington straight.
He wasn't close enough to make it full use of that. 0.3 of a second, yes, but he didn't get enough of a drive out of there, and Raja survives another attack.
Yeah, still has Constantina his way through though, as the traffic in front is still building up, and I think behind them is another car that's looking to try to unlap itself. Now one of the lap cars is going to be able to move out of the way, allowing Rajamil Shawcut and Ian Wong through, but Colin also is taking advantage of that as well, even taking the slipstream, I think, off of Ian Wong's car through the corner. But Raja, though, able to build up quite a good gap right now, so he keeps Ian Wong very firmly at bay.
Small action here and there between some of the drivers outside of the top finishing positions, but still enthralling battles regardless, because it's just showing that no matter how you look at it, it's actually important that we get to highlight some drivers who are still battling for positions, irregardless of whether or not they're not in a winning position. Oh, something happened there to Danakit Sarsuk. Dan Prasit Sarsuk, he has actually spun it through maggots and backets by the looks of it, by himself.
That's weird. I thought he already went into the pits already. Was just coming out of the pits just now. Maybe the tires are a bit cold though, so yeah. I think when you don't have the grip through maggots and backets and you try to attack it like you normally do, that's tends to be what happens there, unfortunately. But Dan Prasit Sarsuk just going to stay out of the way of some of these cars. Oh, I think no, he has not actually got the damage completely fixed though, so maybe still decided to stay out.
You can see how bent the rear of that car is, how much damage that he has taken from the collisions, especially that big one that he took after being taken out by Moreno Pratama at this very corner quite a couple laps ago.
That's weird, because like that's why I thought he was coming out of the pits just now, but no, it seems like he hasn't actually gotten the damage fixed yet, so he's just going to continue to concede positions of cars after cars.
And you can see that it's not only the rear bumper that's bent sideways, the rear wing as well. You can see that it is in an angle that you don't think how a rear wing should look like, unless of course you're in a, I guess,
sprint cars.
no, even better. Koenigsegg, the Jesko, isn't it, the one with the moving wing?
Oh right.
Yeah, the Koenigsegg that has that active arrow. Well, it's not active there. It's actually slanted to one side.
Yeah, still broken from that damage that was done by Moreno Pratama of all people. So. Yeah, still no word whether that's going to be a superstition. I mean, again, in all fairness to Sarsuk, he did lose his control. He lost control slightly, and he lost control again, and into the wall he goes.
On top of more damage, he has even more damage.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that we can say is it's not just emotional damage, but psychological damage from the amount of hits that he has had right now. But he's looking pretty coy about it, just driving around. Don't drive one-handed, especially with that kind of car. Just bring it back to pit lane, and in fact, probably can do himself a favor by just parking there for a while and wait for everything to clear up.
Yeah, so approaching last 2 minutes until we get to the halfway point. What's Zed McKenna up to? Is he
No, he's running wide. He's going off.
Ran a little wide there. And I was a bit confused. Is that Ahmad Jusman that just passed him in front?
It's a puncture. It's a puncture. Would you believe
Oh,
it? It's a rear left puncture for Zed McKenna. It's the same thing that we saw from Jungjit earlier, but it has now befallen yet another car. It is actually one of the championship contenders in silver. Well, a minute off from just having a break. This is such a dramatic turn of events once again.
Ay. That's why I was confused, because I thought I just saw Ahmad Jusman pass him just now, and he was very slow, and he was losing control all over. And well, maybe running for that long there has finally caused the tires to give up the ghost here. And a puncher has now unfortunately forced Zed McKenna to come in to the pits real hot.
He didn't even run in an hour. It was only 38 minutes. So something there happened when he actually was out on track, or he was hit somewhere. Whatever it is, car had to be sent into the pit lane, and now there is Lucas Keys coming by, incidentally, to do his schedule stop. It might have been either a collision or he double stinted the tires. Might have been.
It could have been as well. Yeah, might have double stinted the tires, and unfortunately it's paid for it here, losing the position to Ahmad Jusman. So this has now turned the championship battle for him a little bit topsy-turvy here. Has worked very hard, to get the car back up from 14th place all the way up to 5th at one point. But now that 5th position is back in the hands of Ahmad Jusman. As we are right now in that halfway point. Ian Wong has been chasing Rajamil Shalka for a very long time now. Can he actually find a way past here before we get to the break? I don't think so at the moment. It's still quite far off between him and Rajamil Shalkat. So let's go ahead and give you guys the recap. Lucas Keys in the number 333, keeping Apex Brunei in the lead of this race. Enzo Isan and Russell Reyes have done well to keep up in second place here for the pro class. Marino Pratama still keeping his head down, still trying to fight his way back up into the front. Right now, the number 338 with Daniel Ng still going to be in the lead right now from the for the AM class. And Ahmad Jusman and Moma Aska continuing to battle it out for the lead overall here for the silver class. We'll be taking a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go away. We'll be right back for the second half of this final round of Endurance Edition 2026.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. computer evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second half of racing over here in Silverstone. Lucas Keys is still in the lead, hasn't yet to take his pit stop. Enzo Isan, same as well. Things have not really changed around when it comes to the battle going on in front, but hopefully see things start to warm up right now as the track is starting to dry out a little bit. The rain has let off quite a long while, but it's still quite wet and treacherous out here on track. So at the moment, Moreno Pratama still looking to try to catch up to the rest here. Has got 9 seconds to go before he's going to be able to catch up to Daryl Ung. Right now, still remains in the lead at the moment for the amateur class. Ahmad Jusmin has taken over the lead here from the number 23 of Zed McKenna, who unfortunately suffered a puncture towards the end of his stint, had to come in and swap over to his teammate. Will Hammond is now behind the wheel of that number 23, sitting in a very distant third place. Mohamed Asghar right now having taken second here for Bigo Racing Division. So far so good for some of these drivers here, but certainly could have been better for others here, as Will Hammond now having to face off against Upper Lino for a battle for P8. It's getting real close right now to see whether he's going to be able to reel him in here. A bit of traffic comes through, but Lim will be able to stay out away from Aprilino's side. Will allow both him and Hammond through. So as it stands right now, it still seems like it's going to be quite the battle here for Hammond, who is finally taken over the wheel from Zed McKenna. We did suspect that he went a little bit long on his tire stints there, so unfortunately for them, the tire just gave up the ghost towards the end of their stint, and now Will Hammond will have to fight his way back up before he can start to bring the fight to both Asghar as well as Ahmad Jusmin. Simon Pratchop in the meantime, looking like he's going to be able to catch up to Mateen, who right now is having Ian Wong actually passed both of them, so now he's right now in front of them in P11 so far. But Mateen and Pratchop also locked in their own little battle going on right behind here. So now that's everything kind of settled here. We're now in the second half. Will Hammond behind the wheel as he's putting a lot of pressure now onto Upper Lino. So still seeing how he's going to be able to get through. Tries to have a peek on the inside. Couldn't quite find his way through that time around. Still trying to see whether or not he can catch up to where Upper Lino is. But Reno still quite handy there in that Lexus regardless. So another Lexus becoming the bane of the number 23's existence, isn't it?
I mean, can you believe that? just when you thought you got away from them, another one pops up. But it looks as though this particular Lexus among the night side may not be so stingy in giving his position away.
Not stingy at all, and not shy at all to close the door right into Hammond here. It's just gonna have to find another way past it here, going through the arena section.
Look at how tense Hammond's driving that car.
It's always so tense, isn't he?
Yeah. We thought Zed was actually on edge. Well, it looks as though Hammond is even more so, because the fact that he has to take over a car that just came back from a puncture and has it all to do with the championship still on the line.
Yeah, so it's still at stake here. I mean, they're not very far out of it, but they may as well be with 2 cars between them and Asghar at the moment, and even further away from Ahmad Jusmin. So we'll just have to see whether. I mean, again, I don't think they expected to make that pit stop that early. So right now, they just really have to scramble, and just like with Marino Bertama and as well as Michael Vincent Velasquez, just keep their head down and still keep trying to fight to go forwards.
Yeah, but again, that came at a cost the last time around that they had to fight hard. The tires gave way as well. You can see the camera, even the inset camera was shaking badly by the amount of movement that Hammond had to do coming through the corners, and he's actually probably looking left and right just in case that he heard something else. Meanwhile, something happened to one of the bigger boys. Zachary Lim has stopped and he's jumped back in the pit lane, so something happened there to the car. But I got a front line on it. We're going to go back to Hammond's fight against Aprilino for 8th overall, but it's just not enough to make it through in the class, isn't it? He's still third in class.
Yeah. Again, it's such a shame because they weren't able to participate in that first round, so they're in a massive deficit of points when it comes to the championship overall in the silver class itself. Still want to see if he's going to be able to get past Aprilino at this point. But, yep. That's how this is how it's going to be here, unfortunately, for the number 23. So, anything else you can also keep an eye out on the board. It's really only like less than a handful of battles going on out of track. Another one here for Savin Propanchov. So he's been stuck behind Ian Wong for a while, looking to try to find a way through, but Ian is also another driver that is not exactly the easiest to pass here.
Yeah, he's quite a staunch opponent, but he'll fight you cleanly, that's for sure. That's the main thing that he wants. But to catch him is one thing, overtaking becomes another problem afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, gap widens up immediately as they enter the arena section here. Savin Propanchov is going to try to at least gain the time in the braking zones here. The mid-engine car certainly will have a lot of opportunities here, but he's also got the hobby, one of the hobby culture Evo team cars behind him there. It's making it a little bit testy for him as well. In fact, the Aston Martin is a lot closer to Propanchov right now than he is Ian Wong.
And it is not just any number of Aston Martin, it's actually the third place car of Daryl who's actually behind. So Dimebag Daryl tries to get by.
Well, he needs more than a dime, really, to try to be able to get through. Gets almost loose there, getting onto the outside of the curb, so
Yeah.
that's lost him a lot of time there, unfortunately.
Well, that was not Dimebag Daryl. He actually was banging for his butt for a second. Really right on the edge of grip and nearly losing it completely. Though he has every right to. He's actually in a winning position and trying to make up time to the number 31 of Enzo Ison. Though Ison may just be about more than half a lap in front anyway. Right? Again, you never know. They're gunning for the win regardless.
Yep, they will indeed. So Propanchov can now focus in on trying to close out to where Ian Wong is. I think Hammond's a lot closer to Aprilino now, who has to get past Panopoulos. Does get past there very quickly though, but still Alman is keeping it very tight and close.
And Panasabonko is still running with that damaged car. You can see the wing.
Oh yeah, he is.
The wing is visibly bent, and I don't know why they haven't gotten it fully repaired there, but whatever it is, the Over Me team are happy to run a car that's not 100% well, as Will Hammond then still stuck behind that Lexus. In fact, if anything, the number 98 car was probably just a precursor to what he's having to face. Both Lexi are actually just impossible cars to pass for this number 23.
And yeah, both on the same team, isn't it? Not on Rabbit Motorsport, so yeah, it's just a very tough situation here for Will Hammond overall, but just goes to show that how evenly matched this Aston Martin and the Lexus also is. So no performance advantage to work with here. Will Hammond will have to find the difficult way to get past Aprilino here, but so far no opportunities has presented itself yet.
That's of course in front of them is a back marker that they're going to take it back. It could be the number 69 of Josie Sofian. So let's see then if another Indonesian team might come to the aid of us, Aprilino, or it might be beneficial for Hammond to try and get both of them raised.
It's always so funny, like seeing Will Hammond. Every time he's in that car, he's just so tense and just constantly wrestling that wheel. Which I think like his camera probably is like connected to his rig somehow, because every time that rig shakes, it just shakes the whole camera itself, and you can see Will Hammond constantly side-eyeing there, making sure the camera hasn't fallen over, I think. Or maybe he might have a screen down there, who knows, maybe just keeping an eye on his chat at the moment with his team here.
Yep, or listening into the commentary just in case any development happens. If that was to be the case, we can safely say for Hammond and McKenna and the rest of the Hobby Culture Racing Evo number 23 car that in terms of championship permutations, it's still very, very close. In fact, we don't know exactly who has the fastest lap of the race in the silver class. We can only see overall anyway. Oh, in fact, it is Juiceman. So,
well, there we go.
thank you, producer, for pointing that out, because we thought that it was still Enzo Isons. But yeah, now that will actually swing the ball back into the number 98 score, because they're leading the race, 27 points, and that will be about 9 more than Hammond and Co. Oh, you know what? They actually might just be tied on points, because it was 9 points difference here. But if you were to go on countback, the number 23 Co will still win by virtue of the fact they have 2 wins on the dot.
No flag there. I think Manas Masukul is still spun around, or rather it stops completely on track. He's going to be teleporting in now finally, after having nursed that really damaged car. Nope, it's going to continue going on here. What in the world, guys? Like, still refusing to come back into the pits, still wants to continue this stint in spite of having such a stricken car. I mean...
Yeah. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
It looks so stricken at the rear end. It's just like the car is begging to be put out of its misery right now. It might as well just park it and, you know, get a full car.
Yeah.
Back to pits. Car's fully repaired. You might have lost a lap or two, but at least you'll still be going on. This might just be a black and orange flag in real life, but I don't know if they have the black and orange flag in the game right now, because if they still kept on going with 3 laps in it, they can get disqualified as well.
So again, very puzzling here for this car in particular, but we'll see what they'll decide to do. They're coming around towards the pit road itself, so are they going to finally call the car in here? I mean, there's no black and orange flag. No, it still stays out. Still decides to stay out. I don't know if the car is still that drivable. Maybe they might have just only fixed the suspension damage, but didn't deal with the bodywork itself, just to save a little bit of time while still in the pits.
Well, you lose even more time while you're out on track driving with a car like that, in that state. Unless they are actually trying to do the unthinkable, waiting to get back at somebody. Now that is something that we do not condone in this league. It's revenge hits that literally alter championship results.
Yeah, very, very puzzling here, but they'll still continue to run. They're already 6 laps down from the leader anyway, though, so they're very, very far off from being able to get any potential points at all. So let's just hope they're going to be able to stay out of trouble, at least for the rest of this race. Well, here comes number 3, almost as if on cue.
Yeah, it's just say keep it out of trouble, but no, that happens as well. That's just
Oh, lots of damage in the front as well.
Oh, yeah, sorry, to go back into the number 3 car. That, again, shows how much it has been in the wars, but looks as though, yeah, oh, that is bad,
Yeah.
They had to pit that car. Well, now that we can just go back to a bit of a battle between Sabin Prapachop and Ian Wong, that's still going on for a while.
I think that's kind of a bit of a pattern we've seen so far in this 3-hour race. I mean, whoa, that was a good save there. Proper job, get a little bit too loose with the wheel dipped outside of the curb there, but thankfully managed to keep it together. Lost a lot of time to Ian Wong, unfortunately, 7/10 of a second. As it come towards Klops. Okay, still nice and tidy, but that's certainly that would be a cause of concern if he was not able to keep that under control for sure. I mean, it was quite a fast part of the track as well, and being on that start-finish straight, a lot of cars coming in behind them at the same time, so could have stood to lose a lot more if you have actually got spun around there.
Absolutely. And given the fact that he is battling with a fellow class member as well, the 797, the silver class, and this is for the last finish No, this is for fourth position in the silver class too.
So, 2 hours and 42 minutes. It's more of a strategy battle, I think, for all these drivers right now. Very long stint being done here by Ferdy Ramadan. 1 hour and 8 minutes so far. At the moment for the front runners, Lucas Keys is only just about 18 minutes in this one, so I think like they're still planning to go long, I think, in order to try to make up. But they're already up in the lead though, so I think they could try to make that strategy a bit more compact from now on, especially with Moreno Pratama, the number 21, still quite far behind. Pratama, in fact, is already catching up to where exactly Chop is, so he's going to be able to chop a few cars on his way to try to catch up to the front runners.
Yeah, but again, it's a case of what if that penalty never came to pass. Might have been a completely different story. That number 21 car would still be right up at the sharp end with the number 33 and number 31. And incidentally, the gap between the number 33 and 31 is closing by just about 5.7 seconds. That would be an interesting plot point if they could get into a fight.
Well, Chung Sing is going to be a bit of a spoiler right now. Going to get passed by Prapachop. Pratama is going to try to cut him in the inside. Chun Sien is not going to be giving too much room there, so Pratama is still going to have to fight it way from the outside, back into the inside. Finally gets past. Still continue to keep it up. Prapachop, in the meantime, is also in the chase as well to try to catch Ian Wong at the same time. So, a bit of an interesting battle that Pratama has found himself smack dab right in the thick of it.
Indeed. Right. Any more? Oh, in fact, the battle between Aprenino and Hammond is still going on right now. As you can see, Pratama is just adjusting himself in his seat. But it shows that what's up with the number 23 and Blue Lexi? He just can't get past him, can he?
No. Two different Lexus. Still, no opportunity for him to pass. It's just that equally matched in terms of that raw horsepower, as it were. So, I don't know.
It does help for the fact that the EMP for this car, Lexus, is actually pretty favorable compared to the other cars. Hence why it's actually come back in cheap here with other cars around it. Ferrari's been given the nice review from LFM, along with the Aston Martin. So, how many cars that will be chosen in other leagues are quite popular at this point, especially when you leave LFM rather than performance.
It's still too dense. Gone off of the curves. That's going to lose in time for sure as the preload streams further and further away as he enters Maggots and then now Beckett's. Very, very tough one here for Will Hammond. Very tough one for the number 23 Hobby Culture and Racing Evo. Still having to keep their head down, still having to push. Hope that next 2.5 hours or so, something is going to come their way, hopefully. So, it's still raining out there, mind you. Yeah, you can see it very much from the TV cameras here. But a lot less than how it was just a few hours ago. So certainly the track will be getting a lot drier and a lot more conducive for the drivers to get more times in. I mean, Ahmad Jusman has already just gotten that fastest lap, so 2 extra points could go his way should he keep that. And that is also crucial when it comes to this championship battle between him and the number 23. As of right now, yeah, very much settled down this race is, because as far as like racing action goes, it's literally only these 2 battles to watch out for. And Dumatine. Hey, hang on a second. Wasn't it a different driver? Oh wait, Proper Chop has already got them past Ian Wong. So now they've already got now it's going to be Matine's turn to try to have a go here at the silver class driver. So,
yep. In fact, the gap is about 1.9 seconds now. 4 tenths of a second now between Matine and Wong. So, really, for track position and nothing much more than that. Though the pride that he could take from is unbelievably satisfying. Yeah, you can get past a guy who's much faster than you. That shows your credentials and maybe potentially move up to the higher classes in future races. In particular, maybe, just maybe the Le Mans Ultimate.
It's going to be interesting to see how these guys will handle a much more different platform altogether. It's going to be a lot of learnings to be made for sure. Like the physics system is going to be a little bit different. Maybe even the procedure is going to be slightly different. The way they handle the car setups as well. It's certainly going to have to evolve at the same time. But as of right now, ACC is what we are on here, and these guys had plenty of time to get themselves well acquainted with this game. And this final round is going to be the swan song for us here at eRGP when it comes to that. 727 Auditio spun around, so comes up to the top of the arena section. What has happened to him here?
Let's see from race control what happened there. It looks as though he might have lost it on his own.
Huh.
No such reports of an incident between anybody apart from just him losing it by himself.
Yeah, I think he just lost a bit of control here while the track conditions is drying up. Bit of a shame. He's still stuck down in number 27. So let's see how it goes with Abdul Mateen. Got a few cars to deal with. They've already dispatched one of the Thai team cars here, but still locked in battle here between Ian Wong and Abdul Mateen. And I think just like with Will Hammond and Aprilino, it's still very hard to find that pass here. I mean, even more so, I think, between these two cars, because literally the same car, two Ferraris, same power, same weight distribution. I think at least, can't quite check it here on the monitor here, but at least both of the cars are quite evenly matched in terms of horsepower, so not much to do here, unfortunately. Abdul Mateen just have to keep focused, just gonna have to keep himself close enough to Ian Wong to capitalize on any mistakes coming out on his part, and also avoid making mistakes off his own. Everyone else at the moment is looking to try to make passes here, but yeah, I think we can all just kind of like settle in right now for the last half of this race. 2.5 hours still remain. The track is starting to dry out a little bit. Ian Wong going a little bit wide there, but he still keeps the car firmly ahead of Abdul Mateen. The track will still continue to dry out more in about half an hour's time, but I think the rain will still continue to pitter-patter around. Ooh, somebody just went a little off there as they passed them by, going to Hamilton.
Isn't it, of Jordan McNeil. He's rejoined back safely, but there's as though nothing much has happened there between those two guys. Now we go back to Mateen. Let's see what he can line up in the back of Ian Wong, but isn't though Ian has maintained the pace somewhat in front of Mateen.
Yeah, just keeping up throughout, so really, I think like he's probably his best hope right now is that maybe the bit of traffic that's building up ahead of Ian Wong will disrupt his lines somehow. But really, I think like if push comes to shove, it's really these two drivers are quite evenly matched in equal machinery. So doubtful there's going to be much to see. Doubtful there's going to be much that Mateen could do right now, other than just keep to his lines, keep to his pace right now. So how's things going on for the front? Lucas Keys is very comfortably in the lead, about 8 seconds ahead of Enzo. It's been quite a topsy-turvy journey here for the Apex Racing Brunei Porsche number 333. Lost that position early on while it was in the hands of Eamon Ryan. He went very, very long in his stint. I was very surprised that his tires was able to survive through all that. Then now he hands off to Lucas Keys, who I think may be running long as well. But given the current circumstances and like Miranda Batama, who managed to snatch away that lead from both Eamon Ryan as well as Russell Reyes early in the race, was looking very, very comfortable to command the race, but a stomp go penalty had unfortunately befallen the LOR Racing team, and that pushed them so far back. But now Batama, as well as Michael Vincent Velasquez, has been able to bring the car back up
to a 4th position. 2 seconds away from catching up to Dimebag Daryl. He's got Anta Buyan in between there, but you can already see that Aston Martin further up in front of him as he comes out of Magan Beckett's. Still has to find a way past the Malaysian-based Bangladeshi driver. Should be able to get past him without too much trouble.
Yeah, in fact, if anything, the ebbing influence of these battles is a bit to be expected because of the fact that, again, evenly matched cars, especially in regards to top teams and then teams who are a bit further behind, it's the big difference maker is either setup work or driver skills themselves, making it easy for things to happen.
Or even, let's also forget psychology as well. You know, this is a much longer race than we've run in the Endurance Edition. Although, at this stage, normally, you know, we're already looking at the final half-hour racing, but there's still 2 more hours to go. And certainly that fatigue, especially when you consider that some of these drivers are running on very hard, direct drive wheels. That is a nice move there. Anta Buyan getting passed by Morena Batama as I was speaking. But yeah, fatigue will set in for sure, in this much longer form race here. So a lot of patience is required here as a driver, because for one, you're constantly fighting the conditions, fighting with the car to be able to keep it on that racing line, but you also still have to think about that long-term strategy, whether or not you've gotten the calls for pits well, whether you're able to handle any incidents, and what's happened to Ian Wong here, having spun back around here. Did he get into contact with any other cars on the track here? He was in a battling position with Abdul Mateen early on, but seems like he just spun out on his own.
He did, and in fact, there is a replay of what happened between the number 3 and number 25 cars. Out of one cameras, let's see what happened here between. Oh no! In fact, it's showing straight to what happened to Mateen and Ian Wong. So this might have been the reason why we lost Ian Wong from this particular battle, and he lost it on his own.
I think so. Didn't get to see that at the end of the clip, unfortunately. But unfortunate, he ends up coming out behind Mateen, 11th place, and he's got Zeth Nguyen in front of him here. Sorry, that's a different driver there. But Ian Wong, unfortunately, going to have to come out and try to recover that, unfortunately.
Yeah. And it'll be a bit of a slightly long recovery road because of the fact that he lost nearly 6 seconds to Mateen here. But all not lost, still in the top 5 in the silver class. But how he would love to have been much closer to the private chop and the rest of the silver field had it not been for that spin.
Yep. Back on live timing, I think we're seeing a lot of these guys just trying to get past. So Ian Wong's now gonna pass Hatta. Not too bad. A little bit of a battle going on here. Lam Yong versus Adyan Shah. Sadikun getting himself alongside the other. As they come up now towards Stowe. Trying to move on the outside. Adyan Shah left the door open on the inside here for Lam Yong to capitalize. Banging wheels together here. To come up towards the club corner, Lam Yong is already very clear of Adyan Shah. Will be able to take that in the braking zone. No trouble at all.
Yep. So move as you like. And time speed is about 600 a second, but made a mistake. Lam Yong's already back in front, and he's in P13 in front of Tristan Adyan Shah.
Nice and clear. So let's see how things will shape up for strategy here. Well, Lucas Key can certainly try to run long as well, and I think that will also continue to hand them an advantage when it comes to their command of this race so far. And look at that, it's actually starting to come up to lap Will Hammond here, so that's just goes to show how much distance they are between him and 7th place here. But running long seemed to have worked out well for Eamon Ryan. He's done well to conserve and make sure that he stays up in that position. Enzo Ison, who has switched teams, as we have noted early on in this broadcast here. It's now behind the wheel of that 31. Still trying to get its way through traffic. Still got 9 seconds to make up. But he's been running for an hour and 13 minutes so far. So is he also going to decide to go long here to try to match up with Eamon Ryan's car? That could be interesting. Oh, sorry, with Eamon Ryan's stint, I should say. The car is right now in the hands of Lucas Keys, while Enzo Isan now trying to get up against Young here. Goes onto the grass in order to try to keep up here, but Rehan is also being a thorn on his side. Unlaps himself, and now is trying to make a move onto Young at the same time.
Yes, Hunter Rehan is on the inside. Alchemy on the outside, but Rehan swings through and takes the track position away. No such changes in the positions overall or in class. Still about 60 seconds by Ian. And behind Raju.
Right, Raja. Yeah, Ian is, I think, just come out of the pits. Yeah, he's just coming out of the pits right now, so he's decided to pit after that spin just now. Might have just done a number on his own tires here. Rehan will be streaking up ahead, though. So having only got Isan right now to trail in behind. And Lucas Keys has just gotten fastest lap. So that's going to be 2 bonus points for sure on his way here. Though I think like bonus points also apply for the other classes as well in their own individual times, but that we can only find out after the end of this race here. So I think Ahmad Jusmin might still be able to hold those bonus lap points unless Will Hammond or Asuka are going to be able to make the fastest lap than he did. He's running nice and tidy right now. A little bit of a lull at the moment because there's not really any battles going on track. This is more to see how these guys will handle the continuing drying off the track here. Still going to continue raining at least for the next half hour. No sign of that dampness being let off anytime soon. Very stormy weather going on in Silverstone, I expect, in real life. Yeah. Still gonna be in it for the long haul, it seems.
Yep, and speaking of long haul, that is almost like a truck cabin there for Lucas Keys. Blue light all the way.
A very tall cabin there if you're driving a truck.
Yes. Perfect for the kind of thing where you can sleep over in there. But
I mean, like, I've seen like some truck drivers even have like sim racing setups within their trucks that they use like during their breaks, you know. So
something like the Mark Marquez school of thought.
It's like take a break from driving to drive some more.
Yes.
Reminds me of times when like I'll be coming back from an event just to eager to get to my sim cockpit to continue putting some laps on Nürburgring. So going out of traffic to get into even more traffic. Number 3 car spun around. What's happened to Yong this time around? Stuck on the side of the track, having to wait for a whole bunch of cars to get through, but will still be able to carry on. Already lost a couple of cars, one for disqualification, another seems to have left the server here. So only 41 still remains out on track. Rehan still being chased by Enzo Isan is now up against Ian Wong here. So now it seems to be another battle happening on track. Although, as I say that, actually Pratama is getting into a bit of side-by-side action here with Daryl Ung. He's going to try to split the difference between these 2 cars as they come through.
And he got him.
And he actually got him right there and then, coming out of the hangar straight and into Stowe. That's brilliantly done. So now it's only Enzo Isan to catch up to, but there's 25 seconds of time left to make up there, unfortunately.
The top 3 in the championship are also top 3 in this current race, but if things stay where they are, it looks as though that the 333 Apex Race Brunei car might have just did enough to stave off a potential flourish for the LOR racing team.
Ahmad Jusmin jumps into the pits, was in the lead of the race here. So now you're going to be passed by a few more cars before he's going to be able to get out of there. So job well done for him so far in the number 98. Yossi Sofian right now in the battle here with Fahim Hatta, who's the driver of that BMW we saw earlier on. think it's Jordan McNeil, it might be, in front of the two of them as they come around. In fact, it is. So, a bit of traffic there for Faim Hata. He's going to be able to get out around the outside. Sofian's going to try to follow him along, but Jordan McNeil, unfortunately, will be taking the racing line there, blocking him a little bit in his attempt to keep up with Hata, and he even blocks him some more while he was trying to take a late apex through the top end of the arena section. So Sofian unfortunately loses out a bit of opportunity there to catch Faim Hata, but maybe we'll be able to take advantage of this three-way slipstream. Jordan McNeil moves just as Sofian does at the same time and still blocks him in his attempt to try to get closer and closer to Faim Hata. Faim Hata goes wide though. Contact between Sofian and McNeil. It's right now, I think Sofian is starting to let the frustration boil over a little bit with this car getting in the way of his attempt to battle. Flashing his lights right at Jordan McNeil, saying, "What the heck are you doing there, McNeil? Get out of the way there so I can finally take the battle to Faim Hata." And finally, on the straight, he does.
Yep. Man.
And up there goes Faim Hata a little bit slow suddenly over there. Let's find Sofian go all the way through at the start of Megas and Beckett's. And now Sofian is going to be up into 19th place.
Yep, as we wait for the timing tower to just update itself, just to get the confirmation. Yoshi Sofian is in 19th, and Divesh Jiva is behind. Oh, Cheeky Bronco Aditya, now what happened to him?
I think it spun around just now. Don't think he got into contact. Nope, doesn't look like it was for him, although that contact was way before there for him, so pretty much spun out on his own in the middle of the Wellington straight there. Mama Aska is a little bit closer. Ramdani, is he going to be able to pass him in position? I mean, Ramdani is just taking over the reins of the car as they come out of the pits.
And that's a drive for Ramdani.
A drive-through penalty there for him.
And that's another turn up for the books in the championship fight. Would you believe that? The 98, which is looking good at one point to try and sneak in the championship title, has now been given a drive-through, having to serve in the pit lane, losing more precious time out on track.
That might just be some good news. Lady Luck finally smiling on the side of 23 as they inherited the lead after the 98 went into the pits. And, oh, well, for Mandani, he's going to serve that drive-through now, and he's going to be losing some positions thanks to that. 338 already passed. Who else is going to be able to pass him? I think Proper Chop will pass him for track position. That's going to put him further down through the list right now, and further and further away from his championship hopes here.
Yeah, but he will still come out in the podium positions, I would hazard to guess, because
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's Proper Chop.
Proper Chop, yeah, Proper Chop's passed him already.
Oh, no, that's Martin. Martin's there. But where's Proper Chop?
Proper Chop has a 10-second penalty though, so that will still come into factor in his next pit stop.
Yes, and he comes out of chapel.
He's already, yeah, he's actually ahead. He is ahead of Ramdani on track.
Yes. So, now that will be a turn up for the books as well, isn't it? If we can find Proper Chop in position for where he is right now, that will mean the number 3, 523 cars are in hot contention for the championship.
So unfortunate, but again, Proper Chop still has a 10-second penalty to serve for the car, at least on the next pit stop, so that should be able to give the position back to Ramdani. So you also got Abdul Mateen also on his way through here, so that's going to split the difference between him and Ramdani, who we can see just in the background there trying to get past a lapped car. 2 hours and 18 minutes still remains here, ladies and gentlemen. Still a long way to go here. Still 2 more hours, 2 more pit cycles even for some of these drivers.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, still keeps under control. But the Drew still trying to unlap himself, but gonna be a bit unsuccessful to do so. Ramdani is still a little bit handy in that Lexus, which we've seen has been quite strong against Aston Martins so far. So Drew doesn't really have that much of a chance, unfortunately.
Yes. Only against the Aston Martins, but through the corners, other cars may have had the legs on it. It's just that his real power seems to lie on the straights, where he can just go by so quickly. And now, we have other drivers we're focusing on. This is Daryl Ng doing a stellar job for the number 3, the 388 car for Hobby Culture Racing Nova.
Yeah, and with Jaden Liao now going into the pits, very far ahead in the lead here. That's practically going to be a shoe-in here for the number 338 for the win in the AM class. It's definitely the one who's going to be splitting the difference between Enzo Ison, 36 seconds behind. Lucas Keys right now just pretty much running a race of his own. He's actually lapped Will Hammond now. He's got another car to lap here as the Vesjiva goes a little bit wide to allow both of those cars to lap him. They're actually both lapping him at the same time, although Lucas Keys is one lap ahead of Will Hammond in this instance. So a bit of a very funny circumstance going on there. Will Hammond, in the meantime, is certainly going to be very happy to know that Ramdani is all the way stuck down in 9th position and is going to have the opportunity right now to get in a little bit of a testing moment here with Lucas Keys.
Lucas then just negotiates safely here through the front. Can't say for sure how far or safe he is right now, though you have a gap buffer between yourself and your championship rivals. Maybe you can take it easy, but not too easy.
Not too easy. Keys going a little bit offline there, maybe to pick up some puddles to keep the tires cool. I think that could be key for their strategy at the moment, because at least what we saw with Emma Ryan is that he went long. Lucas Keys is still deep in the middle of his own stint here, so if he decides to go long as well, that's going to further open up opportunities for them as long as they don't lose too much time. Emma Ryan did lose quite a bit of time to the number 31 when he decided to stay long, so they know that there's a certain limit to how much they can apply that. But given that they are comfortably in the lead right now, perhaps they could try to switch up the strategy a little bit. Will Hammond will continue to give chase here. Again, still not much in terms of action on track. There's only one close battle, perhaps. Fahim Hatta versus Sofian. Ooh, it's a lot of damage on the front of Sofian's car. That's not going to do wonders for his aerodynamics right now.
Yeah, let's see if we can keep that going as Prabhachal comes to the pits. And that could be a scheduled one as well. If we can see how long he's been out on track. 797, yeah, now in 16. So that's pretty much in the ballpark for that range.
So unfortunately, I think that damage in the front for Sofian has actually cost him a lot of time there. He's actually falling behind a lot of these cars right now, getting through. In fact, I think we can try to see a replay here. He had contact with the number 444 on track. That's Jordan McNeil, actually. Again, another bit of contact, and that was what cost him an opportunity there. He was trying to negotiate past McNeil when it came to the battle for track position, but now it's all costed him even more here with that damage in the front end.
Yeah, that's quite a weird one, isn't it? Maybe the contact that happened afterwards, we didn't see the full replay, but you know for sure the fact that Sofian still carrying on with that one. Maybe it's not taking suspension damage, because in ACC, once you have suspension damage, you get that black and orange flag, you have to pit, because otherwise you'll be disqualified. Oh, something happened to one of the bigger cars. Zachary Lim has stopped on track, but luckily not anywhere near the action, and he has officially left the building.
Officially left the building, he has, so that's I'm sure there's going to be a full retirement
Zep,
there.
no, look at that. Fahim Hatta spun it around. Fahim Hatta spun it around there for a second. Half spin. Luckily, he actually get it back up.
Yeah, but that's going to allow Sofian now to catch up to him, but he's still got a stricken car to deal with there. There he is, right in the background behind Lam Yong. What had happened to Fahim Hatta at that time, I don't know. If he got into contact, he's certainly got some damage on his side there. He's going to let Lam Yong pass. That's going to allow Sofian now to catch up to him. Is he actually close enough? Not quite. Still a very long ways to go. Again, he's having some damage to deal with in his front, and that's going to bog him down a little bit. But there could be opportunity here for Sofian. If he can actually catch where Fahim Hatta is. Like, again, the unfortunate thing is that it's not in the same class for the two of them, but we did see Sofian try time and again to get past Fahim Hatta. Didn't quite make it work. But I think that's kind of settled down. Sofian's still very bogged down, and he's decided to come into pits. That front end damage needs to be settled with here, unfortunately, so he will be able to call it quits. Wilson Woon just coming out here, takes over for the number 18. And that pretty much is all there is here really to talk about, unfortunately, as Kanzani Randami now having come out of the pits, it's currently trying to chase after Abdul Mateen.
Yeah, in fact, this is for separate classes once again, you know.
Yeah.
It's not really going to mean much in the battle, but at least something to talk about if, and only I say if something happens between the both of them.
Big if.
Yeah. And given the fact that there's still some championship implications on the line between these two. Because, okay, not between these two, but for the number 98, if he gets into collision with a 3-3-4, we know for a fact that a puncture can send everything spiraling out of control. We saw that already with the number 23, and miraculously, Hammond and McKenna are back up in front in the silver class, so that has shaken up well for them. But we'll only see, it will only take one more crazy moment to just turn everything back on its head.
But conversely, if Ramdani is able to get past Mateen quickly and try to work up his way, he might be able to try to catch up to the rest. There's only 2 hours remaining though, so I'm not even sure what kind of gains you can make in the pit stop strategy here, this late juncture of the race. Ramdani will still try anyway. Lam Yong in the meantime, looking like he's actually caught Yudhishthira. Getting quite close in that last few corners there, coming out of the Wellington Straight. That was right all across to Yudhishthira here.
Because on top of that, we saw Naufal Faiz in the other entropy car getting into trouble, but never mind that. Yeah. We see now Lam Luang in the Porsche. Satiko Lam Luang trying to get by Iga Yudhishthira, and again, that these two Valpa random cars seem to have gotten the setup nailed for the straights because other cars behind them just cannot seem to pass. Let's see then if Lam Luang can be the guy that bucks that trend.
Yeah, ooh, bucking his car around even, trying to get his way out of Maggins and Beckins into Chapel now. Still keeping it within half a second to Yudhishthira. Tries to get the slipstream off of him here, but still a little bit far off to be able to do so. Ramdani is also conversely catching the team, but I think we'll focus on this little battle for now. As Lam Long still trying to fight with the car for control to get through. Coming up to the club chicane. Still trying to see whether or not he'll be able to close the gap to Yudhishthira before he gets onto the Hamilton Straight, but still not close enough to get the slipstream here for him, unfortunately. Donnie, in the meantime, much closer to Mateen, as you can see from the screens here, should be able to get this move done here. Onto the inside he goes, and streaks up, goes a little bit too wide though, unfortunately, and Mateen will be able to get a position back. Aryan Shah also looking to try to get in on the action here, as Radami unfortunately was not able to get that done that time around. Lam Yong in the meantime, still trying to catch up to Yudhishthira. Ian Wong as well getting in on a bit of action back onto the tail of Rajamil Shaukat.
And again, these two have been separated for a while, but yet between the two strategies, it somehow converges back into one. And for Ian Wong, well, what more can you say? It's just facing up, squaring with the same guy once again. So we'll keep an eye on these three particular battles, because at least that's one way to close out the hour. Because in terms of the craziness, this is the most boilerplate of the hours.
A pit stop right now for Daryl Ung. So number 338 will be coming into the pit lane. Ian Wong going around the outside of Rajamil Shaukat. Could not quite find it in the other position though, as Rajamil Shaukat still handles it well and keeps himself on the apex. Ian Wong smiling away again. Still a battle of two very experienced sim racers between the two of them. Certainly has had their fair share of battles even in this race itself, but this is another one for track position here. Still trying to streak in close.
But no dice.
Nope, not at all.
It's again just that kind of exercise in frustration, isn't it? That, okay, sure, at least these cars are not using super clipping to get past each other or any sort of gimmicks that could get a car overtaken. But it does feel like, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Oh, in fact, it's coming for real this time. There is Ian Wong outfoxes Rajamir Shawkat and barges out of the way. I did say earlier, well, that sometimes it's just like the class is coming, but it never comes. But here's Ian Wong. He made that happen.
But Rajamir Shaka is going to try to fight him back as he enter Maggots.
Oh!
And both of them come together.
So glad we stayed.
Glad we stayed for that. Rajamir Shawkat.
And he stalled the car. Ian actually has stalled the car for a second. That's why he just couldn't get it rolling quickly.
Yeah, Raja has already got his car moving. Is now rejoining the track. Ian Wong's going to follow behind. And ay. That was a very unfortunate there, but it was so close between the two.
And in fact, we might just get immediate replay out of that one because, once again, it was a half chance that looked like it wasn't really on, but he tried it anyway. No, in fact, we're not going to get
We're
replay
not going to
that.
get it for that one. No.
But we do have Lam Luong and, in fact, Lam Luong just losing it by himself.
Yudhishthira.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, the two of them are also very close in battle, so let's now focus on this one here. So this one is actually within the class, so definitely going to be for some championship points.
There was a car facing the wrong way, and that is Pradat Pipat Pong, who actually had to turn it around.
Yep, having to get that back around here. Lam Long and Yudhishthira still fighting for that. Lam Long goes a little bit wide through the corner. Actually had to evade a little bit there before he ran into the back of Yudhishthira, but still quite a long way away, and he lost a bit of time through that. In fact, it was almost half a second gone between the two of them when Lam Long was able to recover the car.
Yeah. Again, just to finish off the point where I said, oh, in fact, Ian spun it a second time, and is he out? In fact,
No,
go back to you. Yeah,
no,
he's back.
He's back in.
Yeah, we was about to say, can you imagine that the overtakes are just like it's coming, but it never really comes to pass until when the moment does happen. Looks like it's gonna go. So one guy's way, but then suddenly both of them get taken out.
Yep. I mean, Raja was trying to fight back for that for sure. I mean, he got caught out there in cops and was trying to fight back through Maggots and Beckett's and just came together at the wrong place at the wrong time. Ian Wong was now trying to chase him back here. Both cars a little bit stricken and Eagles maybe a little bit bruised between the two. Lam Long now getting a nice slipstream off of Yudhishthira. It's actually catching him a little bit right now in the arena section. This could be good, as the Porsche seems to be the stronger car against the Lexus in this instance. Continuing to keep it nice and close, but Yudhishthira keeps his line very defensive indeed, preventing Lam Long from being able to get that good exit he was looking for. But it's still going to be locked on. Still going to try as hard as he might to get that slipstream. Should be able to reel him in a little bit towards the end of the Wellington straight. But again, catching is one thing, passing is still going to be another.
Whoa!
Very close there for Lam Long. Had to avoid contact with Yudhishthira there. Backed out of it just in the nick of time there. But could be another one. In this, we already saw one between Ian Wong and Rajamir Shawkat. Let's hope there's not going to be another one here between Yudhishthira and Lam Long.
And we saw just now how it went wrong for both of them.
Yeah. Yep, we're going to be bringing you guys more puns after this. Ashfikur Rahman going to have to come back in here. Lost control, it seems, at the end of the club chicane.
Wow, what you should look at that. That's a turn out for the books. After so much contact, now you can see that the number 3 finally has been disqualified.
Well, good night, sleep tight here, Malcolm Young. That's going to be the end of your run here in the season so far. So disqualification for him.
And his teammate.
Dennis Ong as well. I mean, he was already disqualified earlier, but seems to have his car still on the serve for some reason. It's Rajamir Shawkat. Oh, Ian Wong is actually cutting him around the outside. We joined in just in the right time to see round 2 of this battle.
They hit again!
And
They
hit
hit each other again!
Hit each other again, banging wheels between each other. Ian Wong finally gets ahead of Rajamir Shawkat, but we're on a similar part of a track, although this time starting things off at the pit road straight. And Ian Wong is going to be able to pull a bit ahead. Can Rajamir Shawkat fight back going towards Cops?
Nope.
Not quite. Oh, slide! Big slide there from Ian Wong. He cooked it through Cops, and Raja takes the position back.
Yay. He got the move done, but the car was just too damaged to just do anything more than that.
Well, it was a bit boilerplate early on, but then as the last minutes of the hour is approaching. We're getting another heated battle here. Lam Long versus Yudhishthira. One more time. He's a lot closer this time around on the Wellington Straight. Tiago Pereira is ahead of the two of them to be lapped. But Lam Long, can he find a way past Yudhishthira? Not quite. Still tries to streak it into the inside, but Yudhishthira closes the door on him on the apex. Yudhishthira still stays ahead of Lam Long through all of that, so that was another attempt, but unfortunately, the place still not found.
Nope. Not as of yet.
So 2 minutes still remaining here. Can we see another attempt here from Lam Long? As he's still close enough, Pereira is still going to be in the way of Yudhishthira through this bit of the corner. Next one coming up here is going to be Maggins and Beckett's. Lam Long could take this opportunity right now to close in. He's actually getting very close to Yudhishthira. Almost had to evade him in the middle of the transition. Backs it out a little bit here as Yudhishthira stays in. Lam Long slides. Catches it just in time, but Fadil should be able to unlap himself there. But unfortunately, that's handed now the advantage to Yudhishthira. 1.9 seconds separates the two as Lam Long unfortunately slid it out, but managed to catch it just in the nick of time.
And he's sliding again, still there, mid-corner coming through Stowe. It looks as though some of the cars just have troubles keeping on the road. And speaking of keeping it on the road, Kalmin Jung has actually gone off somewhere near Maggins and Beckett's just before Lucas Keys.
Yep.
Right.
On that note,
Yes,
I think we're already reaching the end of the hour. So Lucas Keys still in the lead of the race and still keeping the championship hopes alive here for Apex Racing Brunei. Enzo Ison behind the wheel of the 31, trying to choose in behind. Michael Vincent Velasquez and Moreno Patama did well to get the car back up into P3, and that is for the pro class. Right now, the 338 still in the lead for the amateur class. Will Hammond still in the lead as well for the silver class. So we're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. future is our legacy. And we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the final 2 hours of racing here at Silverstone. Lucas Keys still in the lead, has not gotten for its pit yet. Enzo Isan as well, still out there running well. Right now with the number 338 still in the lead here. Jet Lim is behind the wheel right now to take over from both his teammates Idan and Daryl Ung. While in the meantime, Abdul Mateen remains in second place, while Yudhistira still stays on in third place there, despite the challenge coming in for him. Still is able to keep that track position. But Will Hammond has successfully been able to keep himself up into the first place right now for the silver class. And therefore, will still look like a pretty good championship run for him. But how will it turn out? We're now in the bonus 2 hours here. And normally, in any other round this season, we've already have ended this race here. But now they got another extra 2 hours to run for, an extra 2 hours to make sure they got their strategies planned out right. And hopefully for Will Hammond to be able to keep the car on the track.
Yeah, that was one of those moments that you mentioned just now could make or break an entire season. And again, Howie would love to have them from the first round because it would have been such a dominant run in silver. But they would have run the risk of being promoted early because as much as we love to see very good drivers going through and just climb out the ranks, we don't want runaway leaders in championships. It gives us less reason to talk about it.
Yep. And here's two drivers worth talking about. Ian Wong versus Rajamil Shaukat one more time. So we saw them come together and really cook the books, as it were, here.
Yeah.
But Rajamil Shaukat and Ian Wong will have another opportunity to go at it again.
I mean, it's funny how that Ian Wong's particular division, his team is called Touch Spaghetti.
Don't touch the spaghetti here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have done so. And,
Very funky spaghetti, I think.
and spaghetti got wet.
Oof.
Yeah,
It's
it's
raining,
raining.
yeah,
It's
it's
raining.
raining.
Oh, they did it again!
Contact
They did it again!
Raja forced out of the way there as Ian Wong streaks right through and
And
doesn't
look
look
at-
like...
Yeah, and Fikri Asghar gets the beneficiary of an extra track position.
Yep.
What?
Ian doesn't seem to care too much about that, really.
What is with these two today? They normally drive very respectfully, but somehow the gloves have probably come off, even though that Ian Wong's gloves are still on his hands.
I know, right?
It's just not right. Something's not right today.
Something is not right. I think like finally the frustration's gone over. He's like the gestures coming up at Ian Wong is like, whatever.
Yes. He does the Che Boy, that would be complete. Yes, and oh yeah, of course he drives his Ferrari as well. So it makes a lot more sense.
Well,
And
that's all they wrote, unfortunately. So, well, all things considered, at least this time they didn't take each other out. So that's some good news at least. Islam Long takes to the pits right now. No other battles, unfortunately, for us to witness here. Lucas Keys continues to lead on and still stays very comfortably in that position. Now getting past Hata for track position, lapping him now as he comes onto the Wellington Straight.
And incidentally, yeah, I was about to point this out. This is the second straight lap that he's done it. And I thought for a second that he was actually giving way to Will Hammond because, you know, fellow Australians don't want to have any more troubles, plus two different classes. But I think he is actually stretching the life expectancy of these tires, and he has to go off track to just cool it off. So he's doing that right now by virtue of the fact that the rain is stopping.
Yeah, the rain is stopping. It's going to get drier and drier as time goes on. Not dry enough completely to dry out all the puddles on the track. Those will still remain there, but I think that's key to the strategy here from Lucas Keys here and for the Apex Racing Brunei team, because they want to go for those long stints, and Eamon Ryan did a very impressive long stint for himself. So I think Lucas Keys is trying to follow up that performance there, and that would comfortably keep them very much in the lead for this race and possibly in the lead even for the championship.
Oh, we got trouble here with Praveen Peter. as he has spun off coming up to the arena section.
That's another car that's
Yeah.
spun out of that same part, isn't it?
Yeah, in fact, let's see if he actually held a bit of help or he was on his own. It was on his own.
It was on his own. Yeah, I think like with the drying track condition here, maybe some drivers are just trying to explore, you know, a little bit more of that racing line, but find themselves in the wrong side of the line there. Oh, it's probably Peter still takes a little bit of the AstroTurf there as he tries to break hard into left field.
Yep.
Still looking okay for now, so let's hope he's going to be able to be on his merry way.
Yep. Luckily that his surname is Peter, because I think that's the name of the Pied Piper, but he has no one to follow him around.
It's got to be singing the music, got to be using the magic pipes, as it were, you know, to do so.
Yes, to steal children from a village.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is what happened in the Pied
yeah,
Piper story.
yeah.
I think our producer needs to have a refresh of the nursery rhymes right now.
I mean, yeah, speaking of refresh, there we go. Finally, we have some cameras on some drivers here. As that's Praveen Peter, face reveal for the first time. We have seen names on the screen, but sometimes they don't have the cameras on, so that's why we don't see them.
Yeah, it's good to always be able to put a face to the name. You know, typically when it comes to
Yeah.
online events, it's always like that. And he's got the steering wheel very far away from him, isn't it?
Or it's probably the angle that makes it look like his perspective.
It could be, yeah,
Yeah.
fisheye lens maybe making that effect because his elbow is a little bit bent, but
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, he could also be in a sim rig that's more set up for like F1 racing.
Or he could be a very tall guy.
Yeah, it could be very long
Yeah.
arms.
Yeah, because sometimes it's just the angle of the camera makes it look like that. But yeah, good to know that at least it's actually set up on a proper rig, even if it looks a bit flimsy, because it is the FGT light, isn't it? Yeah, it is the FGT light.
So yeah, I mean, I've actually sat in that kind of rig before. The funny thing about it is that if you stand on the brakes, you get pushed back into the hammock on the back there because there's not really a lot of backing on that chair there, so can make it a bit tricky if you're really trying to, if you have to apply a lot of braking force there.
Yeah, that's why this is the sort of rig that you will put a good wheel on, but you wouldn't want to put a direct drive unit.
It's very much a direct drive unit that's on there, isn't it?
I think, yeah, it's a DD. It's a Fanatec DD.
Yep.
Right, so we do a bit, we normally do livery check and camera check in case of, say, oh, this is where they start, but sometimes we can do a bit of equipment check. Oh, that's a big
What's
hit!
happened there?
Whoa!
What's happened there? Wilson Woon and Kondoka Abdullah got into contact
And
here.
there's the third car. There is a third car there. That's Seth Martin. Where did he come? Where did they all come from?
Yeah, let's see whether they can get incident report. Not getting it inside our race control right now, so no idea what exactly happened there. Maybe Wilson spun on his own or got helped along. We can't quite tell right now, but that certainly spun him around and lost him a bit of time here. Still not threatened in terms of position, but definitely lost some time here to Yudhishthira.
And remember, they came into this round 19 points ahead in the championship stakes for the M class, so they're not really in any jeopardy for that one, though they do want to keep it going the right direction, because otherwise the entire class right behind him is ready to just swallow them right up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage having a stellar season so far. He got a big points buffer, so even slip-ups like that will not cost them too much in the long run. Here comes Thiago Pereira, who was catching Tantan Yong. So seems like he's actually getting caught right now, or rather has just gotten past Fadil. Yeah, he's actually just lapped him there, and Fadil's just happy to just take the slipstream as he is along for the ride here for Pereira, getting closer and closer to Tantan Vong. So let's see whether he can actually close the distance there. There's Thiago Pereira on your screens. Swing that wheel around. Still trying to catch up right now to the Porsche just in front. The Porsche has certainly seen its fair share of battles throughout this race here, but another battle in the hands of another driver here in Tanteng Vong. Thiago Pereira, quite close, but I don't think he's going to be able to close that gap too much though. As he goes a little bit wide, still is able to keep himself close enough to Tanteng Vong, but not going to be close enough to get a slipstream, I'm afraid. Chung Xian, meantime, this time going to be fighting for position against, I believe it's Naufal. Yeah, Naufal Faiz, the entry motorsport car. Two of them now separated only by 0.6 of a second. He's come around the Hamilton straight. He's got Campino behind him, actually looking to unlap himself. And actually will do so, just cuts right across and just takes a position away from Chung Xian, just like that.
No, Pino is lapping him. Yeah, Pino is 11th.
Oh, Pino is 11th, so he's lapping him.
Yeah,
okay,
he's lapping him, so he's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. So Chung San tries to avoid any more troubles for that SD power car. Both cars, in fact, the 22 and the 33 have been involved in the wars.
Certainly see that. I mean, the amount of dirt and grime building up on the side of these cars is like, yeah, oh, he's gone a little bit too wide there, unfortunately. Chung Xian, can he get back? Yep, he does get back and does keep it under control, thankfully. We right now have no other battles to speak of on track, so.
Yeah, but so third place, yeah, not. We were getting word from our director, the broadcast director, but something happened to the jet limb.
Hey,
it's the parakeet.
The parakeet again.
And this time, the head is looking less slanted. Because remember the last time he was curled up, the head was facing the other way. But yeah, good to know that the burp is back.
That's a good burp indeed. So it's offering the moral support here for Jet Lim as he continues driving on the 388. That's right, the 388. And so has a very handy lead in front of him. So it's just going to have, just going to be very much enjoying that moral support for sure. Although I think the glass is not providing a lot of support for the bird here, unfortunately.
But you know, well with the race because you know the burp is a good burp.
Yeah.
We had the dancing burp GIF at one point, but we're not going to do that again. Because, you know, that's quite a nice addition. It's not every day you see pets on camera in the middle of a race. You can't put a cat or a dog on it, but you can put a burp. Yes, on the face.
Not distracting him, hopefully, as he's trying to lap Kaiser right now.
Psycho's back in the car, and Psycho with the controller, he is keeping it well out of harm's way. 22nd, we can finally see him on the leaderboard. Oh, but it did provide a bit of a distraction for Jet for a second, as he yeets himself off the track. But luckily, though, not too much damage in terms of reputation or the race, but he could have actually just shaken his confidence a bit.
Shaken but not stirred, hopefully, that Aston Martin.
Yeah, I mean, you take away the M in his surname, it would be Jet Li.
Well, it's a Wata on track here for sure.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. we're just making jokes right now as we are getting through into this final 2 hours here. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the show right now. Will Hammond diving into the pits now. I think he's going to be going for a double stint. Zed McKenna did do a double stint early on, so that could be on the cards here for them. Let's see whether Asuka will be catching up to them. He's about half a minute behind and closing.
Yeah, and lest we forget, this is the car that had a puncture earlier.
Yeah.
So to recover to be back up in the lead, that might just save their bacon in the championship. But the 351 is back in action there. Oh, did something happen to Jet earlier? Because I saw a yellow flag being waved, but it might have been off track. Anyway, here comes Asuka. He will take the lead this race. But when it's Hammond and McKenna going to come back into play.
Yep, Asuka will also have to make his own pit stop later on in this race as well, so that's another thing to watch out for.
And in fact, in fact, they went an hour 15 this time around, so the puncture did become a factor.
Did become a factor, but Hammond was able to keep the car out longer, so hopefully that makes up for that little excursion, as it were. So he comes back out, still behind the wheel, comes out just behind Ramdani. He's got Mendes in between the two of them.
Sharanya Mendes, based in Malaysia, she's a Sri Lankan karter. She's actually done a stellar job in the rounds that she's done so far, including a best ever finish of 4th for that Sri Lankan team, the CMSC car of number 403. But again, once Hammond comes out and cycles back into the track, look at who he's in behind to.
Ramdani, exactly.
And again, it's almost as if it's a never-ending story between these two.
It's a duel of the fates. Cue the Star Wars music right now. They're both going to have to fight it out, unfortunately. Lexus versus Aston Martin, and a repeat once more. This time Hammond having to take the reins here.
Yep, and He's about an hour and 42 minutes out from the end of this race. Can the tires last that long? And I'm pretty sure these are brand new sets that he's put on right now. After what happened in the previous instance, he might not want to go for a full hour and 30 with old sets. But it's an interesting thought, isn't it? Can these tires survive an hour and 42 minutes?
I think it would be able to survive longer if it was like a full wet situation, but when the track's starting to dry out here, I think it's much more wiser to be able to get on a fresher set here. So yeah, who knows? We'll see how it goes here for the number 23.
And hopefully one of these days we can do a broadcast segue segment where we can just do some technical insights, especially that since tentatively we're going to Le Mans Ultimate. In fact, in the Axel office we have a brake disc from a Ligier LMP2 that was involved in an accident a few years back because of our engineer Lim Han Tan, who was working on the eRacing car at that time. Although unfortunately their race ended quite early because she was rammed by a GT car, I think, or was it another LMP driven by Jamie Chadwick.
Okay.
So that's
6 degrees of separation going on there.
there's a bit of a low drop for those who are interested to see a behind the scenes look on this, but we'll have to do extra video footage just for that. But it'll be interesting to put into there, isn't it? Because aside from GT cars, it's pretty much out of the box type driving. You know what you get into. But in more advanced prototypes, you might need to explain a bit more about how those things work, especially with the hybrid system and the regen, and of course the nitty-gritty of virtual safety car. But unfortunately for that last part, there's no such thing as virtual safety car yet in Ultimate. Even though it is actually a official game from the World Endurance Championship, they don't have that.
I mean, again, like you don't usually see safety car implementations in sim racing. I mean, unless you do it manually, you know, you actually have a physical safety car, you know, to lead the pack here, but it requires a lot of coordination, really,
Yes.
to be able to do so. You need to have everyone in the
Yeah.
voice chat together and tell them, you know, stay in position. You gotta just really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already a nightmare to do in real life. You can imagine how much more of a nightmare when everyone is just separated, you know,
Yeah.
across different regions, different parts of the world.
Yes, and not all of them knows what TeamSpeak is. That's the problem, because as much as Discord has been a great communication tool for stuff like organizational things, it's not really the best when you want to put them all together, because it does get very loud when you have a lot of. Okay, we got nearly about 80 people in one go when we enter races. It's like trying to talk to really loud monkeys that cannot even stay still.
If you put a monkey behind the wheel.
Gentlemen, short
Gentlemen.
view back to the past.
Short view indeed. Oh, number 222 is spun out. Fahim Hatta, what has happened to him here? I think he pretty much lost it on his own. Got none of the cars around him. So I think like that's pretty much going to chalk it up to driver error there, unfortunately.
It is. And for that Velocity Pantera car, it's sometimes pretty much a baptism of fire every single race. You never know what you're going to get with them. But the only thing for certain is that they're going to be involved in something that makes them appear on camera.
For better or worse, says our producer. So, yep. So just keeping a keen eye on the gap between Will Hammond and Ramdani. It's already gone down to, I mean, it was at 2 seconds before. Now it's sitting at 1.5, so he's making gains. And Ramdani seems to be held up a bit as well from some traffic ahead of him. Should be able to get past that one there, but that's cost him quite a bit of time here, it seems. Will Hammond still on charge here, trying to catch up to the second place, and very important one for his championship here for sure.
And there's another Pantera car in trouble, the number 214 of Liu Chunhan. And he's just managed to get back onto the track here. So there you go. Velocity Pantera on camera once again.
Will Hammond already closed the gap now to 1.1 seconds. This is some good progress here. But now it's going to be his time to get past, of all people, Rajamil Shaukat. Oh no, here we go. Producer's already getting PTSD flashbacks from the last time these two guys came together, and Hammond was again trying to lab him that time. But let's hope that Shaukat is going to give him ample space here to work with. Not really giving much space there. Finally opens up a little bit, goes wide, lets Hammond through. So this time, no drama.
Good man, good man. No such troubles for Roger this time. Well, we only say this time because you never know again.
You have no. Yeah.
And we're coming out to that very corner where it has been 50-50 touch and go sometimes, but luckily no one misjudges their braking.
Yep.
It takes you out of a lead class position.
So 1.3 seconds now stands between Will Hammond and Kantani Ramdani. And he's making good gains so far on his laps, keeping that delta nicely in the green so far. Though as I say that, it's actually slipping into the red right now, so oh well. Will Hammond will still try to fight on. Still got a really good gap right now to Ramdani, still gaining on him. Corner after corner, hopefully lap after lap. Here's Ian Wong having a drive-through penalty. What did you do here, Ian?
Corner cuts. That's definitely it. He probably had one corner cut too many.
That's a shame.
Oh! Oh, and Ramdani goes off! Ramdani has actually gone off out of our sights while we're focusing on Ian Wong. There you go. That's enough for you to take the position away, but can Ramdani fight back?
Yep, he's still within position, within half a second here to fight back to Will Hammond. He lost control and this pretty much handed him the position now. Can he get it back? Well, now it's a flip around the script. The Lexus now chasing the Aston Martin, but Will Hammond should be feeling pretty confident out of that. He managed to keep that car very firmly under control. Ramdani tries to close it in, under braking in the club corner. Comes right through, still is able to stay ahead of the Lexus this time around. So again, that curse that he had, rather the curse that Aston Martin's had when it comes to chasing the Lexus, well, this time, how the turntables.
Yes, now it's time for the Lexus to try and get by the Astons. But we know that the Astons are actually quite slippery on the straights. We've seen it already. But Ramdani seems as though he cannot make full use of that if he's going to do mistakes like that there.
Yep, that was too wide there, so that's cost him a lot of time, half a second of time, so 1.3 seconds stands now between him and Will Hammond. Just like that, number 23 is up into P2 for the silver class.
And crucially, in the driving seat for the championship title. That's exactly what Hammond and McKenna wanted, and they have gotten it.
Meantime, I think finally we got a change of the baton right now. Amir Naim behind the wheel of the 333. Taking it off from Lucas Keys early on here. Velasquez got yellow. Okay, I think still all right, still all right. I thought he spun out there, but that was just giving us a bit of a fright here in the commentary booth. But thankfully, still in the running here. 15 seconds behind Amir Naim right now. Though, I mean, the gap is still quite wide relatively, but still has to watch out. And you can see even in inset next to Amir Naim is actually Imran Ryan himself, already getting himself set up to what is likely to take the final stint.
Oh no, he's going to watch over for the final stint because headphones are off now. He's done his job for the season. Now it's up to the boss man himself, the man who runs Apex Racing Brunei, to take it home. And potentially to the grateful arms of a championship trophy.
He needs to hang on for another hour and 34 minutes. That's going to be the job right now for Apex Racing Brunei. I mean, again, Lucas Keys as well as Imran Ryan have been running long in their stints and really have been able to do a good job right now to be able to regain the lead that they lost in this first hour. And now they are still sailing through into Stowe, and now still in the lead of this race.
Yes, but even if they finish where they are right now, they will still be champions because of the fact that Velasquez and Pratama are not able to overhaul them in the point stakes.
Yep.
That's important. That is the one that they needed after the trials and tribulations of that first hour. We thought that, well, Imran Ryan probably was in the hot under the cosh because it was such an intense battle through and through. But yet he kept his cool towards the end of that hour and has managed to put the car in this position right now to where they are potentially going to come home as champions. After last year where they had a close shave to finish nearly into the top 3, they went a few steps even further now by potentially being champions.
Such a huge potential for that, isn't it? Rain continuing to pour here. Sucampino is actually catching up right now to Miro Shamim. Ayman Shamim, sorry.
Yeah, the sister car to the number 333.
Also of Apex Racing Brunei. Still keeping it nicely ahead. Now coming into the club corner. Closing in under braking is Sucampino. Trying to keep it as close as possible when they get in the Hamilton straight. Oh, it's a bit of a slide there for Sucampino. Not exactly what he needed at this point here, but nope, he's not going to be able to enjoy the slipstream off of Shamim's car.
In the wet weather, I don't think slipstream can be much of a factor. Not as much as when you dry. But
Yeah.
but when you do get enough of a tow, it does become very, very potent. There's a car going off.
Going
That's I
way
think
off.
yeah, that's one of the Bangladeshi teams. I think that is of the Gaming Rebels. But we're not gonna mind that too much. We're still on board with Sukampino, and he can probably, if he gets a good run out of this, like that, get a bit of a run on Shamim.
Might get a bit of a run here through the Wellington Straight. Can he reel him in though enough to catch him in left field? That remains the question. Tries to close it in under braking. You can see the gap closing and closing as the two cars brake hard.
They both ran wide there.
Yeah, they did. Ran wide, but Sukampino still is keeping it close, coming out of left field now onto the main straight for this layout, onto the old pit road. Let's see if Sukampino will be able to keep reeling him even closer. 0.4 of a second between the two of them now. To come through Cops. Normally flat out on the open wheeler, but over the curbs goes Sukampino, so he really had to still had to keep it under control there.
Not only did he lose on the curves, he actually went a bit oversteery into the corner itself, so that's why he ended up on the curves there. You can see visually the car was trying to go the other way, but he had to keep it under control. And again, it's fishtailing! Fishtailing coming onto the chapel and onto the hangar straight. You can see this car is right on the edge.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the battle for the overall lead is now being chipped away here because there's only 8.4 seconds between Amir Naim and Enzo Ison. So that's another interesting one to keep an eye out to.
Michael Vincent Velasquez actually gained a second since the last time I checked in on him. So, I mean, still 14 seconds, so still a long shot for him. Be able to make it up there, but nevertheless, still within a chance right now. 1.5 hours is still a long way to go, so who knows? Amir Naim behind the wheel of that 3G3 needs to be able to bring it back home in front of the LOR car to secure the championship. But Michael Vincent Velasquez is putting in his best foot forward now to try to catch up here to the race leaders.
Oh boy, can you imagine this? Two-way battle for the championship in Pro, and the two championship protagonists are just within earshot of each other and in the closing stages of this race. An F1 race distance left to go here, 1.5 hours. We still don't know. It's still up in the air here as eRacing Tantengmong, the sister car to this car that we're watching out for, Team Aitan, has actually come to the pit. So that's a drive-through for cutting the track there. But yeah, going back to that point for the championship protagonist, very, very close. It's still on a nice edge.
Yeah.
And the weather's still at play here. You can see it's damp. That means that the track is not super wet as it was before, but it leaves food for thought whether or not the drivers and teams want to actually change tires to something that's not on the wet stuff. It's a crossover period, isn't it? But when is the right time to pull the trigger?
I think the right time is if you get the forecast to say that the rain will stop completely. Then you get a higher chance of drag trying out enough for you to consider that tire change. But as of right now, even 30 minutes on, it's still going to continue trickling down from the heavens here. So it's still going to remain damp for quite a bit. But who knows? Still got another hour and a half to go here, so the weather change might still come into effect. Here's our controller driver, Psycho Kaiser, still in 22nd place, sliding it out there, and see.
Yeah, and the fact that we did point to note before that he looks as if he is driving quite well. As up there is Aston Martin right on our board.
Yeah.
The way that the car just serenely goes through the corners. It's almost as if that he has a wheel, doesn't it?
All right, it's impressive to see that. I mean, you get so much less information in your hands. You just really have to rumble to tell you, but that only rumbles when you're over the rumble strips. Funny enough, but yeah, very impressive to see the way Psycho Kaiser has been able to keep toe-to-toe with a lot of other drivers who have definitely much more expensive equipment than he has in his hands here. And yeah. Definitely one of the fastest controller drivers we have this season here in the RGP.
Yep, and you can see below that is his V2 laptop, or as we like to call it, PNG.
Yeah.
Because he can't afford a model rigging just yet, but you can see how he's, pretty comfortable with the car there. Just having the control in his hand, controlling the car so serenely. Although it's also important to know that that is not a webcam that he put on his face. He actually just put like a lapel pin with the camera and then using it as a chest cam or a body cam, whichever works.
Hand cam. How about that?
Yeah,
It's giving us a nice view here of his thumbs, his skills on the thumbstick, as it were.
Okay, we can call it hand cam because looking at it, but how he puts up the camera is not.
Yeah, just a lapel
Yeah.
clip, isn't it?
Yes, not exactly what you think it is because it's like, oh, did he put it in his face? Nope, right in.
Yeah. Well, he's catching up to Fadil now. Only 0.2 of a second separate these two drivers here. So could we see some overtaking action from this controller driver here? It looks very much to be on the cards as they come around the turn towards the Hamilton Straight. Let's see, Psycho Kaiser getting toe a bit from Fadil, actually reeling him in here. Can he find a way in? Not yet, not yet. Riding hard over the curbs there. Oh, almost loses control, but still
Yeah.
keeps it on the controller there.
You do not want to do that, especially in the wet weather, because curbs can be really lethal when it's wet because it's painted. So that's why it gets really unstable. But then he doesn't have to really counter steer too much because, well, he's on the controller. He doesn't feel it. When we're on the wheel, we can feel that we have to counter steer. As Fadil then tries to defend around the outside, but Psycho has the line on the inside. Psycho and Fadil go side by side on the Wellington Straight, almost like Senna Mansell. But Psycho has the line and he has the advantage.
Look at that. Psycho Kaiser moves up a place into 21st. Lucky 21, as it were, here for our controller driver. And a well done one indeed.
Psych. Yeah, but where are they in terms of the positions? Counting right now, P10.
All right.
P10 and P11 depends on how we look at it.
So, nice one there. A little bit of nice action there. I think Mendes, Saranya Mendes getting a bit of a toss up right now. It's Sofian around the outside. He's going to be able to pass her for a position and gets ahead. Enzo Isan is also trailing in and will be able to lap Mendes. At the same time, as Ian Wong comes up behind, will be able to lap her as well.
Oh, wait, something happened to Jet Lim there. Yellow flag. Where is he? Oh,
There he is.
there he is. He's still moving.
He's still fine. He's still fine.
Yeah, sometimes our indicator on our timing screen tells us very false positives.
Well, Sofian right now, I think is just 210s. Is that to Hata? I think that could be to Hata right now. He's already dispatched Sharanya Mendes. So now he's going to be chasing Hata for track position here. BMW Power. Front, not powerful enough, unfortunately, as they come up the Wellington Straight. That Lexus will be able to dispatch him even before they get into the braking zone. And Yoshi Sofian will still be able to keep the car nicely stopped there and gets in front of Fahim Hata.
But look at crucially there, Enzo Isan's caught in on of all this, and he's only about 5 seconds ahead of Amir Naim. This is going to play into Amirul's hands here, you know?
Yeah, if he's not able to get through this traffic, he is going to be able to pass Hata, I think, which just slipped by him on the right-hand side. But there was a lot of traffic that Enzo Isan had to do, so the gap between him and Amir Naim has already gone to 4.6 seconds. Hata slides a little bit in the background there, but managed to keep it under control. Here's Amir Naim in the number 333. 4.6 seconds stands between him and Enzo Isan for the overall win.
Huh. What a development. What a development here, because Enzo got bogged in by this gaggle of cars battling each other. Amir Naim now is only 5 seconds away from the overall win, and more importantly, solidifying the number 333 Apex Racing Brunei's position at the top of the championship.
Yep. Very solid performance indeed. Massive comeback here compared to where they were in that first hour. Big battle between the top three, who are still the top three inside here, although the orders slightly flipped around here. Number 31 inside, in the lead here ahead of Imran Bryan. The number 333, which is now ahead of number 21. Apex Racing Brunei looking to try to make it a win. A win in the championship and both in this race here, it seems.
That car right behind the bike marker just took the outer limits of the track limits to the extremes just to avoid slipping out of the way. Luckily though, Suto is not going to be losing too much time here, especially given the fact that he is further behind compared to all these guys. But I did say earlier, that the gap was decreasing because Enzo was in traffic. Amir has to face the same thing, and oh joy, look at the amount of cars that he has to overtake. A BMW, a Ferrari, and an Aston, while the Porsche then is not even the fastest on the straights. He'll try his luck on this.
He'll try his luck indeed. He's got Collins on the inside. Collins just going to close the door on Amir Naim, so he's not going to be able to get past there. There's going to be another straight that will open up soon here on the old pit road. So there'll be another opportunity for Naim to be able to get through. But yeah, I mean, the gain that he got early on from Isan now just pretty much evaporated away here as he's stuck behind the same set of traffic that Enzo was able to dispatch earlier on.
Oh, this is going to be really tricky. Three-way coming up to Cops. We know that two-way doesn't work here between Hamilton and Verstappen, but he makes it. Naim really makes it through, and he had to put full trust in Hatta there.
Might even flash his lights a little bit and call in there because he was being a bit of a spoiler in his attempt to try to get through. But through Maggotts and Beckett's, they will go. Still trying to keep it tidy. No slide at all, keeping it firmly under control. That's a gain onto Colin, coming out through Chapel. Should be able to get the run up against him now. Switches to have a peek on the inside here as he come up to a Stowe.
Whoa.
Very much keeping it on the limit, on the line here. Slips onto the inside and does get himself ahead of Collins by the time to get through Stowe corner.
But he lost a grand total of 4.4 seconds when he held up there. So really then, it got negated completely by the fact that he was able to chase up at one point, but these gaggle of cars who were in their own little battle ended up being detrimental to him. Right.
So, 1 hour, 20 minutes still remains. Amir Naim now finally gotten through that whole gaggle of traffic. He's now having to try to fight it out to try to regain some of that lost time there to Enzo Isan. 7.3 seconds, or rather 6.8 seconds now as they come across the line here between the two of them. Wilson Woon is now back on track here and now back trying to fight with Shamim.
Because Ayman Shamim overtook him. It was actually close at one point. We missed the overtake, but it looks as though Shamim then is carrying on his merry ways and on the podium in the AM class. So that's actually quite nice to see. As in fact, there's a collision between the cars that we were watching earlier. Sharanya Mendes is off, and it looks as though Suto's off as well.
Not too much damage in the front, hopefully, but Mendes is now being passed by a lot of cars here. Just unlapping themselves, it might be. So Lexus gets his way through here.
Yep. Now we might just have to go back to Amir Naim in his quest for the overall win. Mercifully though, after that moment through Cops where it was just nip and tuck, he can now set aside there. You can just see Enzo Isan up the road from that camera angle just now. The lead is for the taking, but can the Porsche comply and can the tires survive? Because right now we're in damp conditions. The rain is not really letting up, but it isn't as heavy as earlier, so we'll wait and see whether or not wet tires can survive this.
Yeah. I mean, at one point we were talking about like the gap between Enzo Isan and Amir Naim, but the gap between Michael Velasquez as well as Amir Naim is actually shrunk because of that traffic. So, I mean, Michael will also have to contend with the traffic that they were having to go through early on, but we'll see how it will turn out. At the moment, it's still an hour and 18 minutes to go, so still a lot of time left before we'll even be able to get a whiff of that checkered flag. So, lots of strategy to be played out here. Yudhishthira has gone into the pits, so that is going to be final one, I expect, or one of the last ones we have here. Have to try and see where it's going to be ending up when he comes out of that. Still in second place, I believe. Although I think Shamim, he's going to be behind, coming up behind both Shamim as well as Wilson Woon, who are still locked in their own particular battle. There's Stanton Bong right now being lapped right now by Shamim. Should be able to get through that. Wilson Woon is going to be the one trying to follow behind, but still 2.2 seconds out, so we're not going to be able to catch him anytime soon. So yeah, the weather still is not going to be letting up, and I don't know. It does feel like it will continue to stay this damp until the very end of the race here. So these drivers will have to be very calculative right now, as that final stint is already coming very close here for these drivers. Still gonna try to look and see if any other battles are forming on track here, but unfortunately, nothing to speak of here. Gaps are close between some of these drivers, Campino and Wilson Boone, within seconds of each other. As is Ethan Lowe to Tan Din Vong. We saw Tan Din Vong getting passed early on, or rather being lapped early on. Wilson Boone is currently out of that phase, but he's actually holding back Ethan Lowe somewhat.
Yeah, Wilson himself is actually a lap ahead of Ethan Lowe there, but Ethan actually doesn't care about that. He wants to actually get his lap back.
Yep, just wants to take it back there, but Wilson's not just denying him that opportunity right now. Two cars, two Ferraris, two very experienced drivers here. One for LOR Ascent, one here, one of our local boys. Ooh, who's that spun out there?
That was like one of the Aspens, but it might have been Sharon Mendes for all we know. Oh, no, in fact, it's not.
No, I don't think so.
No, it's Shane Wirakun. Shane Wirakun.
Yeah, oh well. So able to get himself back on track. No problem. There's Tan Din Vong and there's Ethan Lowe. Ethan and Tan Din Vong are racing for position, but Wilson Boone is being a bit of a spoiler in this fight here, unfortunately. Coming in between these two drivers, but he's making it very close indeed. Wilson Boone just braking and still staying on that line. Ethan just frustratingly not able to find a way through him. No, with Tan Din Vong just within arm's reach over there. And he's now able to just, thanks to the interference of Wilson Boone, pull away. Watch out, coming in hot behind is another car. It's actually going to get in a bit of, no, it almost looked like he got into contact there on the rear end of Ethan Lowe, but Ethan finally is going to be able to unlap himself, or I think might still be side by side with Wilson Boone. Yeah, he's still side by side with Wilson Boone as they come through the club corner, but Ethan Lowe tries to fight to take the apex first. Still stays ahead somewhat, and still is trying to pull that metal to the metal here. Getting onto the Hamilton Straight, he will be ahead of Wilson Boone.
And Wilson will not like that one bit because behind him is Campino. That's the car that was trying to overtake Ethan earlier.
Yeah.
So that's how all the battles are involving each other. But it's detrimental to some than others.
I mean, it's two battles actually here going on. Sucampino versus Wilson Boone, Ethan Lowe versus Tan Din Vong. And Sucampino unfortunately slid a little bit coming out of the corner, so he'll lose a bit of time there to Wilson. But finally, now the actual battlers can battle their own respective track positions here. So, Sucampino getting close, and very, very close there to Wilson Boone. Going to try to see if he's going to be able to get himself past. He's going to have to take a route to the inside, gets himself into that position, forces Wilson Boone to take the wider line, and moves up ahead of Wilson Boone. Very nice positional take there.
And Wilson will be a bit miffed by the fact that Ethan was the reason why Pino actually managed to get up to the back of him. And the only consolation he can have right now, because Pino is in a different class anyway. But Wilson also will be a bit miffed by the fact that he loses more ground to Ayman Shamim.
Ayman Shamim, 7 seconds ahead. Also got Pino right now. How is the battle for the other two cars there? I think Ethan Lowe, already got. Oh, Tan Din Vong has already gone into the pits, so that opens up the door here for Ethan Lowe to go ahead and take 15th place for himself. Tan Din Vong is going to be dropping behind Ramadan as well before he finally finishes off his pit stop. Fadil is also switching over to his teammate here. Kyle Vija is taking the reins now off the number 9 car. Yep, so far those are the only guys taking their pit stops here. Who else is going to be likely to take their pit stops soon? We already got Enzo Ison running over 7 minutes over an hour here on his stint in the number 31. So there's going to be another change of the guard here between the two of them. Michael Vincent Velasquez also 7 minutes over an hour here for himself, and still trying to chase up here to Amir Naim, or the car number 333. Gap between them actually still staying more or less in place here. Amir Naim did manage to gain about a second onto Enzo Ison. Michael Vincent Velasquez is still able to keep within 12 seconds of the number 333 Porsche. So it's still looking good right now for that final lap here yet to go. 13 minutes still remaining on the clock. We'll see how it goes. Ian Wong now in the pits, so he's going to be taking his own scheduled pit stop.
Oh, they're looking for red like that. They won't.
Stop and go penalty. No, not like this. He just went in the pits just now, and looks like, again, another driver failed to slow down in time for the stop line there in the pit lane, and Dante Vong is going to be losing a lot of positions because of this. What a shame right now for Team Ithon. Tried their best, but mistakes like these, especially at the end, rather towards the end of such a long race like this, it's got to be so frustrating to accept here. But they're just going to have to take it. Stop-go penalty means they will have to come in on the next lap. They cannot afford to leave that delayed lest a disqualification comes their way, and a disqualification in the final round of the season is not something they would want right now. So who else is also going to be making the trip into the pits here? Having a look right now on the driving times. I think Amir Naim may even potentially try to run into the very end. We can last one whole hour. And wow, 2 whole hours here for Thiago Pereira. He's been out for a very, very long time indeed. I'm just surprised that his tires actually didn't die out throughout all of that process here.
And the one he made out so many positions, he's up to 13, but it almost doesn't seem right. Are you sure it's just 2 hours that we're looking at right now?
I know, right?
It doesn't seem right.
How? The question I only have in my mind is like, how? I think it could be a bit of an error over here, because no way the tire's going to be lasting that long. We already saw what happened to Zed McKenna early on when he was going like, what, 1 hour, 30 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, we saw it Jung Jit as well.
Sorry, Jung Jit. Where is Jung Jit on the list here? No, I don't think I see that. Oh. Yeah, we saw that with Jung Jit as well, like just blowing his tire during the stint. So how in the world is Pereira being shown here with 2 whole hours in his stint? That's a very weird thing here. But a lot of other people also an hour long here. We did see just now Russell Reyes as well as Marina Pratama. Got Sukan Pino also 3 minutes over the hour here for him on his stint. 5 minutes over the hour here for Naufal Faiz, who's been running in quite a few scraps of his own here, the number 272. Now coming up to Rahman, trying to keep up chase with him. And we're going to see if the gaps between our front runners are going to get any closer. Ramdani at the moment is still about 5 seconds off from Will Hammond, so despite his best efforts, still not going to be closing in there. It's got plenty of traffic to deal with. It's already gotten past Rahman just now. Sorry, Ramadan. It's now trying to chase up to Faiz, so a lot of cars, a lot of traffic to deal with on his part. Low in the meantime, 3 seconds behind Jaden Liao. Oh, I mean, different classes here, so not necessarily something to watch out for.
It was Jeremy Yao, yeah.
Oh, Jeremy Yao, sorry, not Jaden.
But yeah, between the two of them, I don't think they want to be involved in any more crazy collisions.
True. I mean, we're already like, what? We already been racing for nearly 5 hours straight here. 1 more hour still remains. Lots of patience needed on the part of these drivers here. The weather conditions continuing to remain damp, and I think given the circumstances here, not likely we're going to be seeing a dry track anytime soon. Tan Tin Vong coming to serve his stop-go penalty now, so he's going to get passed by a lot of drivers here. Shfiqur Rahman, I think, is trying to stay out of the way of Ramdani, and ooh, that was a little bit too close there. Couldn't see which car that was there. One of the Shenri Raccoon. I think that was one there. He's going to pass Rahman. Ooh, getting into contact there. Ramadan tries to fight him for position here, but Rahman still will be able to stay the course and stay under control here. Ramadan just trying to, I believe, lap him, or is it unlapping him here? Cannot quite. Yeah, it's, just lapping him right at instance. So thankfully, stayed out of trouble for that. Ramadan will also be able to lap Faiz just at the same time. So Tan Ting Vong finally going to be able to come out of the pits here, but will do so in 20th place. Wilson Woon, in the meantime, taking his own scheduled pit stop. Could be the last one here for the number 18. Thiago Pereira getting quite close to Ardian Shah right now. This could be Bit of a battle forming up here as we come out of Stowe. But Thiago not able to close the gap too much now. 1.1 seconds, still floating around there as they come through Club. It's only close battle to be spoken of. Oh, what has happened here to Faiz and Ramadan? Both of them came into contact, it looks like, and Ramadan will be able to come through. I think he was trying to lap Nafal Faiz during that time, and I think certainly would have ended up coming into contact because of that. Let's have a look on the replay now to see what happened between the two. We saw him trying to get through some of these cars. Faiz was on the inside there. Oh! Ramadan actually closed the door a little bit early, and Faiz got caught out as he was rushing forward at apex. So both of them got spun around, and Ramadan now back to square one as far as traffic is concerned. Drops in behind Kandokar Abdullah. Now, Adyan Shah. Okay, Pereira has already caught Adyan Shah. Tries to catch him around the inside there, and it does indeed take the position away. Moves up into 12th place. So that's going to be a handy bag of points there for the Sri Lankan driver. Adyan Shah now trying to fight back to get the position in. Still 310s as they come up through the old pit road, so maybe able to reel him in a little bit. But they're coming up to Cops. Got to be careful there. I think the car coming out of the pits just as they do so. So the number 31, which is of Enzo Ison, now switched over to Russell Reyes, comes out just in front of this little battle here. That's going to hold up Pereira a little bit. Adyan Shah is going to try to take this opportunity here, while Jaden Liao seems to have gotten a drive-through penalty there. So that might actually be helpful here for Pereira and Adyan Shah. Adyan Shah still trying to catch up here. Russell Reyes still remains in front of Russell Reyes. He's already managed to come out just in front of him, coming out of pit lane. But Thiago Pereira needs to try to get himself as clear as possible from Adyan Shah, who had just passed moments before.
And Jaden then taking over the car. He has gotten a driver penalty now, so let's see then if that doesn't hurt the number 18 that much. On the one hand though, Pereira, we still wonder if that 2-hour time that he was in the car is in fact true, but we can console our producer who knows a thing or two about running GT3 cars that they don't normally run 2 hours unless they were running a full tank of fuel and just stop somewhere. But to run 2 hours continuously, that's impressive.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that. It could be just an error in our graphics, to be fair. So we'll just have to see. No other battles over at this. It might be a battle here for Reza Khan. He's caught up now to Naufal Faiz.
Recovering Naufal Faiz, who also got involved in that collision earlier.
Yeah.
So let's see then how that will turn out. He's got a bit of a car in between the both of them. And Reza, of course, for Team Uncle in the silver category. They made a jump up, but they found that it's a little bit more difficult than just driving among AMP drivers. So today, if you want to score some good points, you might have to just qualify a bit higher. But credit to where it's due. They've entitled every round of the season as Inam Fayom nearly gets into that path right there. So far, so good then for Reza Khan. Yes, he was involved in a couple of collisions earlier, but you know, still good points in the overall in the season, and it's a well-deserved top 10 finish in final standings.
Let's see whether or not Reza Khan can get past Fayum so they can bring the fight to Faiz, but time is running out for him though, as 2.1 seconds now separates both him and Naufal Faiz, so he's going to have to fight to close the gap between the two of them before he can finally try to go for that one there. Sutho, in the meantime, has gotten a drive-through penalty himself, so he's going to drop. I mean, he's already down in the 31st. Going to drop him down even further down here for him in the number 511. And what's happened to you, Sofian here?
No, it's just again false positives.
False positives again. So hopefully nothing to be worried about. Here comes Chikat Seo one more time.
Well, no, he's not even in position anyway.
Yeah,
80 seconds in front of Tanding Wong and well behind Psycho Kaiser. It's just him and Shamim. Just get you a little better, and Jeremy up for good measure. But so it's not going.
Yeah.
He's not making it easy at all for Shamim behind, and Ayman Shamim will definitely be miffed by that because he is running well up in the order. 7th place overall and 2nd in the M class, but he wouldn't want to be stuck too much behind So. And look, Kia So does the right thing, just give it away. Now he might have to do the same thing for Jeremy Yao behind him.
Yep.
Oh, meanwhile,
Psycho Kaiser getting very close.
Sharanya Mendes, and here is Aston Martin once again right in our faces. But Jet Lim might actually do a bit of heavy lifting for him here, because if he gets Mendes dispatched, that cycle getting another position on track here. So on to the start finish right now. Let's see what Jet does with the burb on his face.
Jetlin has to try to get past Mendes, could not find the advantage right now. Oh, might actually find the advantage, slipping inside, but no, netcode actually comes to bite him in the worst time possible. And Psycho Kaiser just takes a position away from him like that. Now it's going to be his turn to go up against Sharanya Mendes. Going through the S's now, but oh, that was just the worst time possible there for Jet Lim to experience some netcode issues.
Jet Lim became jet lag. I mean, that lag was definitely not the worst, at the worst possible time. But at least the outcome was not the worst that he could have gotten. It's just half spin, kept his own merry ways, and still leading the M category. That's the most important thing right now.
Yeah, at the very least, end up spinning out or taking too much damage out of that. So, and also still chasing in behind these two drivers here, because still have another opportunity to try to get past again. But Psycho Kaiser is the one right now racing for track position, for actual position here against Sharanya Mendes. So he's going to be looking to try to reel her in as we come up now towards the arena section. Mendes, oh, slides a little bit, and that's going to be it for her. Psycho will be able to pull right through and takes a position away up into P18.
And that was a lovely bit of driving from all involved, apart from the little collision earlier between Mendes and Jet Lim, but luckily no harm done to any one of them. Now, Psycho is moved up to, let's see, 9th. I mean, it's 9th if we are looking at some cars who are potentially not going to be in the M class, but hey, good thing for him. It's that that's a top 10 finish for the number 253 car, who have been through a lot of heck can back for the season.
See, kids at home, you can still be a sim racer even with a controller. So Psycho Kaiser going to be some handy championship points for him indeed here, as we are now approaching our final hour of racing here at Silverstone. It's now Amiral Naim still in the lead of this race. Michael Vincent Velasquez inherits a second place here, while Russell Reyes takes over the reins for the number 31. So that's the top three for the pro class. Jet Lim, despite a bit of a heart stopper just now, still is very comfortably in the lead for the AM class. Shamim right now leading ahead of Yudhishthira. Then, as we have a look at the silver class, Will Hammond still leads ahead of Ramdani and still leads ahead against Sucampinho. And that is how things stand before we get to the final hour. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final hour, for the final round of the season here in 2026 Endurance Edition eRGP. Amir Naim still in the lead of this race. Jet Lim takes over in second overall here after pit stop coming through. Michael Vincent Velasquez. We'll have to see how it goes for Will Hammond as well, still in the lead right now for the silver class. Still ahead, and got Pratama in between him and Radani, so that kind of splits the difference between the two of them. In the meantime, Jet Lim looking very confident right now. Hopefully the parakeet is continuing to support him throughout, as he will need that for the last 55 minutes of this 6-hour long race here in Silverstone. So Sofian, unfortunately, has got a stop-go penalty as well for himself, so he's going to be coming in to serve that for what hopefully will be the last time. Jeremy Yao actually getting quite close to Tiago Pereira. Is going to try to fight him for track position here. Trying to reach around the outside here. Can we see how it goes for him? Trying to sleep in onto the inside. Coming out of the hangar straight and into Stowe. Will be able to get Tiago Pereira behind him just in time for the braking zone, so he will stay up into 12th place for him. So in the meantime, Tiago Pereira will have to just settle for 13th for now. Fahim Hatta is also getting close to Cal Vidya. Wonder if we're going to be able to close the gap between them, but it's really only two battles that we have on track right now. So the big question here is whether the strategies have already worked out for all three of our class leaders here. Apex Racing Brunei has done well to recover after what could have been a horrible start to this race over here. Russell Reyes is now going to be taking the last stint here for CNC Motorsport / M1 Sim Racing. And looking to try to chase up. It's only 1.3 seconds away from Jet Lim, but a further 41 seconds away from Iron Naim, who may not be taking another pit stop here before the end. He is already 47 minutes deep into his stint. May have to take one in order to be able to keep enough of tires for him throughout. There's the little birdie right on the screens there. Or is that a cute little thing there? As Jet Lim just has to settle with that while he continues to wrestle the Aston Martin through the corners here, through the S's. Over here at Maggots and Beckett's. We have a change in the guard here as well for Sabata Rehan. Taking over the reins here for the Bigo Racing Team. Car 5, 6, 7. Very nice sequence. So that allows Jeremy Yao and Tiago Pereira to move up a place each. Ethan Lowe is also going to be able to pass him coming out of the pit lane. So yeah, that is how things stands right now. Russell Reyes, actually getting closer and closer to Jet Lim.
Now this will be an interesting fight here between Jet, who's leading the M class, and Russell Reyes, the literal one round only entry for this one, the very final round of the season. is battling for just for kicks. Literally got nothing to lose, just have a bit of fun. But the win is definitely still on the cards for this particular crew if they can keep it going in the right direction. Right now, gap between Reyes and Amir Naim is about 42.5 seconds, give or take. He's going to dive for it. He has actually gone for the dive, but Jet is well aware of that. Now is he going to go back for the switchback?
He's going to try. He's going to try. Gets a switchback right there at the apex there. He actually got to the apex before the Jet Lim, so that's going to hand him a handy advantage now to get ahead. And Russell Reyes is through. Jet Lim, unfortunately, will have to concede that, and then Russell will move up into P2 overall. So there's still 40 seconds to deal with between him and Amir Naim. Still could be a pit stop in store for Amiro as well, so a final one for tires and fuel. And that will certainly make it quite close between the two of them. No championship implications, especially for the number 31, but for Amir Naim in the number 333, definitely will want to be able to cap off this final round of the season with not only the championship win, but also the final round win.
Yeah, absolutely. They would love to have that. But case in point, that you mentioned about the pit stops, maybe, just maybe, he'll go in for fuel and just touch and go, because tires-wise, yeah, they probably survive getting a puncture, but you never know whether the tires can actually survive the duration because, well, the rain's been non-stop. Yes, the track's damp. There's no crossover right now. Maybe they could try and just extend as much as they could and keep this lead as long as possible.
Yep. 51 minutes. This just feels like it's taken such a long time to get here, isn't it? But we still got a lot of running to go here. Track still will remain damp. No sign of that rain letting off, and I don't think it will at all. Once we up until we get that checkered flag. Russell Reyes got some ground to catch up, but yeah, it'll be good for Amir Naim if he just goes for a splash and go. Oh, very close there to call in.
Yeah, I think Ezra might have actually gotten off the throttle there. Reyes was thankfully well averse to that one because he is always alert on the prowl for anything that happens on the track. You never really see accidents with this guy, unless of course it's anything that's out of his control, but he's always aware of anything that's happening on track. Real world driver too, by the way. One of the other ones that made the jump over from sim racing to real life racing.
Yeah, nice.
And the CNC Motorsport name you see, sponsored by M1. That's the proof in the pudding.
So yeah, close call there for Reyes, but we'll continue to soldier on. 41 seconds to stand between him and Amir Naim. Who else is also getting into a bit of action here? Fahim Hatta seems to be quite close to Sofian right now.
Yep, two different classes again. That's oh wait, no, actually, in fact, both are AM classes. As far as we're concerned, we haven't seen any Velocity Pantera team register as pro. It's just a bit of a timing glitch because when they register and make the car, they didn't change the tag as per usual. Because some teams just really don't bother with that one. We had to do it all manually, but there are times that we miss the cars as well when we line up the entry list. Either way, this is a battle for the M class, but for positions, let's see, 12 and 13. So fringe points, but still a nice way to end up the season, isn't it? You want to end it on a high, even if it's not the highest of positions, but scoring points is always a good feeling.
And for us at the booth as well, a bit of excitement to cap off the final hour of racing here. So let's see if Fahim Hatta can successfully keep the gap going, but I think the gap is starting to go away from him now. 1.2 seconds between him and Sofian. So
yeah, kind of think it went off the boil, isn't it? The moment we try hyping it up, Fahim just forgot his lines.
Or rather, Fahim suddenly remembered, oh yeah, I'm racing this guy. Just pushes the pedal to the metal there.
Or if we want to be a little bit more nutty, just say that, wait, didn't buy enough skill points. Not yet, at least. He just needs to grind a bit more, and then once he gets enough skill points, he'll just initiate the engagement.
Fahim Hatta has just got not enough mana right now to be able to catch up. Oh, wait, Rana is going to try to unlap him, it looks like.
With Rana with his own version of mana right there, trying to just use it all up in one go, but being better to just conserve it for now, because it is not for position. He is quite a few laps behind anyway. There's with Rana on the timing board as well, 25th. But looks as though he's not hanging back. He's actually going for it around the outside.
I mean, pull it within the rights to try to unlap himself, and he will try to get alongside Hata. Can he get ahead of him though? Has to leave a wider line there, leaving a lot of space, and maybe too much space there for Hata. So he will not be able to take the lap back from him.
And did you see when the Aston was right beside the BMW? How big that BMW is compared to the Aston.
Yeah.
We thought that the Bentley Continental back then was huge, and then we thought that the BMW M8 GT was big, but to our collective horror, the BMW M4 is actually bigger than all of them.
Some wide boys indeed out here in Silverstone. With Rana is going to try for another one. Oh, has to take to the grass there. As Faim Hata squeezes him on the inside, but is not able to keep him out of reach there. With Rana will be able to pull ahead. Faim Hata is going to have another run up to try to keep alongside him as they come out through the other pit road. Still trying to keep it together into the club corner, but I think with Rana should be able to get it. No, I think Hata still will be able to continue to challenge him all the way up through the Hamilton Straight. With Rana having to take very wide off into the AstroTurf and will concede the place back here to Hata.
No purchase right there. He was on painted lines. He literally, you can see the car was almost out of control. He had to back it off. Well, after one brave move on the grass, because you can see that Fahim actually was elbowing him all the way into the wet stuff, but luckily though, nothing major happened here.
Very lucky indeed. Time is still ticking down. Tantin Vong's just got a drive-through penalty.
Again,
Yeah.
and he just served it quite a few laps ago, but looks as though Tan Teng Vong is not having the best of stints in that number 7 and the 8-7 car, which was in the sharp end of the leaderboard at one point.
Here comes Ruana one more time on the inside of Faim Hata. Got the run up out through Wellington. There's a car actually gone a little bit off there. That's going to come in between, but Ruana will be able to get ahead of Fata just in time to be able to catch up there. So it looks like he's already be able to pull him into the distance there with Rana successfully. Just unlaps himself.
Yes, and also overtakes Fire for good measure for that one, just to put another lap. He gained a lap and put a lap behind of another guy in one fell swoop. Right. After that's out of the way, now we get to see some other battles out on track. But we'll just stay on, even though this is not for position, but it's just for the heck of it. Fayom then gets overtaken by Hata. Well, that didn't last long.
Well, no, yeah,
That really didn't last long at all. We just thought, okay, let's see what Fayom's going to do. No,
he saw the blue flags, so it's like, yeah, I'm going to let Fahim Hata get through. Oh, but at least we get him on camera here. Very clean setup there. Look at that. He literally got his whole pantry and kitchen right there, so he can always get up and take a nice little tea break if he's already done racing.
Yeah. In fact, that's not the first time we've seen someone racing what looks like in the kitchen. Keith Moore at one point looked like he was racing in the kitchen as well. You can see the fridge, you can see the pantry at the back where the counter is. It's like, okay. Some people just like it for the ease and convenience.
Yeah. I mean, Lord knows I can be really hungry after a very long race like this, and it's going to be longer than most of the races we had this season.
Well, not the longest. We had 12 hours before.
Oh, yeah, this is a different season I was talking about.
Yeah. But if it was 12 hours, yeah, it's almost impossible to not, start eating on stream. Yeah. But still, pretty much the copacetic right now. Nothing much craziness is happening on track, apart from the fact that we can update you with Fastest Lap Watch. It's Marina Pratama now with a 204.695.
How the heck did he find that?
I think he might have actually got something in these tires because, let's see them, when he pit, yeah, not that long ago, 12 minutes ago, 12 and a half minutes. So these tires are fresh, and you can tell that these are tires that are fresh because it's just immediately fast out of the box.
That's crazy. 204 in like damp conditions like this. Everyone's just been averaging 205s so far, but first one to break under that and does that on the fresh tires. I think the only other person who might be able to try to challenge him with that might be Amir Naim, although, well, we'll see when he's going to be coming in. I think we are still suspecting a smash and go for him to try to minimize any time lost between him and Russell Reyes. It's only, 31 seconds between the two of them, so I think that might be coming sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think it's enough for him to go to the pit lane, splash some fuel and then go out, because the tires might be good enough to go all the way to the end here, because these are the brand new sets that he came on when he took over from Lucas Keys, and just going to bring it all the way to the end.
Landing Bong comes out. He's going to be just behind Bota J right now.
Yes, behind inferior MotoGP.
Yep.
But that's not really our focus right now, isn't it, in terms of
Yeah.
battles, right? Because
It's very far out, very, very far out indeed. Rehan at the moment is also closing in on Ethan Lowe, but that's a multi-class battle going on there. So let's just stay on Tama and just see how he's going to try to get some redemption for himself. One little mistake there, unfortunately, when he came in for his pit stop, it's cost a lot of consternation inside of LOR. It may have just cost them the championship even, because they, in spite of the best efforts to try to climb back up between himself and Michael Vincent Velasquez, is going to be running in these final 42 minutes in 4th position, very far off from where Russell Ray is, much less Amir Naim.
Yeah. I mean, we don't want to go harping on about that drive-through stopping a penalty earlier, but it's just that, again, one of those crazy moments where you thought that you're safe into the pit lane and it's enough for you to get penalized. It really sets you back, and despite being a top team as well, it is an disadvantage to have any sort of penalty whatsoever in the middle of the race. So they minimized that since then. They only had that one stop and go, but they've been chasing shadows since then.
Chasing shadows indeed. 41 minutes remaining. We're giving literally a minute by minute call through right now. It's, these drivers are certainly going to be wishing that a timer, that time is going to be able to speed up a little bit here so they can get this done and over with. But still going to be quite a while to go. Tama looking like he's going to try to get through some traffic. He's caught up now to Tante Vong, who's really not making it easy for him at all.
Not one bit. And Tante Vong actually did not even yield the position at all. In fact, coming into the chicane, this might be treacherous. Ooh, Pratama really was not hanging back one bit. He wants to get it going with the business.
Yep, well, luckily, Pratama is able to get through unscathed. Emerald Naim is coming into the pits now, so finally he's going to be taking his scheduled pit stop.
And
Yep, very quick one indeed. So, yep, just I think you called it. It's a splash and go for him.
Yep, let's see, what was that total
Wait,
pit time? Total pit time. Yeah, that previous one was just right under a minute. So, he is going to be going on merry ways, but where is Russell Reyes? Halfway up the road.
Halfway up the road. So, there's a distance between the two of them actually right now. It was like about 30 seconds.
25 seconds
Yeah,
now.
25 seconds now between two. So, yeah, definitely cannot make it a very long ride there for him.
Yeah.
I think the name's actually switching around between Amir Naim and Iman Ryan. Not sure who exactly
It is
behind
Iman.
the
It
wheel.
is Iman.
I think it is. It might just be
Whoa.
Iman Ryan.
Wait. Oh, they have 3 drivers.
Yeah, they have
so
3 drivers.
So they don't have to worry about the stint limits because of the fact that Lucas Keys took over the car earlier, and then Amir Naim did his mandatory stint, and now Iman will now go all the way to the end. But look at that. He's savvy, he's still going offline to consider the tires. Now that really raises the question then, whether or not that was actually full set of tires that they took on, or they're conserving it. Our best bet, they might have actually changed tires. Sorry, our best bet is that they might have actually not changed tires, they still carry on. It's just that when they swapped drivers, they needed to take some time.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. I mean, it was a very short amount of time inside the pits even, so just a little splash and go. Just stay on that tire, the same tire that Amir Naim started off on, and Iman Ryan will be continuing on here.
Meanwhile, drive-through penalty for Iga Yudhistira. So, 3rd place in the AM category behind Ayman Shamim, well ahead of Jaden Liao. But if that number 89 car were to fall behind, that will put a spanner into the works because the championship fight for number 18 may still be alive.
May still be on the cards. It's going to put him out of the podium position, and what a worst time possible to catch that drive-through penalty. That's the thing. So, very unfortunate for Yudhistira. He's going to be going to try to at least salvage some of it. Jaden Liao is what was that? Give or take about a minute behind.
Minute and 5 seconds, yeah.
Minute 5 seconds away. So
well behind. So
well behind. So maybe if he's lucky enough, should be able to come up just barely ahead, or maybe close enough to Jaden.
no, well ahead. He still be ahead of Prophet Chop actually.
Oh,
It's not. It may be a long pit lane in the Silverstone, but you lose about at least 30 seconds only.
Oh, okay, then in that case, should be fine. Should be fine.
Right. Here's a different battle of sorts. We did say earlier that it's inter-class, but why not? Let's just see what Sabata Rehan has on offer to battle against Ethan Lowen. Glorious engine sound.
Glorious indeed.
That's a proper V8.
Close and close, Ethan low. A little bit too wide to the corner, so Ethan should be able to widen the gap out a little bit. Sabata Rehan. A little bit of a peak actually just now. Rider trying to keep the car heavily under control there, riding over the curbs. Ethan Lowe is in the pro class, whereas Rehan is in the amateur class. Still coming a little bit tricky on the painted part of the track. Still see how slippery it is out here in the middle of the rain right now. Ethan Lowe brakes a little bit hard, is allowing Sabata to get closer and closer to him. Coming around the turn. No, Ethan Lowe gets much better exit out of that, I feel. Should be able to pull away, so bit of a bit of a touch and go, but I think Rehan will still be able to get a little bit of toe around here. Still closes in onto Ethan Lowe. Bit of a slide coming out from Ethan. That's going to cost him quite a lot as Rehan is now all over him. Tries to find a way on the inside, but Ethan is still keeping his cards close to his chest. Rehan now comes up onto the old pit road. Still locked in, still able to reel in Ethan Lowe as they come into the very quick right-hander. Rehan now into the arena section. This could be crucial now for Ethan to be able to hold that position. Still able to turn in relatively early enough. Still comes in nicely through the S's. Still Rehan will be left searching for another opportunity. There we have Sabata on the screen. Still fighting with controls. Still trying to listen in or something. Just outside, but nope. Still can continue to focus on this battle with Ethan Lowe. Still trying to reel him in as much as possible. 35 minutes still remains here, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of a battle right now. This one's for 11th place. And as of this point, we're literally in the final stage. Most of these drivers here, final stints for a lot of them as well. Eamon Ryan get back behind the wheel. Russell Reyes as well. Reina Pratama also joining back in for this one here to close out this final round of the season. Lexus versus Ferrari battle here. Ooh, a bit of traffic coming up ahead. Now will they play ball, or is this going to give Rehan that opportunity he's been looking for? Closing in, that blue flag is already out as they come to the end of the Wellington Straight. Ian's going to have to lock on his brakes a little bit harder. That's Colin. It's just in front of him. He's going to move wide out of the way, allows both Ethan and Sabata through, so no problem, but this allowing Sabata to get quite close to Ethan indeed, out of left field. Pit straight, Sabata looks for an opportunity, tries to go around the outside. Ethan Lowe tries to react, but that left the door open on the inside, so Sabata will be able to move through up into 11th here for the driver in the Lexus. So now Scott in the position, can he keep it as he go up through S's? I think he's pretty much got that nicely handled, although Ethan is slowly trying to close it in. They are in different classes though, so nothing much to lose here for neither Rehan nor Ethan Lowe. I think they should be comfortable enough to try to tuck it in. So, how it is for the rest of the grid right now. Reina Pratama still has the bonus 2 points in his hands currently for getting the fastest lap. Will Hammond still in the lead behind him by about 10 seconds. That's going to allow him to continue to lead that silver class. Ramdani He's still another 9 seconds off of that, so still a long way to go indeed for him. Iman Ryan now trying to catch up to Russell Reyes. Putting a win here in the final round would be just a cherry on top, but he already got a pretty big slice of cake there thanks to being able to finish ahead of Mariano Patama. So championship wise, I think they've just about wrapped it up. Just need to be able to bring it home with another 32 minutes left to go. That's Jeremy Yao taking a pit stop right now. So meantime, Sofian 6 seconds behind. Tantinvong, yeah, not really going to be much of a factor here. It'll be interesting kind of round 2, I think, between Iman Ryan and Russell Reyes. Tama very far off in the distance, and oh well, let's also forget Daryl Ung, who very, very much in the class of his own here. The only AM class driver splitting up the top 3. And almost lost control there, but still kept it together. Track is still very wet indeed as we watch him take 2 Maggots and Beckett's. Not going to dry up anytime soon, so they will still have to continue fighting with these conditions. Towards the end of the race, he's got Psycho Kaiser just behind him chasing as well. Harold Vija jumps into the pit, so he's going to be conceding now to Vibo to J. Kaiser as well, just really on the wild, ragged edge there, trying to keep up together with Daryl Ung. So where exactly is Calvage going to come out? It's probably going to come out quite far off in the points, maybe. 22nd place by the time he does so, it feels like. Chung Sien will be able to pass Kondoker. Still has a lot of damage on his front there. Oof, that Hassan Martin has definitely seen some better days. Not even the rain is going to be able to wash away a lot of that damage here, unfortunately. The gap between Iman and Russell has already gone down to 23, so he is making progress, but only slightly. Still would just have to bring it home to win that championship. I think they still want to be able to at least be able to enjoy a race victory as well. But with 20 seconds, it's a very, very long way to go to make up for it in 29 minutes remaining of this race. And Russell Reyes' own time is not too bad either. Only a tenth of a second separates the two of them when it came to those last laps. So, massive differential is going to be needed. Practically 1 second a lap. Over 29 minutes. Oh, actually, even more than that, really. So very, very far off opportunity here. Russell should be able to make it to the end. I think it's going to be about whether or not they've calculated things out. Oh, Moreno Batama has caught a 10-second penalty. Bruh, indeed. What has happened here? Could not be affording to have this here, but, I mean, still remains on the podium here for the pro class, but definitely not something that he wanted. What's happened at 787? It's slid off the track there. May have gotten into contact with someone. Not seeing anything in the control panel, so I think might have just done that on his own lonesome. Will rejoin here. Hopefully with his pride intact. But yeah, a 10-second penalty for Moreno Pratama. I mean, it's really been down in the doldrums, but it's really just almost like beating a dead horse, if you will. Like right now, he's still going to be on track for the podium, but definitely not a good feeling here for the LOR team.
None whatsoever, isn't it? It's pretty much a given right now that this race today has been the worst possible outcome for the number 21 crew. When you thought for a second that it was looking so well at one point when they were leading the race, but then it just went completely pear-shaped afterwards. And again, this was for the earlier collision, right? Wasn't it?
I don't think it was a collision. It just popped up while we were having a look on all these drivers going through. So again, not too sure what exactly. Oh, yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
It was for the
Collision with proper chop.
yeah, the proper chop incident, and quite a lot earlier. In fact, I think it was also one of the Mercedes. Is not thinking it was the Mercedes, one of the Mercedes cars that was also from TI that they knocked into. Was the penalty that was given? But hang on, while we try to go to the bottom of what gave this particular penalty, we just look at some other cars are on track here, Vic.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to calculate like what are the chances here, but I think even Ryan is going to have a long way to go before he's going to be able to get something done. That's a 787 spinning out again. Might have sustained some damage. His second time I've seen him lose control here has Tan Tin Vong. Already having dealt with multiple drive-through penalties here. Is further going to be fallen behind right now. But to the rest, there's Ethan Lowe now passing him now for track position. But certainly a very topsy-turvy day as well for Tan Tin Vong and Team Ithon at 787. Only other Porsche here in this race besides the number 323, the Apex Racing Brunei.
Oh, and that is much more severe than we thought. That's a big old damage to the front splitter and the front of the car, as well as a bit of a tilted rear wing.
Yeah, I think it might run straight into the wall. I mean, it seems to spin out early on. I think somewhere around the club corner maybe. So now it's gonna have to nurse that back, but another pit stop with like 25 minutes remaining. Yep, that's gonna drop him down even further now as he slips into pit road.
Yep, that number 21 getting the 10-second penalty was from a very recent incident, to be exact. It was the number 388 car. So it was the hobby culture car that reported that particular incident from earlier when he rejoined the track not safely.
Oh.
Okay, so that's the reason why he's gotten this 10-second penalty right now.
That's a shame indeed. Marina Pratama will just have to carry that 10-second penalty to the checkered flag, unfortunately, as this is already going to be the final stint for the number 21.
Yeah, I can imagine that, how it must have be feeling in the camp where this whole race has been trial by fire, by fire, by fire every single time. It hasn't really let up, hasn't it? On top of the whole self-inflicted incident earlier, this is definitely another one of those instances where it's out of their control. One incident is yes, but then the rest of it is just, wow, other competitors had to be in the way. Though, all still not lost. Yeah, we're trying to put a positive spin on it here. Still not far away from Imarayan and the 333 car, but it will take some sort of divine intervention for that to happen, to have any chance for this number 21 car of lifting the trophy.
Yep. As it stands right now, 25 seconds between him and Daryl 31 seconds between him and Eamon Ryan. So I think like a 60-second stop go penalty maybe. I mean, I'm just trying to come up with ideas here, but this is really going to be up to the fabric of faith. Fabric of fate right now for the number 21. I mean, at one point was in lead of this race, but now having just settled for third place here with 23 minutes still remaining here in Silverstone.
Yeah, 23 minutes and the season has come to a close. In fact, there is an incident there earlier, but it looks as though it's been cleared. No, actually, in fact, it's not. It is Chung Xian who had a bit of a slide, and we can confirm it is because he just got going again from a slide spin through maggots and backets, but nobody else was caught up with his particular accident. Now, we go back to some other drivers further up in front of him. Not much in the way of battles, isn't it? It's really been close. Oh, in fact, another incident here. This is Kamal Ali. Come out, spins it around.
Swings it, swings Itasha back into position, and hopefully safely back into the race here. And we also got another disqualification here, unfortunately, for the number 6.
Antar Buyan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Buyan then. So the ATXR team, well, they've had their they've had some trials and tribulations throughout the season. Let's just put it at that. But to end it off like this is probably not the best way to do it, so isn't it?
Yeah, very unfortunate, but I have to take this as a learning experience for them here, unfortunately. But such a sad way to end the season for them. But 22 minutes to remain, and 38 drivers still are going to continue on for this race.
Once again, even Ryan's actually really aggressively going off the line just to get the tires warmed up, cooled off actually. Because yeah, the rain is somewhat consistent, but he's probably afraid of the tires not actually getting enough purchase on them, and probably because it's going to get a bit too hot. Because remember, wet weather tires are opposite from dry weather tires, where you need it to be warm so that you can generate grip. Wet weather tires, you want it to be cooler so that it could be lasting longer, rather than the opposite. So really then, Team Ryan has been aggressively trying to find puddles wherever possible to just cool them off.
Trying to make them last. I mean, this same set I think was driven by Amirul Naim early on, so it's just gonna have to nurse it back. You know, of course, a bit of a risky proposition for them to end a race like this, but nonetheless, this is where like the skill of the driver and that knowledge and ability all comes into play. Here comes Imran Ryan once more on your screens.
Yep, and he still maintains that pensive look that he had from earlier, where yeah, I mean he could have fought a bit of a wry smile every now and then, but he knew that he was staring at a barrel there and then of potentially losing the title to the number 21 car. But since then, Lady Luck's been smiling favorably upon him, and has put him in a position where it is through the efforts of both himself, Lucas Keys and Amir Naim, that they've gotten into this position. Now, as you can see, he's aggressively trying to cool off these tires again. Makes us think that yeah, they have definitely continued on the same set of tires, isn't it? Just to minimize pit time. But because of the change of drivers, they still have to go through the actual 30-second stop.
Hope is probably wishing to be able to get it done over with, but still 20 minutes of running remains here. Still comfortably ahead of Mira Patama, but the last thing they need right now is for the tires to give up on them. So it's just doing everything they could strategically to keep those tires in play up until that checker flag presents itself. So no more battles to go on here. I think it's really just only a battle of like literal endurance, if you will. Literally how much longer can you hang on in this longer 6-hour race. I mean, Imran Ryan certainly has gotten quite a bit of rest, as has Moreno Patama, having handed it off to their respective teammates here. They've only got what? They only got two drivers here for the number 21. So Patama really had to share a lot of that driving responsibility of Michael Vincent Velasquez throughout this. So they've done well to really recover a lot of like deficit they've unfortunately gotten due to that stop and go. But despite their best efforts, still will only be able to enjoy the last step on the podium here. Whereas for Imran Ryan, you know, he's got Lucas Keys as well as big boss Amir Naim to join him along. And Imran took the first stint, and looks like he's going to be one to close out all of the stints here for the Apex Racing Brunei team.
They've actually done their execution quite well here right now. And if anything, what's ironic is that Reyes is losing time to Iman Ryan. Iman is actually catching by a rate of at least a second per lap. So 18 seconds, 18 laps to go. That's 18 minutes left to go. Is it possible that he can claim a second every minute? Nah, not
I
really.
think he needs more than a second.
Yeah.
At least 1.5 or maybe 2 seconds.
Yeah. Just
before that becomes a possibility. But who knows? I mean, also Reyes, I'm not sure what his tire condition is. Whether he also had a very short last pit stop, right? So maybe we'll see how his tire conditions are going to be. He had run a much longer stint here compared to Imran Ryan, but then again, Imran came in with Amir Naim already ran half the life of the tires they were on before this. So who knows? I think it's going to be more about. Scratch that. I was going to think about conditions, but it's still going to continue raining until the very end of this race. There's Martin getting lapped right now by Eman Ryan. Trying to make his way through. The race leader Russell Ray is now up 160 laps. 17 seconds ahead of our current presumed champion here for the pro class.
Provisional champion.
Provisional, yeah.
Or we can say champion-elect, because unless of course there's time penalties to be added on elsewhere if we missed any sort of incidents. I think the Triple 3 car has mostly been clean as whistle throughout the entire proceeding of the race. We don't see anything wrong from them apart from just a couple of spills, but so far at least they're in the clear. Right now they're provisional champions, but 17 minutes left to go here. Still a lot can happen, certainly. Even in just, remember Le Mans 2016, last lap of the entire race, and you can still have someone stall in the middle of the race and lose the win altogether. But yeah, you do it though.
I think they certainly learned a lot from that here, but yeah, let's just hope it's not going to be any kind of issue like that for this one here. 16 minutes left. These guys have done well to get all their strategies right, get the calculations right, and to keep their cars constantly progressing forward.
Oh,
Victory Asuka.
yeah, that's why we were.
Came past there.
He had a yellow flag wave on him again because of another false, not really a false positive, because he actually backed it off to allow Imarayan to come by.
Oh, I guess maybe like, yeah, the yellow flag doesn't detect the cars like slower than usual on the track, maybe based on delta. So yeah, I think Victory Asuka slowed down a bit to allow our champion-elect to get through. So got a little bit wide through left field there.
Now for Brooklyn CS,
Brooklyn's, yeah.
named after the famous circuit, the Oval, and one of the very first permanent road circuits ever built in the entire world to just horse racing and etc. But mostly, well, they didn't call it IndyCar racing at the time, but oval racing. And it's part of it still around, but you just don't have it anymore. So, oh, Victory Asuka.
Victory's gone
Whoa.
wide.
Okay, now this is probably a Grand Prix of like, what has happened here to Victory Asuka?
Sure, he seems to be struggling quite a lot. Maybe he's also nursing some really old tires himself. We'll have to look at what his stint is looking like, but no, it just only came out of the pits, so maybe relatively cold tires, just new tires having to get worked in a bit. Not too sure exactly, but Victory Asuka needs to try to keep it together because there's only 14 minutes left here. You don't want to be crashing out here when you're already in such a good position here. Although, as I say that, he's literally 4th out of 5th as far as the silver class top 5 are.
And again, chances of them winning the silver class title are now pretty much out of the window as well, because the number 23 Will Hammond and Zed McKenna in the Hobby Culture Racing No Evo car well and truly ahead of the field. Despite that scare with the puncture earlier, they have actually come out here smelling like a rose.
Yeah, very good recovery drive. I mean, pretty much having qualified in 14th place, it looked like it may not be possible at all for them to be able to clinch the title, but circumstances really had played their part. The 351, had been at one point leading this race in the hands of Ferdy Ramadan, but those are some good old days, as it were, here many hours ago here on Silverstone. And Will Hammond, through sheer grit, alongside his teammate Zed McKenna, also contributing heavily here to be able to bring that car up multiple places. How many places in total is that? 9 places from 14th all the way up here into the lead for the silver class, and still keeping it ahead of Hassani Ramdani as well. So,
Yep.
all came together here.
And speaking of movers and shakers, a couple of things to note. The most positions gained in the entire race overall goes to the number 9 Velocity Pantera car, 20, and the number 567 Bigo Racing Wildlap car to gain about 20 positions. Second most is the number 22 ST powered car, and then the number 25 CMFC car. And the ones who lost the most, well, the biggest loser of the lot, is Fahim Hatta and the number 222 lost to the Mentera car. So that's one thing to note there. Of Zef UN and Fahim Hatta. So they actually qualified quite well to be up there, but then they dropped so many positions afterwards. Oh, in fact...
Oh, even more, it's actually Tandebong, but
yeah, the 787.
I think that's more due to like penalties than anything else there for them, so...
Yeah, that's so unfortunate still. But anyway, yeah, the number 787 car was right at the sharp end and was aggressive in the hands of... what was it again? The number 787 car that had that crazy driver in there. Tanake Jungjit. So, yeah. They lost so many positions since then, but once again, how the tables can turn when a race is put right on its head.
So, I think a little bit, two cars actually getting a little bit close here. It's Ezra Collin versus Zohaib Hussain. About 8/10 second. We saw just now is actually winding up a little bit as they come through the S's, Megans and Beckett's, and into Chapel now. And that's Collin will be just further up ahead there. Not going to be reeling him in that much quickly here. Braking a bit hard, ooh, a bit wide and a little bit squirrely there for Collin. That's lost some time now to allow Hussain to catch up. Going to pull up corner now. Still catching up here is Zohaib. So he's a good exit. Collin is not able to pull away too much. He's actually getting much closer here, half a second.
And that's Fikri again. That's in front of, as we call it right here. Fikri is really struggling on those tires right now. There he is, just about there.
Yeah, Fikri Aska, who we saw struggle this now, slows down Collin enough. It allows Hussain now to actually get an advantage here. Tries to find a way to slip in on the inside. Sofian is actually going to be the one who actually was in that car just now, so not the Aska.
Yeah.
But so Hussain will be able to continue to follow Collin along very closely. 0.3 of a second separates the two of them to come up through the Wellington Straight. Can we see one final pass here in the last 11 minutes of racing? So Hype a little bit later on the brakes. Trying to see if Collin's going to leave that door open. Not so much this time around. Still is able to keep as close as possible to the apex. Coming out. It looks like Collin will still be just in front, barely. Hussain trying to take a deeper turn in as they get along Old Pit Straight. Coming up to Cobbs right now. Collin had to stand on the brake a little bit there. And actually forced Hussain to react to that. He actually backed out of it under braking though, so Collin will still stay.
And look at that. Atta Ruyen's interval has gone up in green. That's a first. Minus 982.947 seconds. That's not a normal common number, but it's quite unique that because the car is disqualified, even the game cannot detect whether or not he's still in the race. But all the other numbers are in orange, so yeah, we don't have to really mind that too much. But how crazy does that number look on the screen?
I think there might be ghosts in the machine here. Just really bringing some glitches. I mean, we saw the 2-hour like stint there from Tiago Pereira, so not sure. Maybe the number crunchers happening inside the silicon chip there was just showing up some hallucinations out here. But Hussain still keeps himself close enough to Collin. Still trying to see if he can find a way. He's actually getting very close now. I think a move could be imminent here. As Hussain is scanning left and right, decides to go on the white line and tries to close it in on the left. Couldn't quite find a way past Collin, who still hugs the inside very nicely. Now Hussain's going to have a bit of run up. Late on the brakes there, goes around the outside of Ezra Collin, who still has the apex, still will be able to stay alongside. Wheel to wheel, but Hussain will have the apex next. Can he close the door? Yes, he will.
Lovely bit of driving from both of them. They gave each other plenty of space, but it's Zohaib Hussain who actually comes out on top of Ezra Collin. And now, for just position anyway, it's track position, nothing more than that. Just nice to see some battles on track, even with we are coming into the closing stages of this season.
And another one here, I think, is on the cards. Ian Wong. It's caught up to Asuka, who we saw struggling just now. His struggles going to continue here for Asuka, as Ian Wong is now half a second behind him as they break through the club chicane. Asuka is sliding a little bit there, still struggling to try to keep those tires going on. 7 minutes still remaining here. I think this could be another pass here to end the lap with. Wong inching ever closer, goes for the dive on the inside, but Asuka is still a lot later on the brakes and still able to keep his car ahead, but just barely so. Another attempt, but Ian Wong couldn't find inside that time. Asuka still very defensive there and keeping to his line.
And we thought for a second that Ian might have gotten his braking lines completely crossed up, because if he actually rammed the back of another car, he would have actually been at the crosshairs of the Stewards once again.
Yep.
Meanwhile, there's another battle that's brewing right now that's actually going to pique our attention soon. Simon Prophetchop is about 2.5 seconds behind Iga Yustira, and the gap at one point was about 6 seconds, so he managed to close it up by a rate of knots. So we'll wait until after that battle transpires, but for now, we're keeping an eye out on this one, and this is for the top 5 position, in fact, final position on the rostrum in the silver class. So if he can make it, can he make it? Can he make it here now?
He might be able to catch him now. Asuka left it a little bit too wide, but Ian Wong is going to have to cut around the outside here. Can he actually do it? Catching him off here in the entry from Maggotts Beckett, but Asuka still is going to be able to get in position here to try to fight back. But no, he will have to back out of it there. Ian Wong has moved up and what looks like a podium position here for the silver class.
After all the trials and tribulations just now, especially with the Raja Amrishaka battle, it looks as though the number 55 Pepega Touches Spaghetti car might just bring back some honor to the Pepega team, because the main squad, who are also batting for the championship, have since left the race. The number 8 car, we haven't seen him in the timing screens for eons now.
Yep. So Ian Wong now might be able to pull ahead and sail away into top 3 for the silver class. Final 5 minutes now after 6 hours of racing. These guys are certainly going to be earning a well-deserved rest for the end of the season here at the ERGP Endurance Edition 2026. Make sure you guys stay tuned for more announcements on when Global Edition is going to be hitting next, whether we're going to be switching over to LMU or maybe other games here potentially for our Endurance Edition. Quite the swan song we had right now here for AC Competizione. One final race coming full circle here at the very track where we started things off here 6 years ago. Coming back again for one last checkered flag here at the end of the season.
Yeah, it almost feels a bit surreal that it's almost an end of an era type feeling, you know, where we are going to be moving on. But it has been a fun ride, either as competing or as a competitor or even as a commentator behind the scenes. It's just, you know, really great to see that ACC has, you know, gotten through its full development cycle. Maybe should have had an update like in Asian DLC, but we're never going to get that. The most we can get is just whatever content we have now, and it's achieved this goal, even if one might say that it's not the most complete game you can ever think of. But for what it's worth, it definitely was enough to get you involved in as a competition, just for the sake of it.
You know, with more sim racing titles on in the cards here.
Whoa!
What a move there from Proper Chop. Took advantage of a little bit of a wide.
Oh no, it's a
lineup
puncture.
there.
It's a puncture for Ethan Lowe.
No wonder he was slow there. So yeah, Ethan Lowe's gonna have to nurse that. Man, with only 3 minutes to go, getting a puncher.
And he nearly spins it.
Here he spins it. Oh, he's well, thankfully he's close enough to the pit entry, so he should be able to get a new set of tires. But oh man,
Yeah.
for the final minutes here, I mean, we were alluding to like you know what happened with Toyota all that many years, like 10 years ago in Le Mans. But luckily, it's only a puncher, still recoverable.
For the Toyota rookie.
Yeah, for the Toyota rookie as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
in Ethan. So yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more of Ethan Lowe, at least on the real life racing tracks here, being part of the rookies program for this season of TGR. So, well, one last heart stopper here for him, but thankfully got it back into the pit lane here. We'll get a nice fresh set of tires. Not really at risk of losing his position in the pro class, nevertheless.
Yep. From one Toyota rookie to another one, but based in the Philippines. Russell Reyes was a Toyota rookie at one point, but now he has forged his own career outside of that and definitely showing his prowess both on the same rig and in the real world. And going back onto the same rig, still hasn't lost his edge.
Not one bit. Still showing off his big guns on the camera as well. Those arms have wrestled very well to keep himself ahead.
Only 7 seconds though.
Yeah,
ahead
but Ryan's
of-
actually been gaining on him, hasn't he?
He gained by about 10 seconds the last time we checked out. How he was, remember 18 minutes, 18 seconds?
Yeah.
Well, it's almost close to that marker, but he still needs Russell to go off completely just so that he could have a half chance in ending off the entire season with another win. But I think that is out of the window now.
I mean, he's only got, what, one more lap to go here for Reyes potentially, so I don't think it's going to be dropping hit, especially after having fought so hard, him and his team, to be able to get the car up. It's a bit of a wild card entry here, a one-off entry actually here for the CNC Motorsport, sponsored by M1, to be able to get a race win on debut here. Not going to earn much when it comes to the championship, but certainly a well-deserved victory for them.
In the last ever round of Endurance Edition on ACC. But that's the one way to go. Oh! Well, if he actually spun it right there, that would have been one heck of a story to finish off the entire series right. But I think he might have actually been running on previously worn tires. Even though it says 1 hour on the stint timer, I think these tires have gone through the full cycle already.
That's 6 seconds now between him and Eamon Ryan. You can already see Eamon Ryan lurking in the background there like a tiger in the weeds. So, well, Russell Reyes better hang on for dear life. 1 more minute remaining, one last lap to go here.
Unless he suffers a last lap puncture. Now that would be dramatic. I mean, he'll have to knock on plenty of wood for that one, for that to happen. But I don't think it will, because it looks as though the car's just composed, except it's just running out of treads. Now, the very final lap of the entire season, Russell Reyes only has 5.8 kilometers left to go to complete a really remarkable win, even if it is not for anything meaningful in the championship, but it's a one way to send off his time on ACC by claiming yet another win.
Oh boy, can Russell hang on? I mean, be a spectacular victory for him and for the CNC Motorsport M1 team. But Eamon Ryan is also about 5 seconds away here. You can still see him coming out of the corner as Russell Reyes is in the middle of the hangar straight. Final lap here. A lot of sectors still to go here. A lot of corners still to negotiate for this Ferrari. Russell Reyes just hanging on there. Just keeping himself composed right now. Checkered flag is imminent. Just needs to be able to bring it home.
Yeah, and it's still halfway to go here. Again, he starts to negotiate a few more corners and some of the long longitudinal corners that can really hurt the tires, even in the wet conditions, because they've been through an entire cycle. Now then, next sector timing line will be the most important thing right now. How far is he from Eamon Ryan? And will Eamon fancy his chances of trying to go for a make or break win, or just hang in there because he's already in the box seat?
Well, as long as Russell keeps it tidy, I don't think there'll be a chance for Eamon, because even though the time is slipping between the two of them, it's already less than 4 seconds. May not be enough for him to catch him though. I think Russell may be able to do it. Just needs to keep it together. 4 more corners still remaining for him. Here's the first of them. As Russell comes through, still looking good so far. Let's hope those tires still hang on though. Yeah, we suspected it was going to be quite a while, but here comes Russell Reyes through the final few corners, now into the final turn. He's already celebrating. Finally, they have made it on debut here in the final round of the season. Endurance Edition 2026 will be, the winner there will be taken by Russell Reyes, but Eamon Ryan will be the one to take absolute victory here, drifting his way through the final corners as well, celebrating victory here for Apex Racing Brunei.
A victory in the championship. That is a long time coming, isn't it? And for Eamon Ryan, he becomes only the 3rd driver in ERGP to do the double in the same season, where he is champion in Global Edition and champion in Endurance. Last time out we saw that was the Sri Lankan boys of Fazal Alim and Sabira Teyake, is taken.
All
Yeah.
smiles right now. A rare sight to see here for Iman Ryan on the camera. Daryl Ung will be able to bring the 338 home to take the victory here for the amateur class. Hobby Culture Racing Nova taking that checkered flag. Rama Pratama will now be coming around to finally take the checkered flag in what in a season where what could have been for this final round. LOR will only have to settle for third place here in the pro class, and Will Hammond makes it through, takes a checkered flag here. Hobby Culture Racing Evo number 23 clinches the championship here for the silver class.
And that will be that. I mean, not much to smile about in the celebrations, but you know full well that inside is happy. And that look at that battle between Iga Yudhishthira and Samvin Prapit Job just across the line. 7/10 of a second, the final separation.
Yeah, that was unfortunately switch away from that a little bit too early there. But yeah, Prapachov almost caught Yudhishthira in the final bit there, but that will round out the podium position here for the amateur class. And Ian Wong will also make it. He teleports immediately to the pit lane there after having successfully claimed third place here in the silver class. So there we go.
Yes.
GG Apex Racing Brunei. GG indeed. This is the end, says Kelvin Powell. And this is indeed the end. Finally, 6 hours of racing here in this final round of Endurance Edition.
Yes.
And finally, we have our champions.
Indeed. And to actually reconfirm, it was Fauzal Lim and Tehani Ranga who won both the Global Edition championships, respectively, both in silver and in bronze, and they won in the Endurance Edition afterwards for their team, the Sim Racing Lanka team. So, Iman Ryan has managed to replicate that by winning both in the Gold class and in Pro class. So, he got the top dog battle here, so he has the ultimate victory.
And a very well-deserved one indeed. So, wow, I think after all of that, that has been quite a long race. 6 hours of Silverstone over here to cap off an incredible season here in 2026. Thank you all so much for joining us along for this journey here. We've been enjoying all of the action right here from the booth, and a lot of the support that is coming through from our audiences to their favorite racers out on track. It's been quite a swan song here. Could be the final race we'll ever see here for us here in ERGP in the ACC instead of course Competizione. But hopefully you guys will continue to follow us along as next up we will continue to have more races going on for Global Edition, another Endurance Edition later on. Make sure you guys follow us along on our social medias before so that we will be letting you guys know as soon as possible when those next seasons will be. Any last words you'd like to leave us with here, Ammo?
I think we already yapped enough. We have yapped throughout the entire day. If we still have something to talk about, that means we haven't talked enough. But I think it's a good way to end it. Definitely. It's quite sad to see we're moving away from ACC, but it has done its time. Now we move on to other things.
Yep, and hopefully bigger, greater things. Congratulations once again to Apex Racing Brunei. You guys have done such a good job here.
And yes.
We'll see how you guys will continue on. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. This has been the eRacing GP Endurance Edition 2026. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and see you guys in the next one.